Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Indeed, Chen Yan had spent more time in the gambling den than in the management office. So much so that the sect had already sent people to investigate and he still hadn't returned to the prince's manor. Chen Yan didn't know if he had aroused Lu Li's suspicion, nor did he know how much Lu Li currently knew about the matters behind the scenes. He could only try to gloss things over for now and not reveal any flaws. This disciple was delayed on the road for a short time. Chen Yan said. Lu Li stared at Chen Yan for a while longer while Chen Yan remained expressionless. Do not be distracted during mission duties. Escorting the princess back to the sect is a matter of great importance. Lu Li admonished him. Lin, personal disciple, is still reflecting on his mistakes at the rear cliff of Kongyuan Mountain. Don't cause him any more trouble. This disciple understands. Chen Yan said with a bow. Although he didn't know what intentions Lu Li truly harbored, it seemed he currently had no intention of causing trouble. That was good enough. Instructor Lu. Zheng Fei suddenly spoke from the side. Whenever you hold scripture lectures, this disciple will temporarily set aside miscellaneous tasks and go to the scripture hall to listen to the teachings. This disciple is dull-witted, but being able to reach the qi circulation realm now can largely be attributed to Instructor Lu's guidance. Zhang Fei's attitude was very sincere. Regarding Lu Li, a considerable portion of outer sect disciples held the same attitude as Zhang Fei. In the years he had served as an instructor in the outer court, the guidance and contributions he had made to the outer court disciples, not to mention too far back, were definitely greater than all the instructors in the outer court over the past 100 years. Therefore, it was easy to understand why Lu Li was deeply respected by the outer court disciples. Being able to break through to the qi circulation realm at your age shows you have talent for immortal cultivation. Lu Li said, as long as you continue working hard, you will certainly break through to the martial spring realm. Breaking through to the qi circulation realm before reaching 20 years old indeed represented having many future possibilities. But someone like Chen Yan, who only managed to channel energy through his meridians at 41, could basically be declared as practically useless. If he didn't encounter some great opportunity, he would never be able to break through to the martial spring realm in this lifetime. As for the Qi-Si realm, even if Chen Yan started from his current early martial spring realm cultivation and practiced day and night for 5,000 years, there would still be no hope of advancement. In this world, people might not be divided into 3 classes and 9 ranks, but cultivators are. The gap in talent between cultivators is even greater than that between humans and dogs. So far, the only exception Chen Yan knew of was Lin Kaifeng. He claimed he only channeled energy through his meridians at 36, just 5 years earlier than Chen Yan. Yet now, Lin Kaifeng was a genuine Qi-Si realm cultivator. Of course, as just mentioned, Lin Kaifeng was the only exception. But this is the first time I've heard that Instructor Lu was formerly a member of Yuanhua Mountain. Zhang Fei said, there's nothing to say about it, it's all just in the past. Lu Li replied indifferently, this disciple was presumptuous. Zhang Fei clasped his fists and said no more after speaking. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, judging from the attitude Lu Li displayed, it was likely that his past with Yuanhua Mountain wasn't very pleasant. Honored Immortal Masters. From the entrance of the courtyard came the voice of Steward Yang from the prince's manor. His Highness the Prince invites all honored Immortal Masters to attend a banquet in the main hall of the prince's manor at sunset today to welcome and honor you all. It was only half a day's journey. There's no need for such formality. Lu Li said, just prepare some simple food for us. A banquet isn't necessary. Honored Immortal Master Lu, you are mistaken. Regardless of the distance traveled, the banquet represents the respect of Cloud Prince and indeed the entire Kink Kingdom towards Kongshan sect. I hope honored Immortal Master Lu will honor us with your presence. As soon as he finished speaking, Steward Yang bowed and remained in that position. Hard to refuse such warm hospitality. Lu Li had no choice but to say, Prince's Manor, sunset. The sunset had not yet completely set, casting a golden light over the entire Prince's Manor, making it appear even more extravagant. The banquet Cloud Prince had arranged for the Kongshan sect members wasn't overly lavish in scale, but every dish on the table was made from ingredients so rare that even immortals would find them difficult to obtain. Such as severed dragon marrow, which was transformed from the marrow of a flood dragon that failed its heavenly tribulation tens of millions of years ago, preserved within earth veins, an extremely rare treasure in the world. Mortals who consumed it could prolong their lives. However, cultivators definitely wouldn't bother digging this out from earth veins because severed dragon marrow held no value for cultivators. It was said that in secular dynasties, a drop of severed dragon marrow liquid the size of a little fingernail could be worth a fortune. Yet it remained priceless and unavailable in the market. And at the Cloud Prince Manor's banquet there was actually a full basin of severed dragon marrow placed right in the center of the table. Yes, a basin. Just this single dish's value should be enough to buy the entire Taiyuan city, right? Chen Yan sighed inwardly like this. Today, Lu Li and the others would stay overnight at the prince's manor, and at dawn tomorrow they would return to the sect together with Princess Qin Yue. At that time, Qin Yue's identity would no longer be that of a princess, but could only and would only be a cultivator, though this cultivator's identity was no ordinary one. She was the personal disciple of Qingchen Peak's true Dharma elder Bai Kaiming, and also the successor to the chief disciple position after Chu Xiao steps down in the future. Cloud Prince Qin Ming sat in the host's seat, his fingers lightly tracing the edge of the jade cup in his hand, then stood up. Today's banquet serves two purposes: first, to welcome the honored immortal masters of Kongshan sect, and second, to bid farewell to my daughter Qin Yue. Cloud Prince said this. As everyone knows, Yue is my eldest daughter, my first child. Since she was young, I have placed many expectations upon her. I originally thought my daughter would live comfortably under my protection, leading a peaceful and stable life. But 2 months ago, the arrival of that Star Heaven sect elder changed everything. That Star Heaven sect elder's desire to take Yue as his disciple was very strong, solely because Yue possesses the glazed pure body that appears only once in 10,000 years. If everything goes smoothly for Yue, even the upper 3 realms might only be the starting point. After learning of Yue's exceptional talent, considering the deep friendship accumulated over thousands of years between my Qingchen family and Kongshan sect, I preferred to have Yue join Kongshan sect. That's why we have this connection today. This toast is to Kongshan sect and all the honored immortal masters of Kongshan sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ming raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go, his Adam's apple moving rhythmically as the wine went down. Then he placed the jade cup on the table. Steward Yang, standing nearby, quickly refilled Cloud Prince's wine cup. Cloud Prince picked up the wine cup from the table again, then turned toward Qin Yue's direction. And this toast is for my daughter Qin Yue, he said, his eyes beginning to grow increasingly resolute. From today onward, our father-daughter relationship is hereby severed completely. No one questioned what the Cloud Prince said. It seemed as if his words were completely normal, because his act of severing ties with his own daughter was, in fact, quite normal. After all, Qin Ming was the Cloud Prince, the younger brother of the current Qin family emperor, possessing a certain claim to the throne's succession rights. Consider this: what would happen when a lower-ranking heir to the throne has a daughter who becomes the direct disciple of an inner court elder of Kongshan sect? Qin Ming would definitely be forced to give up his claim to the throne. But this severance of the father-daughter relationship was actually just giving the emperor a way to save face. What Qin Yue ultimately decided to do, whether to acknowledge her father or not, would still be entirely up to her own decision. After the Cloud Prince finished his opening remarks, the banquet officially began. Lu Li, as the guest of honor, sat to the right of the Cloud Prince. Qin Yue sat to the left of the Cloud Prince. As for Chen Yan, Zhang Fei, and Li Zixiu, the 3 of them sat together. Tusk, I never expected it, the glazed pure body, the glazed pure body. Zhang Fei looked completely distracted. Ever since Li Zixiu returned from her walk with Qin Yue and told Zhang Fei that Qin Yue possessed the once-in-10,000 years glazed pure body, and that she had already been accepted as a direct disciple by Chen Peak's true Dharma elder Bai Kaiming, his mindset had completely shattered. The gap between people was simply too vast. Although Qin Yue was only 15 years old now and still an ordinary mortal. With the glazed pure body, as long as her talent wasn't too poor, she would definitely break through to the martial spring realm within 2 years. Within 5 years at most, she could advance to the Qi Si realm. Chen Yan knew even more that after the catastrophe 2 years later ended and Chu Xiao resigned from her position as chief disciple, Qin Yue would replace Chu Xiao and become Chen Peak's new generation chief disciple. There's no helping it, how smooth a person's cultivation path is and how far they can ultimately go is all predetermined from the moment they're born. Li Zixiu said with a bitter smile. That's not entirely true to say. Zhang Fei shrugged. Ever since the falling star sword immortal Su Hongzhen fell 7,000 years ago, Chenping continent hasn't produced even a single immortal ascension realm great master in 7,000 years. That means the path to immortality has been severed, so what if you have heaven-defying talent, you still can't achieve longevity? As he spoke, Zhang Fei continued to raise his wine cup. What nonsense are you talking about? Can you even reach the Qi Si realm in this lifetime, and you're still talking about immortal ascension? Li Zixiu teased with a laugh. HMPH. Zhang Fei snorted quite disdainfully, then picked up his wine cup. Suddenly he choked, cough cough. Zhang Fei coughed twice, then furrowed his brow tightly. Oh. Li Zixiu tilted her head to look at Zhang Fei, appearing somewhat amused. A proper qi circulation realm cultivator can actually choke while drinking wine. None of your business. Zhang Fei cursed, then suddenly frowned, cough cough cough. Something wasn't right, ha 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 ha. Cough. Li Zixiu, who had been teasing him nearby, also suddenly coughed once. She frowned, raised her hand to gently stroke her neck twice, then coughed 2 more times, so itchy. Cough cough cough. Cough 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 cough. The coughing sounds began to rise and fall one after another. A rather bad premonition slowly rose from the depths of Chen Yan's heart, and his throat also began to gradually dry out. Vda. A mist of blood sprayed out. It was Qin Yue. Her face was pale, her lips purple, her eyes bloodshot, appearing unsteady and as if she had already lost half her life. Princess. You're cough cough cough. The Cloud Prince's face also suddenly turned purplish red, then instantly turned pale again as he vomited foul blood. The situation in the venue seemed to be getting worse and worse. Chen Yan was the same. He felt the sluggish circulation of true energy within his own meridians. Although he mobilized all his true energy to protect his martial spring and meridians, it was still useless. Vda. A mouthful of blood sprayed from Chen Yan's mouth. His vision began to darken, and he felt the blood surging within his body as if all his blood vessels were about to burst. No, can't die like this without knowing why. Relying on his willpower, Chen Yan strained to widen his eyes, wanting to remember every detail of the current scene. The Cloud Prince and his daughter had already turned into 2 cold corpses, collapsed on their chairs. The other people from Cloud Prince Manor were the same. Zhang Fei and Li Zixiu beside Chen Yan were also the same, slumped over the table convulsing, bleeding from all 7 orifices, already with no possibility of survival. There should only be 2 living people left at the banquet now, him and Lu Li, the only 2 martial spring realm cultivators in the prince's manor. Chen Yan's gaze suddenly shot toward Lu Li's direction. Lu Li's condition didn't look good either, his face pale, his aura unstable and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He looked like he could die at any moment. Ugh. Chen Yan opened his mouth as if wanting to say something to Lu Li, but the moment he opened his mouth, a large amount of blood overflowed from his oral cavity, completely unstoppable. Chen Yan only felt his consciousness becoming increasingly blurry, his hands and feet gradually turning cold and his entire body going numb. Then, this reincarnation rating. B promoted multiple nodes, comprehensive evaluation improved. Accumulated cultivation, early martial spring realm. Reincarnation reward, cultivation realm increased by 1 minor state. Reincarnation settlement complete. Host will return to the previous reincarnation record point, inherit the accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. Ha! Chen Yan suddenly snapped back to reality, confirming what environment he was currently in. All around were lush, neatly trimmed plants, and on the ground were solidified bloodstains, traces of a fight that had occurred not long ago. He was currently in Cloud Prince Manor in the courtyard where the Kongshan sect cultivators were staying. As for the time, Instructor Liu, you're too kind. When Instructor Liu was still at Yuanhua Mountain back in the day, I also received no small amount of grace from Instructor Liu. The cultivator wearing Kongshan sect robes with Yuanhua Mountain patterns on his chest said this. Li Hanju, he hadn't returned to Kongshan sect yet, and Kaiyan Zun was still unconscious nearby. The timing was now clear. Chen Yan calmed his mind and began to think about everything that was about to happen. Attend the banquet hosted by the Cloud Prince, then everyone suddenly starts experiencing dry, itchy throats, finally vomiting blood and dying. Poisoning, then who administered the poison? Cloud Prince Manor's entire staff was wiped out, and even the Kongshan sect cultivators suffered disaster. A poison that could even kill Martial Spring Realm cultivators was definitely not the work of ordinary mortals. Just then, the figures of the dying Lu Li and the already deceased Qin Yue flashed through Chen Yan's mind. Wait a moment. The two people who were supposed to become Kingchen Peak's martial elder and Kingchen Peak's chief disciple were both going to die today in Cloud Prince Manor. Chen Yan widened his eyes, his heartbeat accelerating as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. Like Newton watching an apple fall from a tree, a flood of information poured into Chen Yan's mind. He simply hadn't been paying attention before. Why had he only realized this now? Fate could be changed. Just like Qi Yadong, who shouldn't have died in the outer court competition, and Qin Yue and Lu Li, who shouldn't have died in the prince's manor. Including Zhang Zishun, who was personally captured by Elder Fu Kaiyan, and Lin Kaifeng, who was imprisoned by the sect master at the rear cliff of Kongyuan Mountain. Their experiences undoubtedly declared the same thing. That their fates had all changed. And the only variable causing these fate changes was his own reincarnation. It was the butterfly effect and direct impact generated by Chen Yan's reincarnation that had led to all this happening. Why so slow? Lu Li asked Chen Yan while applying slight pressure with his true energy. Chen Yan had already experienced this. In the previous reincarnation, he had dealt with Lu Li's questioning in a perfunctory manner. In this life, he didn't plan to do that again. Instead, he would take a more radical approach. The reincarnation evaluation he achieved in the previous cycle was B rank, the highest level he had attained so far. Chen Yan recalled the comments from the reincarnation evaluation. Promoted multiple nodes, commendable. If he wasn't mistaken, the so-called nodes in the reincarnation evaluation should refer to reincarnation record points. That year at 15, being awakened by Cheng Ziying in the outer court residence courtyard was one node. That late night when he was startled awake by nightmares and coincidentally met Chu Xiao at the Peak Pavilion counted as a node. During the outer court competition, when Zhang Zishun showed weakness and tried to curry favor with him, that should be considered a node. And then came now, this afternoon in Taiyuan City's Prince Manor where everyone would be poisoned, also a node. The evaluation said that in this reincarnation cycle, he had promoted multiple nodes, thus earning the B rank evaluation. This was important intelligence. And the reincarnation evaluation reward was also the most generous Chen Yan had received so far. Chen Yan's current cultivation level had already reached the middle stage of Martial Spring Realm. If he were to rely on his own talent and cultivate by himself, even given 1,000 years, he would have little hope of breaking through to the middle stage of Martial Spring Realm. Relying on the high evaluation reincarnation rewards, he might truly have hope of breaking through to Qi Si Realm. Even ascending to immortality wasn't completely impossible. Setting aside these thoughts, what Chen Yan needed to face most urgently right now was Lu Li's questioning. Instructor Lu. Chen Yan made a bowing gesture. This disciple went to the Immortal Gambling Den in Taiyuan City on the way back. Gambling Den. Lu Li's eyebrows raised slightly. What did you go there for? That was the last place steward Song Mingde of the Outer Court Merit Hall visited before his death. This disciple is investigating this matter under the orders of Martial Elder of Kingchen Peak. Chen Yan said. He revealed everything without concealment, completely disregarding the relationship between Lu Li and true Dharma elder Bai Kaiming of Qingchen Peak, as well as Bai Kaiming's suspicious nature. Chen Yan wasn't worried at all about information leakage, because no one would survive tonight's banquet. If everyone died, it would be as if nothing happened. Lu Li didn't speak, and his expression showed little fluctuation. Instead, Zhang Fei beside them widened his eyes, wearing an expression that said, "Is this something I should be hearing?" Moreover, Steward Song had actually died. This wasn't something to spread around, better pretend he heard nothing. Zhang Fei thought this way. "Did you find out anything?" Lu Li asked. "Perhaps I found some clues." Chen Yan replied, "Then remember to report to Elder Fu when we return." Lu Li said. In fact, Lu Li's position fell under Fu Qian's jurisdiction. Lu Li was an instructor at Qingchen Peak Scripture Hall. His direct superior was the Scripture Hall steward, and the Scripture Hall steward's superior was the Qingchen Peak Scripture Hall Elder Lan Wei, whom Chen Yan had met before. Elder Lan Wei was Elder Fu Qian's direct subordinate. Chen Yan didn't detect anything unusual from Lu Li's reaction, unsure whether he genuinely knew nothing or was pretending to know nothing. Honored Immortal Masters. Steward Yang walked into the courtyard with a beaming smile, saying to Lu Li and the others, "His Highness the Prince invites all Immortal Masters to a banquet in the main hall at U hour today to welcome and honor you all." The show was beginning. Chen Yan thought to himself. The main hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone in the prince's manor was elated about Qin Yue soon joining Kongshan's sect, with joy evident on every face. Because the princess entering Kongshan's sect wasn't just her own personal matter. Although after Qin Yue entered the sect, her relationship with the prince's manor would be officially severed, everyone still knew that Cloud Prince Qin Ming had a cultivator daughter. Chen Yan sat in his seat, quietly witnessing all this. The more cheerful the atmosphere in the hall became, the more horrifying Chen Yan found it. Before long, everyone present would become corpses. Ugh. Qin Yue also remained silent, sitting to the left of the main seat, watching the people in the hall. Then she shifted her gaze to Chen Yan sitting opposite her. Ever since the Kongshan sect cultivators arrived at the prince's manor today, Qin Yue couldn't help focusing her attention on him. His handsome appearance was one thing, but mainly Qin Yue inexplicably felt that this senior brother had a strange attraction about him. This afternoon, she had asked Li Zixiu about him. His name was Chen Yan, a personal disciple of the Kongyuan Mountain sect master and Lin Kaifeng's disciple. Not long ago, he was just an outer court disciple. Reportedly, both his opportunity to become an inner disciple and his performance in the outer court competition were quite controversial. Even now, Qin Yue found it difficult to shift her attention away from him. Because just moments ago, Chen Yan's gaze had swept over her. For some reason, she felt that when Chen Yan looked at her, it was like he was looking at a dead person. What a strange person. After she entered the sect, she must definitely stay away from such people. Qin Yue certainly wasn't some love-struck fool, otherwise, even as Bai Kaiming's personal disciple, she couldn't have reached the chief disciple position so quickly in the future. She just thought Chen Yan's appearance was quite good and the aura about him was different from those around him, which made her curious, nothing more. Everyone. Until Cloud Prince at the main seat stood up, this banquet was about to be officially announced as beginning. Chen Yan didn't eat a single bite of anything from the banquet feast. Even when the Cloud Prince offered a toast, he merely went through the motions of raising his wine cup and pretending to drink without actually consuming a single drop. Despite this, he knew he couldn't escape death. He simply hoped to live a little longer. Since such extensive effort had been put into poisoning, someone would definitely come to clean up afterward. Chen Yan's goal was to meet the person who would handle the aftermath. No one present at the banquet would survive. After everything was over, the person who came to clean up the scene would be the breakthrough point. Just like Zhang Zishan had been before, although Chen Yan was currently in the open while his opponent remained hidden. When Chen Yan entered the cycle of reincarnation next time, their positions would completely reverse. Beside him, Zhang Fei was still chatting casually with Li Zixiu. However, the content of their conversation had changed significantly compared to the previous cycle. This should count as a low-level alteration of fate, Chen Yan thought to himself. Cough, cough, cough. When coughing sounds suddenly erupted from nearby, Chen Yan's heart leaped into his throat. He knew it was finally beginning. Coughing echoed throughout the grand hall one after another, with Chen Yan being the only exception. He coldly observed everything happening before him, confirming that the poison was hidden in either the food or wine. One person after another vomited blood, convulsed, collapsed, and died before his eyes. Cough, cough, senior brother Chen. Zhang Fei lifted his head, eyes bloodshot, breathing heavily as he looked at Chen Yan with great difficulty. Rest in peace. Chen Yan said softly. Blood slowly trickled from the corner of Zhang Fei's mouth, his limbs gradually losing strength. Eventually, his body completely lost all signs of life. Truthfully, Chen Yan quite liked this kid Zhang Fei, polite, driven, and reliable when assigned tasks. I'll bring you back to life too, just not in this lifetime, Chen Yan silently vowed. In the end, only 2 people remained alive among those present, Chen Yan and Lu Li. Lu Li looked at Chen Yan sitting upright in his chair, then slowly closed his eyes. Did you do this? His voice flowed calmly, though somewhat weak, his tone remarkably composed, as if he had just woken from an afternoon nap and nothing had happened. Lu Li truly was an extraordinary person, Chen Yan thought. I didn't do it. Chen Yan shook his head. I also want to know who did this. I'm about to die, there's no need to lie to me. Lu Li said, I know you're dying too, so I'm not lying to you. Chen Yan stated frankly. You mean you knew the food and wine were poisoned? Lu Li asked, something like that. Chen Yan replied, why didn't you say anything? Because it wasn't necessary. Ugh. Lu Li fell into brief silence. Is there anything you want me to convey to the sect? Like telling Bai Kaiming that the talent and disciples he favored all died on the same day. Chen Yan asked, his words were undoubtedly sarcastic. The qi fluctuations emanating from Lu Li suddenly intensified, making Chen Yan sense a dangerous aura. With a mental command, a wind bullet surged from Lu Li's martial spring and flew toward Chen Yan's head. Chen Yan merely tilted his head slightly and dodged the wind bullet attack. Lu Li was at the peak of the martial spring realm, half-step into the qi si realm. His theoretical strength far surpassed Chen Yan's mid-martial spring realm level. But in his current state, he was no match for Chen Yan at all. The present Lu Li was barely clinging to life solely by the qi surging from his martial spring. Martial spring realm. Lu Li frowned, deeply shocked by what he was witnessing. Chen Yan had actually reached the martial spring realm. A 17-year-old at the martial spring realm could absolutely rival any heaven-chosen talent from any sect on the Chenping continent. No, surpass them. Moreover, Chen Yan had grown up in the outer court, a place extremely lacking in cultivation resources. If that was the case, cause of calamity. Lu Li said calmly. Why do you always see me as the villain? Chen Yan laughed bitterly twice, but it's true that I've reached the martial spring realm. Lu Li's body grew increasingly heavy. He was at the end of his rope and couldn't hold on much longer. Even his consciousness was growing blurry. You've already killed me once, I don't want to die by your hand again. Chen Yan said, I can't kill you. Lu Li said slowly. I can see that. Kill me. Ugh. Chen Yan remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. Answer one question for me and I'll grant your wish. Lu Li gasped for breath, almost unable to speak. His martial spring nearly dried up. So Lu Li simply nodded. Did you know about Song Ming's death? Chen Yan asked. Lu Li shook his head and with great effort lifted his head to speak with what remained of his strength. Is his death really that important? I don't know either. Chen Yan said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chen Yan raised his hand and pointed his finger at Lu Li's chest. Back then this is how you killed me. Chen Yan murmured as if talking to himself, now we're even. Kongshan finger, qi compressed at Chen Yan's fingertip before shooting toward Lu Li's chest. Lu Li's protective qi had become completely useless, like rice paper easily pierced through by Chen Yan's Kongshan finger. The qi exploded in Lu Li's chest, creating a fist-sized hole. This Kongshan finger strike deprived Lu Li of his last breath of life. He flew backward along with his chair, crashing against a pillar in the prince's grand hall before lying completely still. From his open, dimmed eyes, one could still see the confusion and bewilderment he felt before death. This was the first time Chen Yan had seen Lu Li, who usually sat high and mighty on the scripture platform like a banished immortal in such a wretched state. His corpse resembled a tragically killed stray dog by the roadside. Was I this pitiful too when I died? Chen Yan let out two dry laughs. He felt no satisfaction from revenge, or rather, his hatred for Lu Li had long since faded through the cycles of reincarnation. The same went for his love for Cheng Ziying. For someone who could undergo reincarnation, what meaning did life and death truly hold? The only reason he still wanted to revive Cheng Ziying was to give closure to his previous 20 cycles and bid farewell to his past. Suddenly, an immense presence emerged from behind him, finally here. Chen Yan turned around with calm composure, smiling as he focused on the person who had appeared in the grand hall. But when Chen Yan clearly saw the face of the person behind him, the smile on his face slowly froze and gradually disappeared. Elder Lan Wei. "It's me," Lan Wei said with a smile. A flash of white light appeared before Chen Yan's eyes and then he was decapitated. This reincarnation rating, see mental state made breakthroughs but cannot conceal foolish nature. Accumulated cultivation. Martial Spring Realm Mid-Stage. Reincarnation reward, hidden immortal art minor mastery. Reincarnation settlement complete. Host will return to previous reincarnation record point, inherit accumulated cultivation from this reincarnation, and restart life. The Lan Wei. This person was the scripture hall elder of Qingchen Peak in Kongshan sect. He was amiable by nature and had left quite a deep impression on Chen Yan during the outer court competition. He was Fu Kaiyan's trusted confidant and right-hand man. There was only one answer for why Elder Lan Wei would appear here. It was definitely under Elder Fu Kaiyan's instructions. Chen Yan suddenly realized how truly foolish he had been. Really, he only knew that after the catastrophe in the outer court ended, Bai Kaiming's faction were the biggest beneficiaries. But he didn't realize that this kind of power struggle was mutual. Were Fu Kaiyan's lineage really so pure and innocent? The victor becomes king, the loser becomes a bandit. They had simply lost. Chen Yan suddenly realized that Lin Kaifeng's advice to him had always been correct. Don't get involved in Qingchen Peak's mess. But he hadn't listened. And now, with 2 lives as lessons, he finally understood how right Lin Kaifeng's words were. Instructor Lu, you're too polite. When Instructor Lu was still at Yuanhua Mountain, I also received much grace from you. Li Hanju's voice came through. Chen Yan opened his eyes, then his thoughts rapidly churned. What should he do next? The reason Elder Fu Kaiyan chose to take action against Lu Li and Qin Yue indicated he had realized that from the loss of the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul to Song Ming's death, Elder Bai was likely behind it all. Fu Kaiyan might not yet know what Bai Kaiming intended to do, but his intuition and experience told him he couldn't just wait passively. Qin Yue possessed the glazed pure body, and given time, she would definitely become a top combatant for Bai Kaiming's faction. As for Lu Li, he was an even more troublesome chess piece that Bai Kaiming had planted within the scripture hall. In conflicts at the level of Fu Kaiyan and Bai Kaiming, making Chen Yan vanish into dust was merely an instant's work. But he wasn't completely without backing either. Chen Yan looked down at the gold-trimmed cloud crane patterns on his sleeve. Although somewhat reluctant to admit it, the other 2 grasshoppers tied to the same rope with him were indeed his only reliance. I'll return to the sect first then, everyone take care. Li Hanju said, then left with Kaiyan Zun, Instructor Lu. Before Lu Li could speak, Chen Yan proactively stepped forward first, then bowed. This disciple has some matters to attend to and wishes to temporarily take leave. What matters? Lu Li asked. Some personal affairs. Chen Yan replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. If Lu Li refused his request, Chen Yan wouldn't mind confronting him. His current cultivation had reached Martial Spring Realm mid-stage with minor mastery of the hidden immortal art. He could clearly feel the smooth circulation of his true energy after his cultivation arts realm improved. The hidden immortal art was definitely no ordinary cultivation method. From its ability to conceal energy signatures, even making true immortals unable to see through his cultivation level, this was evident. Not every cultivation method could carry the character immortal in its name. At the very least, none of the cultivation methods from the 5 great sects of Chenping continent had that qualification. At the same time, Chen Yan also possessed the Soul Ice Needles and Shadow Binding Rope, two magical instruments. Although Lu Li's cultivation was at Martial Spring Realm peak and above, half-step Qi Sea Realm, Chen Yan still had confidence he could escape from Lu Li's hands. No matter what, he had to go to the management office to seek reinforcements. Perhaps he could flee Taiyuan City alone, but Chen Yan was unwilling to do so. Chen Yan had experienced about 30 reincarnations so far. He had already realized the importance of each reincarnation node. Perhaps escaping could free him from the current reincarnation node, but it couldn't free him from the quagmire of fate. Chen Yan wanted to borrow Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng's power to completely shake off Fu Kaiyan's control. Personal affairs, Lu Li remained silent for a moment, his thoughts unreadable. But soon Lu Li spoke. "All right, go quickly and return soon. This sect mission is critically important. Don't cause more trouble for your master." This disciple understands. Chen Yan bowed to Lu Li again, then immediately left Cloud Prince Manor and hurried toward the direction of Kongshan Sect's stationed envoy residence. When he reached the management office, the elderly stationed envoy was still sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. "Fellow Taoist." Seeing Chen Yan enter the courtyard, the old man seemed somewhat surprised. "Why have you returned so quickly?" "Senior, I need to send another urgent message." "No, I need to use the spirit mirror." Chen Yan said, "Spirit mirror." The station manager's expression slightly changed. The spirit mirror was quite a common mass-produced magical instrument in the cultivation world. Using spirit stones as medium, it could project images and transmit sound across distances in real time. But using the spirit mirror consumed massive amounts of spirit stones every second. For outposts of the stationed envoy residences level, although they were equipped with spirit mirrors, they might not be used even once in several years. "What happened that's so urgent?" the stationed envoy asked Chen Yan. "This junior has urgent matters that need immediate reporting to Elder Yue of Kongyuan Mountain's Alchemy Hall." Chen Yan declared clearly. "All right." The stationed envoy looked serious. "But this old man must state clearly up front, if the sect investigates the use of the spirit mirror, all responsibility will fall on you, fellow Taoist." "That goes without saying," Chen Yan replied. The stationed envoy was merely an outer court Qi circulation realm disciple. Perhaps in Taiyuan City, relying on Kongshan Sect's prestige and the importance of his position, his status was quite high. But before the sect, a stationed envoy was nothing. Chen Yan was different. Although Lin Kaifeng was still imprisoned at Kongyuan Mountain's rear cliff, he was still the sect master's personal disciple after all. His weight within the sect was considerably heavier, and if the sky fell, his master would support him. Although his master didn't seem particularly favored by the sect master within the sect either. The young page from the management office led Chen Yan to a room in the corner of the residence. The room wasn't large. In the center stood a huge mirror about 6 feet in diameter, surrounded by 24 stone sculptures, each embedded with 100 high-grade spirit stones. This was the spirit mirror and its formation array. As the formation array began operating, massive amounts of spiritual energy emerging from the 24 stone sculptures started gathering toward the spirit mirror. The spirit mirror began emitting dazzling light, then the scene of Kongyuan Mountain's Alchemy Hall slowly appeared on the projected image. "Junior brother Chen." The person appearing on the screen wore a yellow robe. It was Yue Kai's disciple Zhao Bin. "Senior brother Zhao, I have matters that need immediate reporting to Martial Uncle Yue." Chen Yan said, "What matters?" Zhao Bin asked. "Cloud Prince Manor has changed, Kingshan Peak has changed. Please ask Martial Uncle Yue to send reinforcements." Cloud Prince Manor, Main Hall. This was already the third time Chen Yan had sat here. Dishes were placed on the table before him one after another, and the order they were served matched exactly what had happened in the previous 2 reincarnations. The massacre at Cloud Prince Manor was, for the Kink Kingdom, an absolutely sensational event. Elder Lan Wei, being a 5th realm cultivator, could have personally destroyed Cloud Prince Manor as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. But he could not do that. The Kink Kingdom was subordinate to the Kongshan sect, which allowed the sect to establish stationed envoy residences in the kingdom's cities and counties, and in nearly all matters Kongshan sect cultivators had priority. In return, the Kongshan sect had to provide the Kink Kingdom with certain support and guarantees. If Cloud Prince Manor had been slaughtered by cultivators, and 4 of the dead were even Kongshan sect disciples, the Kongshan sect would have to investigate thoroughly and get to the bottom of it, or they would never let it go. Because that would be a trampling of the Kongshan sect's authority. But if it was poisoning, Elder Fu Kaiyan's faction would have far more room to maneuver. Chen Yan guessed that in the previous reincarnation after Lan Wei killed himself, he would have destroyed the evidence, then pretended that he had been the one who had poisoned Cloud Prince Manor, and then fled in fear of punishment. And he would have tossed the dirty blame onto his unlucky master. If there's a scapegoat, blame Lin Kaifeng. Chen Yan muttered this to himself inwardly. Of course, all of this was only Chen Yan's speculation, and what had happened in past cycles no longer mattered. Steward Yang quickly walked to the Cloud Prince and leaned close, lowering his voice to whisper something. The Cloud Prince's expression grew tense and urgent, and he stood up. Everyone's attention fell on the Cloud Prince, and his gaze fixed on the entrance to the hall. A tall, white-haired elder in a Bagua Taoist robe walked slowly into the hall. Young Wan Qin Ming greets Elder Yue. Standing by the table, the Cloud Prince bowed and saluted the elder who had entered the hall. At once, Lu Li's expression changed slightly, and he likewise stood up. As he bowed toward the elder, his gaze swept with deep meaning across to Chen Yan seated opposite the table. Direct disciple of the sect leader, Alchemy Hall of Kongyuan Mountain, Elder Yue Kai. Everyone in the main hall rose and saluted toward Yue Kai. Although most of those present did not know who exactly the white-haired elder in the Bagua robe was, since the Cloud Prince and immortal instructor Lu showed him such respect, they dutifully followed suit. Senior brother Chen. Zheng Fei, standing beside him, lowered his voice and cautiously addressed Chen Yan. Which elder is that? He is my martial uncle. Chen Yan answered softly as well. The white-haired elder was senior brother Chen's martial uncle. Senior brother Chen's master was Lin, personal disciple, which meant he was also a direct disciple of the sect leader. Kongshan sect was such a colossal entity with strict hierarchy. A direct disciple of the sect leader was in absolute terms a figure standing at the very peak of the sect. Ordinary outer sect disciples like him and Li Zixiu might never see someone of that level twice in their lives. Yue Kai said nothing. Everyone remained in their bowed salute, not daring to breathe. Yue Kai slowly nodded. Only then did everyone loosen slightly. His innate true energy shimmered in Yue Kai's pupils as his gaze swept over the dishes on the table, then fell on the wine jug. He had found the problem. Pour that wine away. Yue Kai said slowly. What? The Cloud Prince hesitated for a moment. Pour it away. Elder Yue Kai repeated just those 2 words. The Cloud Prince dared not ask more and quickly gave Steward Yang a look. Steward Yang had served in the manor for over 20 years and had sharp instincts. He moved deftly to pick up the wine jug from the table and carry it out. To be cautious, remove all wine and beverages in the manor. Yue Kai said, I comply with the order. The Cloud Prince said respectfully. This ruler over a large part of the western region of the Kink Kingdom bowed so low before the elder in the Bagua robe that it was almost unimaginable. No wonder Yue Kai was the sect leader's second disciple, a long famous figure in the world with profound cultivation. At the late emperor's 70th birthday banquet, Yue Kai had represented Kongshan sect and attended the celebration. Back then Qin Ming was still a prince and had admired Elder Yue's bearing. 30 years had passed since. Today's banquet ends here. Yue Kai said, the Kongshan sect disciples and that little girl over there will now return to my sect with me. His words were not a suggestion or an order, but a notification. As soon as he finished speaking, Yue Kai turned and left the main hall of the manor. It was as if saying, follow or bear the consequences. Cloud Prince. Lu Li cupped his hands toward the Cloud Prince. I will take my leave for today. It's fine, Immortal Instructor Lu. The Cloud Prince smiled and turned to look at Qin Yue. Qin Yue was looking at him as well. Go. The Cloud Prince said softly. Qin Yue said nothing, only nodded, and then followed the group of Kongshan sect cultivators as they left the main hall of the manor. From now on, the immortal and the mortal were parted. Outside the manor, on the streets of Taiyuan City. The sky was growing dark. Yue Kai walked at the very front, his hands clasped behind his back. Lu Li and the others followed about 10 paces behind. Chen Yan. Yue Kai suddenly spoke. Young one present. Chen Yan quickly replied, come here. Chen Yan stepped forward briskly and walked to Elder Yue Kai's side. You owe me a favor. Yue Kai said. Chen Yan gave a wry smile. I understand, Elder. Do you know how to repay this favor? Yue Kai asked. I am dull-witted. I beg my martial uncle to instruct me. Chen Yan answered, I want you to contend for the chief disciple position of Kongyuan Mountain. Chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. To be worthy of the title chief disciple were top prodigies like Chu Xiao and Li Haowen. Not to mention Kongyuan Mountain was the main branch of Kongshan sect. But Yue Kai's tone was remarkably calm, as if he were speaking of the most ordinary thing. Chen Yan was stunned and didn't know how to respond. This is not only my intention but your master's as well. Yue Kai continued. I have just entered the martial spring realm, I'm afraid. Chen Yan wanted to refuse and make excuses. Ha. Yue Kai only snorted. The meaning behind it was clear. He knew everything. I understand. In the end, Chen Yan could only answer like that. He did not know what schemes those two old men, Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng, were plotting. However, if he truly tried to compete for the Kongyuan Mountain Chief Disciple position with his current mid-martial Spring Realm cultivation, it could not be said that he had no chance. Come out then, how long are you going to keep skulking? Yue Kai suddenly stopped and called out. From the corner of the street a figure slowly emerged. Lan Wei greets Elder Yue. He walked slowly to Yue Kai's side. The mastermind behind all this smiled. His smile was so calm, so harmless. As if he had done nothing at all. Chen Yan took 2 steps back. Lan Wei maintained a very humble posture in front of Yue Kai. Yue Kai was the Alchemy Hall Elder of Kongyuan Mountain, while Lan Wei was the Scripture Hall Elder of Qingshan Peak. Based on their positions alone, the two seemed to be of equal rank, but in reality that was not the case. First, among the various peaks and mountains of Kongshan sect, the title Mountain inherently carried more weight and prestige than Peak. Second, Yue Kai's identity was that of a direct disciple of the sect leader, while Lan Wei originated from the core disciples of Qingshan Peak. The gap in their backgrounds and status was vast. Finally, there was the matter of their cultivation levels. Martial Uncle Yue Kai's cultivation realm was the final realm of the middle 3 realms, also the 6th realm of the 9 realms under immortality. The myriad transformations realm. Elder Lan Wei's cultivation realm was the 2nd realm of the middle 3 realms, the 5th realm of the 9 realms under immortality, the spirit connection realm. Considering all of the above, it was indeed appropriate for Lan Wei to adopt the demeanor of a junior when interacting with Yue Kai. Elder Fu truly has set a grand and intricate chessboard in motion. Yue Kai remarked. Outside, Yue Kai still had to maintain some semblance of face for this master of Kangwu residence, who was of the same generation as the previous sect leader. Even though behind his back he secretly referred to Fu Kaiyan as that old dog Fu. Elder Fu simply could not bear to see treacherous individuals hold sway. Lan Wei replied with a smile. Oh. Yue Kai revealed an expression brimming with interest. Who are these treacherous individuals? Surely Elder Yue has his own sense of justice and fairness in his heart. Lan Wei answered. Chen Yan turned slightly, casting his gaze towards the group behind him. Lu Li had his head slightly lowered, making it impossible to discern the expression on his lean face. As for Zheng Fei, Li Zixiu, and Qin Yue, these 3 were completely bewildered, unable to understand what Elder Yue Kai and Elder Lan Wei were actually discussing. Because the dialogue between Martial Uncle Yue Kai and Elder Lan Wei was entirely that of cryptic riddlers. If Chen Yan hadn't obtained sufficient intelligence through his cycles of rebirth, the expression he would be wearing right now would likely be identical to Zheng Fei and the others. So what does Elder Yue plan to do? Lan Wei inquired. Those behind me are all disciples of our Kongshan sect. Naturally, I will be taking them back to the sect. Yue Kai stated. Since that is the case, I, Lan, will not disturb Elder Yue any further. Lan Wei said, performing a respectful bow with clasped hands and taking 2 steps back. Simultaneously, he slightly raised his head and cast a meaningful glance in Chen Yan's direction. Then Lan Wei looked towards Lu Li. Lu Li slowly bowed towards Lan Wei's direction, saying nothing. He currently lacked the standing to speak. Go ahead. Yue Kai said, then promptly ignored Lan Wei. In the blink of an eye, Lan Wei's figure flickered and vanished without a trace. The matters that needed handling have all been handled. Yue Kai said slowly, retrieving a thumb-sized jade gourd from his sleeve. It's time to return to the sect. As soon as the words left his mouth, that thumb-sized jade gourd belonging to Yue Kai rapidly enlarged. This jade gourd was Yue Kai's prized magical treasure named the Green Jade Medicine Gourd. It was a middle-grade, 7th-tier magical instrument gifted to Yue Kai by the current Kongshan sect leader, Yun Yichen. It was said that pills and medicinal wines stored within this gourd would have their medicinal efficacy enhanced by half a grade. It was quite fitting for Yue Kai's identity as an alchemy hall elder. Furthermore, when propelled by Yue Kai's innate true energy, this green jade medicine gourd could also serve as a treasure for aerial flight. Cultivators below the Qi Sea realm lacked the ability to fly through the air. Therefore, using this green jade medicine gourd to transport Chen Yan and the others back to Kongshan sect was arguably the most suitable method. Lu Li, Chen Yan, and the others had ridden spirit horses, taking 2.5 shichen to travel from the sect to Taiyuan City. Yet, riding Elder Yue Kai's medicine gourd from Taiyuan City back to the sect took less than half a key. Thank you, Elder Yue, for the transportation. The green jade medicine gourd first flew to the outer court where Zhang Fei and Li Zixiu leapt off the gourd. Yue Kai merely gave a slight nod, not even lifting his eyelids. Subsequently, Zhang Fei and Li Zixiu bowed respectfully to Chen Yan and the others. Thank you, Instructor Lu and Senior Brother Chen, for your guidance during this sect mission. We wish the princess a smooth and broad immortal path. We will definitely meet again in the future. Chen Yan said with a smile. After that, Yue Kai flew towards the direction of Qingchen Peak. Yue Kai only stopped at the mountain gate of Qingchen Peak. Thank you, Elder Yue, for the transportation. Lu Li said, his voice still calm and gentle. Beside him, Qin Yue mimicked the respectful bow, though she said nothing. Because at this moment, she felt she still didn't fully understand immortal etiquette. Qin Yue would rather do nothing than risk making a mistake. Take the young lady to see Elder Bai now. Yue Kai said to Lu Li, then shifted his gaze to Qin Yue, casting an appreciative look her way. With the glazed pure body relying on this physique, the achievements you may attain on the immortal path in the future may not necessarily be inferior to Chu Xiao's. Qin Yue remained silent, merely continuing to bow respectfully in Elder Yue Kai's direction. Who was Chu Xiao? Qin Yue didn't know. However, she knew her own physique was special, a constitution exceptionally suitable for cultivating immortality. It was precisely for this reason that the offering elder from Star Heaven sect had wanted to take her as a disciple. She recalled the words senior sister Zixiu had spoken while walking with her in the manor. Among cultivators, distinctions of rank and grade were even more crucial. She was born noble as a princess, and upon stepping onto the immortal path because she possessed the glazed pure body, she became a direct disciple of an elder. Frankly speaking, she felt fortunate or perhaps simply lucky regarding her birth and innate talent. Because Qin Yue didn't know how she would manage to live if her experiences were the same as Li Zixiu's, she probably would have collapsed long ago. Only martial uncle Yue Kai and Chen Yan remained on the jade gourd. How did you know something would happen at Cloud Prince Manor? Yue Kai asked Chen Yan. This disciple has had some dealings with Elder Fu Kaiyan in recent times and learned of it by chance. Chen Yan replied. That old dog Fu. Yue Kai snorted lightly, then continued cursing. To actually attempt to poison and kill a mortal youth, it's utterly inhuman. Yue Kai had long known that a massive powder keg was buried within Qingchen Peak. The conflict between the true Dharma lineage and the martial discipline lineage. This conflict had long since reached a point of complete irreconcilability, but no one imagined it would develop to this extent. It had escalated from covert struggles and overt contention to mutual slaughter. Everyone knew Elder Fu Kaiyan's character was shadowy and decisive, but few knew that Elder Bai Kaiming might be playing an even grander game of chess. The calamity that would occur over 2 years from now was very likely deeply connected to the Qingchen true Dharma lineage, but Chen Yan still lacked conclusive evidence. The object Song Ming left behind in the immortal gambling den of Taiyan City was most likely a crucial clue, but to obtain that object he would need Elder Fu Kaiyan's token. Thinking of this, Chen Yan couldn't help but sigh. Matters were indeed far more complex than he had imagined. Another week passed. During this time, Chen Yan did not act rashly, although Chen Yan did not know exactly how Elder Fu Kaiyan viewed Yue Kai suddenly appearing in Taiyan City and bringing Qin Yue back to the sect. Fu Kaiyan could, with his toes, guess that this matter had to be related to Chen Yan. Chen Yan's use of the spirit mirror would certainly be recorded in the management office. A single inquiry would reveal everything. Yue Kai had not explained to Chen Yan why he wanted him to become the chief of Kongyuan Mountain. Nor had he said how one could become the chief of Kongyuan Mountain. Yue Kai, however, behaved remarkably relaxed about it, as if Chen Yan could become chief simply because he wished it. But could Elder Yue really cover the sky with one hand? The answer, of course, was no. Although Yue Kai was the sect leader's personal disciple and an alchemy hall elder, a figure many core disciples and even most elders looked up to, in the presence of the sect's true big names, Yue Kai remained a minor player. Even above sect leader Yun Yichen stood the four Grand Elders: Grand Elder of Administration of Kongshan, Grand Elder of Discipline of Kongshan, Grand Elder of Martial Affairs of Kongshan, Grand Elder of Supervision of Kongshan. It was said that the current four Grand Elders of Kongshan all possessed cultivation at the 8th realm or higher, at least divine ability realm. And the current Grand Elder of Administration had reached the 9th realm, Dao Union. The Grand Elders usually did not meddle in worldly affairs. Their role was supervisory and to step in when necessary to set things right. Besides the four great Grand Elders, Kongshan sect also had some ordinary Grand Elders without any real power, numbering around 30. All of those Grand Elders cultivated above the 7th realm, that is, Unity realm or higher. These reclusive Grand Elders who normally stayed secluded and avoided worldly matters were the real foundation that made Kongshan one of the 5 great sects on Chenping continent. Back when Chen Yan was still an outer court marginal disciple, he had not felt much. At that time he even thought an outer court steward was an extraordinary figure. Only after he entered reincarnation and became a Kongyuan Mountain disciple did Chen Yan realize how narrow his earlier view had been. Lin Kaifeng was still reflecting on the back cliff. According to Yue Kai's senior uncle, sect leader Yun had no intention of releasing him. Let that rebellious disciple rot on the back cliff, that will be doing a favor for the sect. That, said Yue Kai's senior uncle, was sect leader Yun's exact words. It seemed his convenient master was truly not in the leader's good graces. Chen Yan pushed open the door of the dwelling and gazed at Kongyuan Mountain, at the mist drifting through the courtyard. Today, it was time. Qingchen Peak, Kangwu Residence. Fu Kaiyan sat upright before the chessboard, staring at a game that still had no clear winner. 3 hours earlier, True Dharma Elder Bai Kaiming had come to the Kangwu residence to pay a visit to Fu Kaiyan. Fu Kaiyan was the eldest and most senior among the 4 great elders currently on Qingchen Peak. Bai Kaiming was the youngest and least experienced. Now the other 3 great elders of Qingchen Peak were of Fu Kaiyan's disciples' generation. But Fu Kaiyan did not look aged. His temples were only streaked with gray and most of his hair remained black. Before Bai Kaiming became True Dharma Elder, he often came to visit Fu Kaiyan, who had served as Martial Elder of Qingchen Peak for over 2 centuries. After Bai Kaiming took office as True Dharma Elder and became the peak's second-ranking figure, that habit continued. Every time Bai Kaiming visited Kangwu residence, he played chess with Fu Kaiyan. At first, Bai Kaiming's chess was rather raw, sharp, but too overt in attack, far from a match for Fu Kaiyan. But at some point his skill steadily improved and grew ever more refined. Even his manner of addressing Fu Kaiyan had shifted subtly over time. From something like Great Uncle to Senior and finally to Elder Fu, Bai Kaiming had now reached the myriad transformations realm. This time Bai Kaiming only stayed at Kangwu residence a little over an hour. The two played chess while discussing recent events in the Chenping continent cultivation world. In the end, Bai Kaiming suddenly resigned by placing his piece down. "It's getting late, I need to check on my disciple's cultivation," he said. "That glazed pure body princess?" Fu Kaiyan asked. Indeed, Bai Kaiming replied with a smile. Fu Kaiyan nodded and said nothing more, letting Bai Kaiming leave Kangwu residence. They had discussed all the recent major events within the sect. Yet they both kept silent about Yue Kai's visit to Taiyuan City a week ago. There was a tacit understanding. After Bai Kaiming left, Fu Kaiyan sat at the chessboard for another hour. No matter how he analyzed this game, the loser would inevitably be himself. Ha! Fu Kaiyan first shook his head helplessly, then a sliver of ruthlessness crept into his gaze. Elder Fu. A disciple entered Kangwu residence and bowed to Fu Kaiyan. Speak. Outside Kangwu residence, a Kongyuan mountain disciple requests an audience. He says his name is Chen Yan. Let him in. Elder Fu replied calmly. Soon, a handsome young man stepped into Kangwu residence and, standing before the cold pool in the courtyard, saluted Fu Kaiyan. Disciple Chen Yan pays respects to Elder Fu. I didn't expect you'd still dare to come see me. Elder Fu looked at Chen Yan with a teasing tone. Why wouldn't I dare? Chen Yan said. Disciple still remembers the task Elder Fu entrusted to me. I came specially to report back. If I had known, I shouldn't have sent someone to take you to see Lin Kaifeng in the first place, Elder Fu said with a laugh, though there was no humor in his expression. Maybe I should have had Zhang Zishan kill you first. You jest, Elder Fu. Chen Yan maintained a nonchalant attitude as if unbothered by boiling water. Surely Elder Fu wants to know whose people murdered Steward Song. Why do you think I don't know? Fu Kaiyan said. Of course he knew who killed Song Mingde. He had bought Song Mingde specifically to gather dirt on the disciples from Bai Kaiming's faction. Whoever wanted Song Mingde silenced would naturally be connected to Bai Kaiming's people. At first Fu Kaiyan was furious and wanted to investigate thoroughly, but he also knew that if he dug too deep his own faults would surface. So Fu Kaiyan planned to drop it. After all, Song Mingde was only an outer court steward. What deep secrets could he have exposed? But Zhang Zishan's appearance completely changed his thinking. Someone from Bai Kaiming's faction had infiltrated the outer court with a Qi Sea realm cultivator and had been embedded for 20 years. What on earth did they intend to do? Embedding a covert agent of the Qi Sea realm in the sect's outer court for 20 years was by no means a simple task. Whether it was forging a background or concealing one's cultivation, both were exceedingly difficult. Bai Kaiming's infiltration into the sect's power structure might be deeper than anyone imagined. Fu Kaiyan was already over 600 years old. Among the Kongshan sect cultivators of his generation, those still alive now all possessed cultivation at the spirit connection realm or above. Yet among those still active on the front lines of the sect and holding real authority on the peaks, only Fu Kaiyan remained. In truth, sects rarely let a single cultivator hold real power for too long. That was precisely because problems could easily arise. Like Fu Kaiyan, after laying plans for centuries, the relationship network he had built within the sect had grown tangled and far-reaching. Even Chu Chen, the contemporary sword master elder of Qingchen Peak, was almost completely entangled with Fu Kaiyan. In fact, Fu Kaiyan had performed his duties as Qingchen Peak's martial elder consistently well and with integrity. It was for that very reason the sect allowed him to remain in power for so long. Only when a challenger appeared who dared to openly contest his authority did Fu Kaiyan finally bare his fangs. But even a schemer as experienced as Fu Kaiyan felt stunned by Bai Kaiming's handiwork. What shook Fu Kaiyan even more was that Bai Kaiming had exposed this 20-year-old covert agent because of the Song Mingde incident. That pointed to only two possibilities. 1. Bai Kaiming had planted many covert agents in the sect, not just Zhang Zishan. 2. Whatever Song Mingde uncovered was so important to the Qingchen true Dharma lineage that it required silencing by murder. And when he recalled the missing Black Flood dragon remnant soul, Fu Kaiyan ultimately decided to strike against the Qingchen true Dharma lineage. A prodigy like Chu Xiao, someone likely to break through the Qi Sea realm before 20, was a once-in-a-generation talent. Among the current disciples of the Kongshan sect, only Li Haowen of Yuanhua Mountain could compare to her. Thus Chu Xiao's position on Qingchen Peak was effectively unshakable. That held true until recently when a certain Qin Yue appeared in Taiyuan City. She possessed the glazed pure body, meaning she could rival Chu Xiao as a genius. Fu Kaiyan had no doubt about Bai Kaiming's intentions in wanting to take Qin Yue as an apprentice. So he planned to act first before open conflict erupted to remove a piece that could one day play a decisive role in Bai Kaiming's camp. But Fu Kaiyan's plan fell through. It failed because of the handsome young man standing before the cold pool at Kangwu residence, wearing the Dao robe of Kongyuan Mountain. Fu Kaiyan wanted nothing more than to slap this greenhorn into the cold pool. "You said you came to report, so what have you found?" Fu Kaiyan asked. "At present there are only some clues but nothing concrete yet," Chen Yan replied. "Then what are you here for?" Fu Kaiyan snorted coldly. "To borrow something from Elder Fu." "Borrow what?" "The Qingchen martial decree." Suddenly a shadow flashed toward Chen Yan, and he hastily raised his hand to catch it. Staring at the jade token in his palm, carved with the 4 large characters Qingchen martial, Chen Yan froze for a moment. He hadn't expected to obtain Fu Kaiyan's token so easily. He assumed he'd need to argue with Fu Kaiyan a while longer. Even then, it wasn't guaranteed he'd get the token. "Take it," Fu Kaiyan said simply. "The thing you asked for is given to you. If you fail to uncover anything, you will bear the consequences." "The disciple understands." Chen Yan bowed, pocketing the token and feeling its weight. This Qingchen martial decree felt different from the outer court administrator token his surrogate master had given him. He thought to himself. After receiving the Qingchen martial decree from Fu Kaiyan, Chen Yan left Kangwu residence. If Chen Yan had to judge Fu Kaiyan in a word, it would be decisive and ruthless with an impenetrable heart. The next most important matter was to head down to Taiyuan City's immortal gambling den again. Chen Yan wanted to find out exactly what Song Ming had discovered to merit being silenced. He was certain these matters tied into the catastrophe more than 2 years hence. By regulation, a disciple at the Qi circulation realm must provide sufficient reasons to the sect if he wants to descend the mountain. Taking on sect missions was the best reason. Many Qi circulation realm disciples who wished to go down would take simple sect tasks from the merit hall as cover, but if they failed to complete those tasks, they would face punishment. For example, confinement or reduced allocation of cultivation resources. In the most serious cases, they could even be blacklisted by the merit hall. Disciples at Martial Spring Realm and above were free to leave the mountain without restraint. Chen Yan's public cultivation remained at the early Qi circulation realm for now. He intended to display cultivation at the peak of Qi circulation within half a year. That speed of improvement was already shocking. With the backing of martial uncle Yue Kai, Chen Yan did not worry overly much about drawing attention. This time, however, Chen Yan did not need to take a sect mission to leave the Kongshan sect. He had the Qingchen martial decree. With a token of this level, Chen Yan could go anywhere within Kongshan sect without obstruction, except for a few restricted zones. After leaving the sect and reaching the stables run by the External Affairs Hall at the mountain foot to rent a spirit horse, Chen Yan changed his clothes, replacing his Kongyuan Mountain Dao robe with the common garb typical of the secular dynasty. His reason for disguising himself was simple. On his last trip to Taiyuan City's immortal gambling den, his identity as a Kongyuan Mountain disciple had been too conspicuous. Dressing plainly would be more convenient. He departed the Kongshan sect in the afternoon, and by the time he reached Taiyuan City's gates, the sun was sinking behind the mountains. Chen Yan rode a spirit horse toward the city gate at a leisurely pace. Spirit horses were not much different from ordinary horses. Only their coats were glossier, their bodies larger and stronger. Wearing common clothes rather than a Dao robe and with the hidden immortal art obscuring his aura, Chen Yan looked almost indistinguishable from an ordinary person. "Please stop." Just before Chen Yan set foot through the city gate, a spearman guarding the gate called out. "What is it?" Chen Yan tugged on the reins and looked down. The guard looked young, then raised his head to appraise the rider. "Esteemed sir," the guard said, rubbing the copper nails on his spear shaft with his calloused fingers. "According to Taiyuan city law, anyone entering the city after sunset must pay an additional public security tax." "A public security tax?" Chen Yan frowned, "but it's not after sunset yet." "Is that so?" The guard sounded surprised, then looked skyward and added with a threatening tone. "Sorry, sir, I say it's after sunset, so it is after sunset." Chen Yan wasn't angry, just somewhat amused and exasperated. He never would have imagined that he, a proper immortal cultivator, would actually be extorted by a lowly city gate guard. This had never happened to him, not even in his first life, let alone now. Chen Yan had indeed heard before that city gate guards would occasionally use all sorts of messy excuses to stop a few passers-by who looked like they had some grease to squeeze and who seemed kind and easy to bully, then extort them. He just never thought such a thing would happen to him. I don't have any money. Chen Yan replied, "Oh dear, that makes things difficult then." The guard's tone was odd and exaggerated. "If you can pay the public security tax, we can let you pass right now. But if you can't pay, you'll have to go to the government office to register, and who knows when you'll be let out then." "How much?" Chen Yan asked with a smile. "2 taels of silver. But I have no money." "Then I must ask the young master to dismount, and don't blame me for being impolite." The guard, who didn't look very old, had an even colder expression on his face. "Although I have no money, I do have this. Do you recognize it?" Chen Yan pulled out from his chest a palm-sized, intricately patterned, exquisite wooden plaque, carved with the 4 characters Kongshan Kongyuan. This was his identity proof as a disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. The guard leaned in a bit, squinting his eyes to look at the wooden plaque in Chen Yan's hand, then suddenly remembered something. "I can't read." He said it with such righteous confidence. Chen Yan sighed. Just as he was thinking about how to tease this reckless young guard next, the sound of clanking armor suddenly came from not far away. Another guard could be seen rushing over from the distance. He flew into a kick aimed straight at the reckless youth who had just tried to extort Chen Yan. "Damn it, you bastard." The reckless youth was kicked flying, and then the other guard cursed him out like that. The reckless youth crashed heavily to the ground, lifting his head in a daze, looking confusedly at the other guard, "Squad leader." The later arrival, whom the reckless youth addressed as squad leader, ignored him. Instead, he hastily bowed and offered apologies to Chen Yan on horseback. "Young master, I am truly, utterly sorry. That blind fool over there was just recently transferred to the city gate. His brain isn't working right. This humble one apologizes to you here, young master. I hope you, a great man, won't remember the faults of a small man. You at least are sensible," Chen Yan said with a smile. After speaking, Chen Yan lightly tapped the horse's belly with his heel, then immediately urged the horse forward into the city. The squad leader remained in his bowing, apologetic posture towards Chen Yan until Chen Yan had completely ridden away before straightening up. The squad leader walked up to the reckless young guard, lifted his foot, and kicked him again. "Do you have a death wish? You dare stop anyone?" the squad leader scolded. Seeing the squad leader react so violently, even the most reckless youth would definitely realize he had just made a huge mistake. The young guard's face turned fearful. "Squad leader, who exactly was that young master?" "That wasn't any young master, that was an immortal master." "Immortal master." The reckless youth's face instantly turned pale, and even his legs began trembling uncontrollably. An immortal cultivator? To ordinary people they were undoubtedly lofty, exalted beings. He had once personally seen a young master from a city's immortal cultivation family over some verbal spat punch someone's head until it exploded. Just like smashing a watermelon with a hammer, he had just tried to extort an immortal cultivator. He had truly just walked a circle in front of the gates of hell. But squad leader. The reckless youth stammered. "That person just now, he wasn't wearing a Taoist robe either." "Who told you immortal masters have to wear Taoist robes?" The squad leader gave the back of the young guard's head another slap. "Does your mother's undergarment have to be red? Use your brain more next time. You were just lucky today's immortal master was kind-hearted. If you ever run into one with a bad temper, he'd slap you to pieces." "Understood, squad leader." The young guard said dejectedly, picking up his spear from the ground before resuming his post. It seemed he wouldn't dare extort anyone again for a while. Chen Yan rode his horse, continuing towards the immortal gambling den. Taiyuan City, as the largest city in the western region of Qing Kingdom, had no curfew and its night market was quite bustling. At this hour, vendors who had just set up their stalls lined both sides of the street. Chen Yan riding a tall, handsome horse down the street naturally stood out quite a bit. Many of the city's commoners turned their heads, looking towards Chen Yan's direction. In those gazes there was curiosity, envy, and also jealousy. But compared to when Chen Yan had entered the city before wearing the Kongshan sect's Taoist robe, it seemed like something was missing from those gazes. What was it? Chen Yan pondered for a moment, then suddenly had an epiphany. It was fear. The ordinary people of this world had a deep-seated, bone-chilling fear of immortal cultivators. It wasn't just fear of their formidable power. To ordinary people, immortal cultivators were more like a different species. Even though these cultivators were once ordinary people themselves, 2 eyes, 1 nose, 1 mouth. This was probably also a manifestation of the divide between the immortal and the mortal. Chen Yan thought this to himself. The handsome horse beneath him slowly advanced down the street, soon arriving at the entrance of Taiyuan City's immortal gambling den. The immortal gambling den operated day and night, open for business all 12 hours of the day. This was normal. Body-forging realm cultivators could remain full of energy even after 3 days and nights without sleep, with no physical issues at all. Energy-channeling realm cultivators could even go half a month without sleeping. The doorman standing at the gambling den's entrance tonight was not the same one Chen Yan had seen when he came here last time. Chen Yan dismounted, then led his horse towards the gambling den's main entrance. The doorman also clearly noticed Chen Yan in his ordinary clothes, giving him a once-over. "Immortal Master, forgive this humble one's poor eyesight, but is this your first time at Taiyuan City's immortal gambling den?" The doorman stepped forward, blocking Chen Yan's path. "Yes, first time." Chen Yan replied. The Kongshan sect truly lived up to being one of the 5 great sects of Chenping continent. The treatment one received wearing the Kongshan sect's Taoist robe versus not wearing it was completely different. Chen Yan sighed inwardly. "Then you've come to the right place. This is the best gambling den for 10,000 miles around. After all, backed by the immortal masters of Kongshan sect, business is bound to be good." The doorman said with animated expressions, then suddenly lowered his voice, putting on a troubled look. "However, I must ask the immortal master to forgive my boldness. Our gambling den is great in every way, it's just that we have quite a few rules. We have to verify your funds first, you see." "Fine." Chen Yan took out a small money pouch from his chest, opening the mouth slightly to reveal a few high-grade spirit stones inside. "Oh, excellent, immortal master. I'm truly sorry, this humble one is just following procedure," the doorman said while taking the horse reins from Chen Yan's hand, heading towards a nearby stable. "Well then, immortal master, you can just go right in. Someone will naturally attend to you. I'll go tie up your horse. The fodder at our gambling den's stable is all top-quality spirit rice stalks, guaranteed to feed your horse well. You just relax and enjoy yourself." Chen Yan watched the doorman's retreating back, and for some reason he thought again of the reckless young guard he had encountered at the city gate earlier. The gap between people. Chen Yan sighed, clasping his hands behind his back as he slowly strolled into the gambling den. This was not Chen Yan's first time stepping into this place. The waves of shouting and clamor from the gambling den's outer area rushed over him. The sound of dice clacking against the bottom of a celadon bowl mixed with the clink of spirit stones dropping into pouches, feeling like hundreds of venomous insects crawling across his eardrums. What would this immortal master like to play? Just as Chen Yan stepped past the screen that separated the gambling den's entrance, a staff member hurried up to him. The flattering smile creased by the crow's feet at the corner of the man's eyes looked like crumpled paper. After returning to the sect from Taiyuan City last time, Chen Yan had overheard a few disciples talking about stories from the gambling den. He knew that these staff who latched onto newcomers immediately upon entry were called guide rats by the den, and gamblers referred to them simply as rats. For lone gamblers like Chen Yan, the den's rats were always the most enthusiastic. One reason was that the staff had to maintain a proper service attitude, and the other was that a solitary patron presented the best opportunity to squeeze out extra profit. "I'm looking for someone," Chen Yan said. "Which immortal master are you looking for?" "Manager Ding." When Chen Yan spoke the name, the rat's expression shifted slightly, then quickly returned to normal. "May I ask if the immortal master is?" Chen Yan scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was paying attention to him, then took a wooden token from his bosom and ran his fingertip over the 4 characters carved into it. "Kongshan Kongyuan, Kong Inner Gate, disciple of Kongshan sect." The rat began to stammer. His reaction was understandable. Kongshan's sect loomed like a mountain over the entire Taiyuan city. Whether it was the Cloud Prince or the City Lord, both would lower their heads before Kongshan sect's stationed envoy. And the stationed envoy was nothing more than an ordinary outer sect disciple of Kongshan sect. In fact, Kongshan disciples were relatively common here. Every day the den's inner and outer areas would show a few of their figures. What really surprised the rat was that this man, dressed plainly and looking like some rogue cultivator from who knows where, had suddenly produced an identity token of an inner gate disciple of Kongshan sect. He immediately began to worry that he might have said something wrong that offended a big shot in front of him. Go tell Manager Ding I'm looking for him and don't blab this to anyone or else. Chen Yan flipped the token closed and casually glanced at the staff member. In an instant, Chen Yan's true qi surged, a powerful pressure sweeping over him that was difficult to describe. In that single moment, every hair on his body stood on end and cold sweat trickled down his neck. Why yes. The gambling den's guide rat's Adam's apple bobbed twice and visible panic leaked from him. He then practically tumbled and scrambled toward the inner area. Chen Yan watched his hasty retreat and exhaled lightly. Although Chen Yan's cultivation, compared with those high-ranking figures in the sect who often rated spirit connection or myriad transformations, was like an ant, for ordinary mortals he only needed to emit a bit of true qi to become the master of all things in their eyes. About half an incense stick's time later, the same woman he had seen last time arrived. She wore a gauzy dress, was delicate-faced and tall, and walked up to Chen Yan with measured steps. Apologies for the wait, fellow cultivator. Please follow me. She said it simply businesslike. She handled things efficiently. Chen Yan did not say much either and followed her. Like last time, Chen Yan was led back to that private room. The woman pushed the door open, then turned slightly and gave Chen Yan a bow. Inside the private room, Manager Ding reclined sideways in a grand chair behind the table, holding a blade of grass between his teeth. When Chen Yan entered, he straightened up. You're not worried I'll pull up that potted plant on your table, are you? Chen Yan said. Manager Ding glanced at the potted plant on the table, gave a short laugh, then spat the grass from his mouth. If it's pulled up, we'll just replace it with another pot. Now, can you hand me whatever Steward Song gave you? Chen Yan produced a jade token from his bosom engraved with the 4 characters Qingchen Martial Decree. Of course. Seeing the Qingchen Martial Decree in Chen Yan's hand, Manager Ding smiled. I really don't know who you are, an inner gate disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, yet you can obtain Elder Fu's token. Are you trying to pry into Kongshan sect's internal affairs, Manager Ding? Chen Yan asked. No, I would never dare. Please don't pin such a big label on me. Manager Ding hastily waved his hands. A pigeon egg-sized jade flashed on his right thumb. No matter how many times Chen Yan looked, he could hardly reconcile this smooth, worldly, silk-clad gambling den manager with that rough-clothed, stubbled man who carried a great blade 2 years later. Yet they were, oddly enough, the same person. In other words, returning this hot potato at last makes me breathe easier, Manager Ding said, then reached into a secret compartment in the side wall of the private room and pulled out a palm-sized box which he handed to Chen Yan. This is what Steward Song entrusted me to keep. He said only Elder Fu of Qingchen Peak or someone holding the Qingchen Martial Decree or Steward Song himself could take it away. Chen Yan stared at the box in his hand very lightly. Inside it was the thing Steward Song risked his life to pass on. If you knew it was a hot potato, why did you take it at all? Chen Yan asked. Manager Ding smiled and said, I'm just a rogue cultivator. The reason I've risen to my current position is purely because of one word, righteousness. Ha, what a righteous word. Did anyone else come asking about this? Chen Yan continued. No, only you visited, Manager Ding answered. That made sense. Most people would never think that Song Mingde would hand such an important thing to a gambling den manager for safekeeping. If it weren't for Sun Lu accidentally learning of it, Chen Yan wouldn't have come here either. But Chen Yan could not let his guard down. Since Steward Song's incident, someone had been watching him. Zhang Zishan's appearance during the outer court competition was proof enough. Was no one watching him now? Chen Yan could not be sure whether his 2 visits to the den had been leaked and he was being observed. In the current situation, staying out in the open could mean danger at any moment. But what if he read the contents of this list first? Chen Yan thought to himself, information. Chen Yan understood the importance of information all too well. Throughout all his actions so far, Chen Yan had always been the one in the open while his enemies lurked in the shadows. It was precisely because of this that Chen Yan was almost always restrained and manipulated, and would always die for seemingly inexplicable reasons. Back when Chen Yan was still a talentless hack, idling away his years in the outer court, he never felt this world was particularly dangerous. Occasionally, a manager disciple or an administrator from the outer court would give him some simple tasks that required a bit of time to complete. Other than that, all he needed to do was lie flat and coast along. Well, except for that outer court catastrophe. But when Chen Yan began to get entangled with those major figures within the sect and gradually started to uncover the truth behind everything, the more he struggled, the darker this world appeared. Peace and tranquility were merely a superficial facade of this world. The true world of immortal cultivation devoured people without spitting out the bones. Chen Yan knew what he had to do. He left Manager Ding's side room and then found an unoccupied corner within the inner area of the gambling den. The box in his hand still had a restriction layer applied by Steward Song using his true chi. This was likely the last wisp of true chi Steward Song left behind in this world. Chen Yan circulated his own true chi and easily wiped away that restriction layer. He opened the box. Inside was only a piece of paper folded several times. Taking out the paper and unfolding it, Chen Yan discovered it only contained 13 names written in small, regular script. Just 13 names: Pei Qingshan Zhang He, Kiguan Jin Zhu Ziu He Furen Zhang Zishan Huomiu. This was somewhat troublesome. Chen Yan frowned. After obtaining Song Ming's list, he did not feel the sudden enlightenment or clarity he had originally imagined. The reason was simple. He simply didn't recognize the vast majority of the names on this list, let alone knew how to connect these names together. Zhang Zishan, he knew who that was. Another familiar name caught Chen Yan's attention. Zhu Ziu, supervisor of the outer court training grounds and acting elder of the outer court. Could it be that all 13 people on this list were sleeper agents arranged by Bai Kaiming within the various peaks and branches of the Kongshan sect? The current acting elder of the outer court was Bai Kaiming's sleeper agent? He couldn't jump to that conclusion just yet. For now, Chen Yan could only judge that the names written on this list must share some commonality. The most likely possibility was that these people were all Bai Kaiming's sleeper agents. Chen Yan read it several more times, committing all 13 names on the list to memory. Then he folded the paper and tucked it into his clothes. Time to return to the sect. Chen Yan walked out of the gambling den and waved at the doorman standing at its entrance. Immortal Master. Seeing Chen Yan emerge from the gambling den, the doorman was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Yan to come out so quickly. Bring my horse. Chen Yan said, right away, I'll go get it. The doorman was very nimble. He headed towards the stable nearby and soon brought Chen Yan's horse over. He didn't ask any extra questions, nor did he say anything more. Chen Yan mounted the horse and headed for the city gate. The journey from Taiyuan City back to the Kongshan sect was over 800 li and would take about 2.5 hours. If he had been marked from the very beginning, it was highly likely someone would attempt to intercept and kill him on his way back, just like they had killed Song Ming, and Chen Yan was already prepared to face death. It would be best if he could bring Song Ming's list back to the sect. Even if he couldn't, he had already obtained the intelligence Song Ming had hidden away. It was a cloudy, moonless night. The branches of the trees lining the road flew past rapidly behind him. The only sounds in Chen Yan's ears were the wind, the hoofbeats, and the horse's rapid breathing. Pei Qingshan Zhang He Kiguan Jin. At regular intervals, Chen Yan would silently recite the names on the list in his mind to reinforce his memory. Zhu Ziu He Furen. Suddenly, Chen Yan's peripheral vision caught a dark shadow swiftly flashing past on one of the trees beside the road. What was coming would always come. Chen Yan mobilized the true chi within his martial spring. His meridians were rapidly filled with true chi, ready to engage the enemy at any moment. The horse beneath him suddenly let out a shrill, terrified whinny as if startled by something immense. In the next instant, a blade's gleam flashed before Chen Yan's eyes, heading straight for his neck. He hurriedly raised his arm, using his forearm to block. At the moment the blade was about to touch Chen Yan's skin, his protective true qi erupted from the meridians in his arm. The sound of metal clashing, accompanied by sparks, sprayed onto Chen Yan's face. Using the immense recoil force coming at him, he flipped off the horse and rolled several times on the ground. Chen Yan quickly spun to his feet. Before fully rising, his palm lightly brushed against a shadow on the ground. Seizing this opportunity, he released the shadow binding rope into the shadow. Chen Yan wasn't carrying any weapons, he wasn't skilled in using them. Back in his first life, Chen Yan had acquired a sword of quite decent quality. Although it was a mortal weapon, it could still resonate with true qi. That sword had cost him 6 mid-grade spirit stones. Based on Chen Yan's income in the outer court at that time, that sword was worth a year's salary. His reason for buying that sword was simple and pure, because it looked cool. But Chen Yan was not adept at swordsmanship. So he found a manager-disciple at the training grounds who practiced the sword and gave him another 3 mid-grade spirit stones, wanting to learn swordsmanship. Before he could even practice with him twice, that sword-practicing manager-disciple met with an accident during an outer court mission and unfortunately died. The spirit stones were wasted again. Thus, Chen Yan's interest in learning the sword was almost completely extinguished. From then on, Chen Yan's sword became merely an ornament hanging at his waist. Even when he occasionally encountered conflicts and needed to fight, Chen Yan never drew his sword, relying solely on his fists. But these were all matters of the distant past now, back to the present. Having stood up from the ground, Chen Yan vigilantly observed his surroundings. Then, 2 figures landed in front of Chen Yan. Neither of them wore Taoist robes. Instead, they wore clothes similar to Chen Yan's, quite common among the ordinary people of the Qing Kingdom. However, compared to Chen Yan's attire, the clothes of the 2 men before him were clearly more suited for movement. Martial Spring Realm. One of the 2 men in front of Chen Yan let out a rather surprised sound. From their brief exchange just now, that person could clearly sense that Chen Yan's cultivation realm was definitely not the early qi circulation realm as reported, but a genuine martial spring realm cultivator. Chen Yan could also sense that the 2 men sent to ambush him were also both in the martial spring realm. Chen Yan exhaled a heavy breath, not daring to relax in the slightest. This was his first time truly crossing hands with martial spring realm cultivators. The premise is that fight with Lu Li doesn't count. That one really shouldn't count after all. Lu Li was already severely poisoned at that time, in a near-death state, truly at the end of his rope. Even a slightly more powerful qi circulation realm cultivator might have been able to finish him off. In fact, although the gap between each major realm is quite significant, among the 4 realms before the 5th realm, the passable God realm, they are merely quantitative changes, not qualitative ones. Forging the body to open the meridians leads to energy channeling. Gathering qi to condense a spring leads to the martial spring. The spring surging to form a sea leads to the qi sea realm. The first 4 realms are essentially just changes and accumulation in the quantity and scale of true energy. Chen Yan had already steeled himself with utmost focus, preparing to face the enemy. Similarly, the 2 martial spring realm cultivators opposite him, who had been sent by someone unknown to intercept and kill him, were also very wary. In the end, it was one of the cultivators opposite who made the first move. A blade light formed of true energy, glowing with a cyan radiance, came chopping down at Chen Yan's head and face. The movement was fast, but not faster than Chen Yan. He merely took half a step to the side and easily dodged the assassin's blade strike. Chen Yan was slightly surprised, because his intuition told him that even if he had taken that blade light head-on, he probably wouldn't have been seriously harmed. These 2 assassins were weaker than he had imagined. The sense of intimidation they brought to Chen Yan wasn't even as strong as that from Lu Li, who had been in a near-death state in the prince's mansion a few days ago. Even among martial spring realm cultivators, there are distinctions of strength and weakness. Even so, given Chen Yan's innate talent, even if he had stepped into the martial spring realm, he should have been among the weakest tier. But now, Chen Yan felt the skill level of these 2 martial spring realm assassins before him was clearly inferior to his own. Soon, Chen Yan figured out the reason: the hidden immortal art. Judging by the way these two assassins before him fought, they were clearly cultivators from the Kongshan sect. Before the Qi Si realm, the unified mental cultivation method practiced by Kongshan sect disciples is the Kongshan art. Chen Yan was the same. Having practiced both the Kongshan art and the hidden immortal art simultaneously, Chen Yan understood the difference between these two mental methods all too clearly. The Kongshan art, compared to the hidden immortal art, was like toilet paper. The method of circulating true energy was obscure and rigid. The degree of development for the meridians and the martial spring was also quite low. Even for the same person, the effect achieved by circulating true energy using the methods of the Kongshan art versus using the methods of the hidden immortal art was like heaven and earth. Take the Kongshan finger, for example. The reason this technique is so popular among the Qi circulation realm disciples of the Kongshan sect is entirely because this move has extremely high compatibility with the Kongshan art. Yet even so, when Chen Yan used the methods of the hidden immortal art to execute the Kongshan finger, the power he could unleash was still several times greater than the power unleashed using the Kongshan art methods. Thinking of this, Chen Yan exhaled another mouthful of turbid air and began to circulate the hidden immortal art with his full concentration. Instantly, all the energy auras Chen Yan had just released during the exchange vanished without a trace in an instant. At this moment, Chen Yan, standing beside the bluestone slab, was no different from an ordinary person who hadn't yet begun cultivation, playing mystical tricks. One of the assassins cursed, simultaneously pushing out two spiraling energy streams from both palms. Each spiral was layered with multiple levels of true energy, striking towards Chen Yan's chest with a momentum like a tidal wave. Chen Yan did not dodge. The moment the assassin's palm force struck Chen Yan's chest, several ripples suddenly appeared in the air before Chen Yan. All the multiple layers of energy force were absorbed and neutralized by these ripples. A flash of surprise first appeared in the assassin's eyes, followed by fear and terror. He had already realized he was absolutely no match for the person before him. Without any hesitation, Chen Yan condensed his internal true energy, raised his right hand, and threw a punch directly at the assassin's head. This punch easily shattered the protective true energy of the martial spring realm assassin before him, as if breaking through a thin layer of ice, and then the fist heavily smashed into the other's head. True energy erupted. The assassin's body instantly flew sideways. When he landed, a part of his skull was already sunken in, his neck twisted 180 degrees, and his body had already lost its vitality. Chen Yan's fighting style was extremely simple and brutal, just like when he was in the outer court competition. First, because this straightforward punching was indeed very effective in a one-sided, overwhelming confrontation. Second, because Chen Yan simply hadn't mastered many offensive techniques, especially offensive techniques for the martial spring realm. Even though Chen Yan's cultivation level had reached the mid-stage of the martial spring realm, his knowledge of the spells practiced by martial spring realm cultivators could be said to be non-existent. Yet this still couldn't change the fact that, relying on the purity and circulation efficiency of the hidden immortal art's true energy, Chen Yan could achieve invincibility within the same realm. At the very least, within the Kongshan sect or even the entire Chenping continent, there were no issues, because the advantage of the hidden immortal art was simply too great. After dealing with one assassin, there was still the other assassin. The other assassin, who held a blade, had completely lost his will to fight after seeing his partner killed instantly by Chen Yan's single punch. What kind of monster was this? Weren't we told that not long ago he was still a body-forging realm cultivator who had just advanced to the early stage of the Qi circulation realm? How could he punch a martial spring realm cultivator to death with one blow? Run! The assassin decisively darted into the forest beside the road, but how could Chen Yan let the other escape so easily? Chen Yan focused his spiritual sense. A black rope emerged from the assassin's shadow, binding his feet together. Then, another beautiful blue light shot from Chen Yan's direction towards the assassin. It was the soul ice needles. The soul ice needles easily pierced through the assassin's protective true energy, stabbing towards his martial spring, locking down all the meridians in his body. Chen Yan slowly walked forward, arriving beside the assassin. Who sent you to kill me? He asked coldly, what do you think? The assassin, bound by the shadow-binding rope on the ground, retorted. Chen Yan didn't speak. He just slowly crouched down, picked up the assassin's right hand from the ground, placed his thumb against the assassin's little finger, and suddenly exerted force, bending it backwards. Crack. After a crisp sound, the assassin's little finger twisted backwards in an extremely bizarre manner. The intense pain made the assassin involuntarily suck in a sharp breath. By Kaiming, Fu Kaiyan. Chen Yan continued slowly. Or someone else. Definitely not the two you mentioned. The assassin replied, right. Chen Yan nodded, then proceeded to twist the assassin's right ring finger and middle finger respectively. If it were the work of those two elders, they wouldn't have sent only two martial spring realm cultivators. So, is it Song Wen Cheng? The assassin, who had already had 3 fingers broken alive, began to grimace in pain. No. Tusk. Chen Yan clicked his tongue, then continued to break the assassin's right index finger. After that, he grasped the assassin's only remaining intact thumb. Then are you willing to tell me who exactly sent you? The assassin remained silent. Chen Yan let out a soft sigh, released the assassin's thumb, stood up, and began to walk away on the road back to the Kongshan sect. Struggling, the assassin sat up and looked towards Chen Yan's retreating back. He saw Chen Yan pointing his own index finger towards his own forehead. Kongshan finger. When Chen Yan returned to Kongyuan Mountain, it was already past midnight. After dealing with those 2 assassins, he encountered no further difficulties or obstacles on his way back to the sect. He hadn't hesitated at all when he killed those 2 assassins. After all, they had come for his life in the first place. Moreover, when preparing to kill someone, one must also be prepared to be killed. What's more, those 2 assassins already knew his true cultivation level was above the martial spring realm, which meant he absolutely could not let them leave alive no matter what. As for who exactly sent them, Elder Fu Kaiyan, Chen Yan thought the possibility was low. Even though he had ruined this master of Kangwu Residence's major plans, he still had value and uses for him. He believed Fu Kaiyan must also be very keen to know what information exactly Steward Song had grasped that would make the enemy hidden in the shadows attach such importance to it. Otherwise, Fu Kaiyan wouldn't have handed over his own token to him so cleanly and decisively. At the very least, before he brought the information back to Kingshan Peak, Fu Kaiyan probably wouldn't make a move against him. As for Song Wen Cheng, there was a certain possibility, but it wasn't very high either. Rather than making random guesses and speculations like this, Chen Yan had a better method to determine who exactly wanted to make a move against him. Early the next morning, Chen Yan first went to the Alchemy Hall on Kongyuan Mountain. Zhao Bin, wearing a yellow robe, was still behind the counter, looking utterly bored as he lightly tapped on the counter in front of him. Junior brother Chen. Hearing footsteps entering the Alchemy Hall, Zhao Bin looked up. Senior brother Zhao, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Chen Yan got straight to the point. What is it? Have you heard? As he spoke, Chen Yan glanced at the other ordinary Alchemy Hall disciples not far away in the hall who were sorting medicinal herbs, then lowered his voice. About last night on the official road between the sect and Taiyuan City, 2 martial spring realm cultivators wearing ordinary mortal clothes were killed. 2 martial spring realm cultivators were killed. Zhao Bin frowned, his face full of disbelief. Haven't heard about it. Where did you get this news? Don't worry about that, senior brother Zhao. I can only say the source is extremely reliable. Chen Yan said this. Of course the news was reliable, after all he was the one who killed them. Those 2 martial spring realm cultivators are from our Kongshan sect. From Kongshan sect. Zhao Bin's expression looked even more surprised than before. How is that possible? In Kongshan sect's territory, daring to kill Kongshan sect cultivators, even disciples from the other 4 great sects wouldn't have the guts to do such a thing. I guarantee this truly happened. Chen Yan stated. If what junior brother Chen says is true. Zhao Bin hesitated for a moment. With something this big happening, it's impossible for there to be no rumors at all. That was indeed true. Martial spring realm cultivators, even within Kongshan sect, which was one of the 5 great sects of Chenping continent, could already be considered core strength. In the outer court, they could hold positions like steward or ceremonial official. In the inner court, they could serve as manager disciples. Two martial spring realm cultivators dying violently on the road was undoubtedly a major event for the currently relatively peaceful Kongshan sect. Especially since this happened within Kongshan sect's sphere of influence. Not investigating it thoroughly would undoubtedly be equivalent to Kongshan sect getting slapped in the face in its own territory and not daring to make a sound. Therefore, if there truly were no rumors leaking out, it could only mean one thing. The news had been suppressed by some quite powerful people within the sect. To be able to do something like this, one would need to be at least at the level of one of the 4 Great Peak Elders or higher. Senior Brother Zhao, I have a favor to ask of you. Chen Yan said, what is it? Zhao Bin asked, help me investigate which martial spring realm cultivators in the sect have recently gone missing or died. The young man in the yellow robe didn't respond immediately, just stared at Chen Yan for a few more moments. All right. Zhao Bin replied. As Elder Yue Kai's only personal disciple, Zhao Bin naturally knew that his master and uncle Master Lin Kaifeng wanted to recommend Chen Yan to become Kongyuan Mountain's chief disciple. Although he didn't understand why, since his master and the others had made this choice, they must have their reasons. Chen Yan left the alchemy hall. It had to be said, those people who wanted his life were definitely all seasoned veterans, their actions almost flawless. If it weren't for his ability to re-enter the cycle of rebirth, he probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to contend with them. But unfortunately, he did indeed have this practically unreasonable cheat. Walking on the streets of Kongyuan Mountain, 2 disciples suddenly approached from ahead, walking toward Chen Yan. Might we ask, fellow Taoist? They stopped Chen Yan. Are you Chen Yan, disciple of Lin Kaifeng, the Lin personal disciple? That's me, what's the matter? Chen Yan asked. At the mountain gate, a fellow Taoist from Qingchen Peak wants to see you. He calls himself an instructor from Qingchen Peak's scripture hall, named Lu Li. Lu Li, why was he looking for him? Just as well, after getting the list, he did indeed need to make another trip to Elder Fu Kaiyan. Thank you for informing me, fellow Taoists. Chen Yan said and bowed in salute to the 2 Kongyuan Mountain disciples. You're too polite, fellow Taoist. The 2 disciples returned the salute. Afterward, Chen Yan headed straight for the direction of Kongyuan Mountain's mountain gate. Fellow Taoist Chen. Seeing Chen Yan arrive, Lu Li called out this way. Nowadays, Lu Li didn't put on any airs in front of Chen Yan, instead treating him almost as an equal peer. One reason was because Chen Yan was Lin Kaifeng's personal disciple. Another reason was Elder Yue Kai's attitude toward Chen Yan, which forced him to pay attention to this junior who had once been unknown in the outer court. Elder Yue was a myriad transformations realm cultivator. Although his status within the sect wasn't as high as the 4 Great Peak Elders, his reputation was even more prominent. For such a major figure to personally make a trip to Taiyuan City because of Chen Yan, even the most foolish person could see that Chen Yan was no ordinary individual. Addressing Chen Yan as an equal peer, Lu Li didn't feel he was losing out at all. Instructor Lu. Chen Yan bowed in salute toward Lu Li's direction, still maintaining the etiquette a junior should have. Might I ask why Instructor Lu has specially come to Kongyuan Mountain to find me? It's not that I have any particular matter. Lu Li replied, I wonder if fellow Taoist Chen still remembers some time ago when we went to Taiyuan City to visit Cloud Prince Manor, there was also a Yuanhua Mountain disciple named Kaiyan Zun. Of course Chen Yan hadn't forgotten Kaiyan Zun. That guy's behavior back then was practically like a madman. This disciple certainly remembers. Chen Yan replied, what about him? He woke up last night, but the situation is very strange. Lu Li said. Yuanhua Mountain's disciple manager Li Hanju sent a letter saying he wants to invite both me and fellow Taoist Chen to go take a look at the situation. Chen Yan couldn't understand what the life or death of that disciple named Kaiyan Zun had to do with him. Even the injuries he suffered were caused by his own attempts to break free from the shadow binding rope. Li Hanju had invited him and Lu Li to go and assess the situation. What role could a minor chi circulation realm cultivator like him possibly play in such matters? Chen Yan originally intended to refuse, but then he reconsidered. Li Hanju had seemingly mentioned before that he could also sense Kaiyan Zun harbored some degree of discrimination against outer sect disciples, though Li Hanju had never openly displayed it. let alone directly confronting and arguing with outer sect disciples face to face. Under normal circumstances, a person definitely wouldn't go insane for no reason. Moreover, his mental state inside the prince's manor hadn't been normal either. Although the Cloud Prince of Kink Kingdom wasn't considered a significant figure in the eyes of Kongshan sect cultivators, Kaiyan Zun's actions at the time had still caused Chen Yan, Lu Li, and the others to lose face. All these behaviors were inherently illogical from the start. And according to what Lu Li had just said, after Kaiyan Zun woke up, his condition still seemed somewhat strange. Could it be that Kaiyan Zun's situation was also connected to the various conspiracies that had been occurring recently? Considering all of the above, Chen Yan decided to make the trip first. The Yuanhua Mountain was like solid cold iron throughout, its rocks pitch black like ink. Compared to the lofty pride of Kongyuan Mountain, Yuanhua Mountain appeared even more austere and severe. In the depression at the mountain peak, the Jiu Abyss lay quietly like the eye of a giant beast. The pool water was pitch black, its surface deathly still, resembling an abyss that could swallow all light. Fortunately, numerous structures were situated atop the peak, and at this hour there were still a few cultivators moving about the mountain, adding a touch of vitality to Yuanhua Mountain. The overflowing black water of the Jiu Abyss cascaded thunderously down the cliff face, transforming into a pure white waterfall over 100 zhang wide. The water crashed against the mountain rocks, bursting into layers of mist. Is this fellow Taoist Chen's first time visiting Yuanhua Mountain? Lu Li stood before the mountain gate of Yuanhua Mountain. Directly above the mountain gate, someone had carved 4 large characters with immensely vast and profound true energy. Mingyue Tongshuan, yes. Chen Yan gazed at the towering, knife-cut-like mountain peak before him and nodded. How does fellow Taoist find it? Lu Li then asked, awe-inspiring and intimidating. Chen Yan replied, awe-inspiring and intimidating. Lu Li was momentarily stunned, then chuckled, it's just a depressing black mountain. As he spoke, he began to stride forward. Watching Lu Li's retreating back, Chen Yan furrowed his brows. Deliberately mystifying things, Chen Yan silently grumbled in his heart. Yuanhua Mountain had once produced the second Immortal Ascension Realm cultivator in Kongshan sect's history, the true person Minghua. Kongshan sect had produced a total of 3 Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators. In chronological order, they were the true person Kengmiao of Kongyuan Mountain, the true person Minghua of Yuanhua Mountain, and the true person Kaiyan of Qingshan Peak. Among them, true person Minghua was the Immortal Ascension Realm cultivator who spanned the longest era in Kongshan sect's history. This great Immortal Ascension Realm power controlled Kongshan sect from behind the scenes for an exceedingly long period of over 23,000 years. This also established Yuanhua Mountain's status within Kongshan sect. Chen Yan followed Lu Li's steps heading towards the direction of Yuanhua Mountain's mountain gate. 2 gatekeeping disciples stood before the mountain gate. Seeing Chen Yan and Lu Li approaching, they promptly clasped their hands in greeting, fellow Taoists. Lu Li and Chen Yan also clasped their hands in greeting towards the 2 disciples. Yuanhua Mountain Disciple Manager Li Hanju has invited the 2 of us to Yuanhua Mountain to visit disciple Kaiyan Zun, who was injured during a sect mission not long ago. Might we ask for the affiliation and names of you 2 fellow Taoists? The gatekeeping disciples asked. Qingshan Peak Scripture Hall Instructor Lu Li. Disciple of Kongyuan Mountain's Lin Kaifeng, Chen Yan. The 2 answered in turn. Manager Li has already informed us gatekeeping disciples, saying that if you 2 arrived, you may proceed directly inside. The gatekeeping disciples said, do you 2 require a guide? Thank you, but it's unnecessary. Lu Li said. For Lu Li, who was once a disciple of Yuanhua Mountain, finding the disciple quarters was absolutely no difficult task. The Yuanhua Mountain disciple quarters. Compared to the disciple quarters of Kongyuan Mountain or the outer sect, the courtyards of Yuanhua Mountain's disciple quarters were noticeably narrower. Including the plants and vegetation within the courtyards, the colors of the leaves were also darker. The air was slightly damp, due to the water mist splashed up when Yuanhua Mountain's Jiu Abyss waterfall fell. Instructor Lu Chen, the personal disciple. Li Hanju was standing before the door of a dwelling waiting there for Lu Li and Chen Yan. He addressed Chen Yan as Chen, the personal disciple. He had probably done some investigation into Chen Yan's background beforehand. In reality, Chen Yan currently couldn't live up to such a title at all, because the term personal disciple was a specific form of address for disciples within the sect who held the status of being a personal disciple of an elder. Lin Kaifeng had long been removed from his position as outer court elder, and although most people wouldn't say it out loud, there was a consensus in their hearts. That was, what kind of elder was an outer court elder anyway? Sorry to have kept you waiting, Manager Li. Lu Li said, what is Kaiyan Zun's current condition? It would be better for the two of you to come in and see for yourselves. Li Hanju said. He then turned around and led Chen Yan and Lu Li into that dwelling. Although from the appearance of the outer courtyard, Yuanhua Mountain's disciple quarters were indeed, as Lu Li had described, a depressing, black mountain. The interior environment and structure of the dwelling, however, were no different from the disciple quarters of other mountain peaks. The internal layout of this disciple dwelling was slightly smaller than Chen Yan's dwelling on Kongyuan Mountain and slightly larger than the one he had in the outer sect quarters. The decorations were simple, like a place an ordinary inner sect disciple would live. A figure lay on the bed inside the dwelling wearing a white, close-fitting plain garment covered with a quilt, appearing frail and weak. It was Kaiyan Zun. Instructor Lu, senior brother Chen. Kaiyan Zun, lying on the bed, strained to turn his head, revealing an apologetic smile. Please forgive me for being unable to rise and greet you properly. On his exposed neck there were many scars that were still scabbed over, left from his attempts to break free from the shadow-binding rope back in Taiyuan City's Prince's Manor. Chen Yan was slightly taken aback. Was this the same Kaiyan Zun from the Prince's Manor who had been ready to fight him to the death? Although he had the same face, his personality seemed like that of two completely different people. Manager Li. Chen Yan asked, what exactly is the strange situation you mentioned? Kaiyan Zun. Li Hanju didn't answer directly, instead calling Kaiyan Zun's name. How much do you remember of what happened before? I remember everything. As Kaiyan Zun answered, a flicker of shame seemed to cross his face. Why did you do that? Li Hanju continued to ask. Immediately, an expression of difficulty appeared on Kaiyan Zun's face. I don't know. After that, Li Hanju turned around and looked at Lu Li and Chen Yan. That's the situation. Both Chen Yan and Lu Li fell silent for a moment. I don't understand what this means. Chen Yan said, the general idea is this. Li Hanju slowly explained, Kaiyan Zun is fully aware of all his actions, from speaking disrespectfully to the outer sect disciples to later resorting to violence. He knows it all. His explanation was still somewhat vague and confusing. In other words, everything Kaiyan Zun did was without any reason. He doesn't know why he said those words or why he did those things, but he did them anyway. That does sound very strange. Lu Li said thoughtfully. I suspect, of course, this is just a speculation for now, that Kaiyan Zun's mind was not clear that day. Li Hanju's expression turned serious. That's why I invited you two here to ask if you saw who Kaiyan Zun had contact with that day. You suspect someone disturbed Kaiyan Zun's mental state? Chen Yan asked. You could put it that way. Li Hanju replied, I don't understand. If someone did this, what would be the purpose? Lu Li said, Kaiyan Zun was just an ordinary inner disciple. His talent wasn't outstanding, and even among inner disciples he was somewhat mediocre. His current cultivation was only at the early stage of the qi circulation realm. If someone disturbed and influenced Kaiyan Zun's mind, what would be the goal? What could be achieved by disturbing the mind of an early-stage qi circulation realm cultivator? Rather than saying someone disturbed his mind, Chen Yan pondered for a moment before saying, it seems more like it amplified the emotions deep within his heart. Hearing this, Li Hanju fell silent briefly. That does seem more likely. If it really was caused by an external factor who could have caused Kaiyan Zun's drastic personality change during the sect mission, on the journey from the sect, Chen Yan, Lu Li, and their group hadn't encountered many people. They only had contact with disciples from the outer court's external affairs hall at the carriage and horse shop at the foot of Kongshan sect. Other than that, there were only two other people, Zhang Fei and Li Zixiu. It probably wasn't them. Although there was Zhang Zishan's example beforehand, Chen Yan still felt it shouldn't be like that. Instructor Lu and Chen, the personal disciple, do you have any leads? Li Hanju asked. Can't think of anything for now. If I find any clues, I'll let you know. Lu Li said, I see. Li Hanju showed a slightly regretful expression, then I've troubled you both. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chen Yan and Lu Li prepared to leave the disciple quarters of Yuanhua Mountain. Rest well. Before leaving, Chen Yan casually said to Kaiyan Zun, who was lying in bed, Thank you for your concern, senior brother Chen, and also, I'm sorry. A somewhat ashamed, self-mocking smile appeared on Kaiyan Zun's face. Deep down, he did look down on and discriminate against outer court disciples. But that didn't mean he didn't know what should be done and what shouldn't. After leaving Yuanhua Mountain, Chen Yan continued traveling with Lu Li. Because Chen Yan still had important business and needed to make a trip to Qingchen Peak, Fu Kaiyan's Qingchen Martial Decree token and Song Ming's list were still on him. Fellow Taoist Chen. On the road to Qingchen Peak, Lu Li spoke to Chen Yan. Recently, I've been pondering a question. Please speak, Instructor Lu. Chen Yan said. That day at the Cloud Prince Manor before the banquet began, Elder Yue suddenly came to the manor because of you, right? Correct. And fellow Taoist Chen, why did you invite Elder Yue Kai to the Cloud Prince Manor? Was it because you already knew the wine was poisoned? More or less. Can fellow Taoist Chen tell me how you determined the wine was poisoned? Elder Yue Kai is the Alchemy Hall Elder of Kongyuan Mountain and my martial uncle. His personal disciple, senior brother Zhao Bin, also has a very good relationship with me. Chen Yan casually spouted nonsense, therefore I have some understanding of matters related to alchemy and poisons. I see. Lu Li nodded, though it was unclear whether he believed Chen Yan's wild fabrication. There's one more thing I can't figure out. Lu Li said, why did Elder Lan Wei also appear in Taiyuan City? And what did the conversation between Elder Yue Kai and Elder Lan Wei mean? As for those matters, I'm just a Qi circulation realm disciple. I can't understand the affairs between elders. Chen Yan said with a serious face, feigning ignorance. He really could only give that kind of answer. Moreover, Chen Yan didn't know how much Lu Li understood about the conflict between the true Dharma lineage and the martial discipline lineage on Qingchen Peak. At the very least, as an instructor of Qingchen Peak's scripture hall, he must have some understanding that Bai Kaiming and Fu Kaiyan, the second and third most powerful figures on Qingchen Peak, were at odds. In this situation, Lu Li, who was in the scripture hall under Fu Kaiyan's jurisdiction, still maintained quite close contact with Bai Kaiming. This could only mean one thing. Either Lu Li was foolish or he was extremely shrewd, playing his own game. Chen Yan certainly knew it was the latter. Someone who could become martial elder in the future was definitely no pushover. Most likely, Lu Li was trying to fish for information from him. Chen Yan was well aware that almost everyone who could make a name for themselves in Kongshan sect was a crafty old fox. Compared to them, Chen Yan had no advantage in his own abilities, whether in intelligence or cultivation. Chen Yan's only advantage was the information he obtained from his cycles of rebirth. May I ask what fellow Taoist Chen's purpose is in going to Qingchen Peak this time? Lu Li asked. To see someone, there are some matters I wish to discuss. As he spoke, Chen Yan paused slightly, then smiled as he looked in Lu Li's direction. Speaking of which, the person I want to see will probably require Instructor Lu to introduce me. Me to introduce you. Lu Li showed a puzzled expression. Qingchen Peak. The Grand Hall before Chen Yan was much more magnificent and imposing compared to Kangwu residence. Its scale was several times larger than the Outer Court's Fate Inquiry Hall where the Outer Court elders resided. After a while, Lu Li walked out from within the Grand Hall and came before Chen Yan. Fellow Taoist Chen, I have announced your arrival. Lu Li said, what's the response? Chen Yan asked. He said he can see you. You may enter now. As he spoke, Lu Li took 2 steps to the side, making way for Chen Yan. Thank you, Instructor Lu. Chen Yan bowed towards Lu Li and said. Immediately after, he took steps forward and walked into the Grand Hall. You are Chen Yan. From within the Grand Hall came a very calm, yet resonant and powerful elderly voice. That is correct. Chen Yan took 2 more steps forward, raised his head, looked towards the elderly man sitting upright in the center of the hall and bowed. Disciple Chen Yan of Kongyuan Mountain pays his respects to the true Dharma elder of Qingchen Peak. Tib. You can use left, right, L and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chen Yan did not go to Kangwu residence to see Fu Kaiyan. Instead, he chose the completely opposite direction. Chen Yan. Bai Kaiming, sitting in the main hall, smiled and nodded slightly. His eyes, narrowed into slits, looked at Chen Yan, who was bowing respectfully before him. I know you. Just over a month ago, you killed Qi Yadong, a candidate for the chief disciple position of Kongyuan Mountain during the outer court competition. You also managed to oust Lin Kaifeng, the sect leader's beloved disciple, from his position as an outer court elder, sending him to the rear cliff for contemplation. One could say you turned the entire recent layout of Kongyuan Mountain upside down. As Lin Kaifeng's disciple after his transfer away from the outer court, you also followed him back to Kongyuan Mountain, rising from an outer sect disciple to an inner sect disciple in one fell swoop. I must say you are indeed a remarkable figure. If your talent were a bit stronger, you would undoubtedly become a pillar of our Kongshan sect in the future. Chen Yan did not speak, but he was greatly shaken inside. He had never imagined that a figure of Bai Kaiming's stature would know so much about him. Moreover, Chen Yan couldn't figure out at all whether Elder Bai's words were meant to praise him or to mock him sarcastically. Speak. Why have you come to see me? Bai Kaiming asked. Forgive this disciple's presumption. Before I state my purpose, I have a question I wish to ask Elder Bai. Chen Yan said. Ask. Elder Bai, why are you willing to see me? Upon hearing this, Bai Kaiming fell silent for a moment, then laughed. What kind of question is that? This disciple merely wishes to know the answer. Chen Yan replied. It's because you came to pay your respects to me and… Bai Kaiming paused briefly. I am very interested in you. Might I ask if the elder is interested in me as a person, or in the information I possess? Chen Yan continued to ask, his attitude neither servile nor overbearing. Before, it might have been the information you possess, but now, perhaps I'm starting to become interested in you as a person as well. Bai Kaiming stated, I am here to make a deal. Chen Yan said, what kind of deal? This disciple has some perplexing matters I wish for the elder to clarify for me. In return, I can exchange the information I possess with you, elder. That is indeed fair. Bai Kaiming said, speak. What do you wish to know? Where is the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul from Kajun Tower now? This was an extremely sharp question. Suddenly, vast and mighty true energy instantly filled the entire true Dharma Hall. Bai Kaiming, who had been quite amiable, now had a fierce and severe look in his eyes. Hundreds of strands of innate true energy drifted around him. Chen Yan felt as if his entire body was being squeezed, making it difficult to breathe. How do you know that the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul has gone missing? Bai Kaiming asked, but before Chen Yan could give an answer, he seemed to figure it out himself. Elder Fu Kaiyan told you? Yes. Have you mentioned this matter to anyone? No. Chen Yan answered with difficulty. Immediately, the spiritual pressure that had filled the entire true Dharma Hall vanished completely. Bai Kaiming frowned tightly as if pondering something. Then, very quickly, as if he had reached an understanding, he revealed an expression of contempt and sarcasm. Elder Fu Kaiyan suspects me. Exactly what Fu Kaiyan was thinking, Chen Yan did not know. However, he did indeed have such suspicions. In fact, Chen Yan himself was already convinced that the loss of the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul was related to the Kingchen True Dharma faction. The reason was nothing else but because Chen Yan knew about the events that would occur a little over 2 years later. After the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul, possessing cultivation equivalent to the Unity Realm, triggered that tragedy in the Outer Court, the faction that benefited the most on Kingchen Peak was the one led by the true Dharma Elder. Therefore, it was not strange for Chen Yan to harbor such suspicions. Chen Yan did not answer Bai Kaiming's question. What Bai Kaiming thought was his own affair. The disappearance of the demon suppression stone that was suppressing the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul was absolutely no trivial matter. Although the divine consciousness of that wisp of the Black Flood Dragon's remnant soul was almost completely worn away, this former great demon of the Dao Union realm was still terrifying. Even after 10,000 years had passed, its strength remained above the Unity realm. The Unity realm is the 7th realm of the 9 realms below immortality and also the first realm of the upper 3 realms. If one does not count those grand elders within the sect who pay no heed to worldly affairs, there are only 3 people in the entire sect whose cultivation realm has reached or surpassed the unity realm. They are the current sect leader of Kongshan sect, Yun Yichen, the sword master elder of Yibai Peak, Yi Qingya, the sword master elder of Mingxiao Peak, Ji Wenqiu. A mighty being of such cultivation level could, in an instant, reduce a city like Taiyuan City with its population of tens of millions to rubble. The reason the Black Flood Dragon Remnant Soul caused over 10,000 casualties in the Kongshan sect's outer court within the span of 7 breaths was because its divine consciousness was almost completely obliterated. What killed the Kongshan sect disciples was merely the demonic aura pressure it unconsciously released. HMPH, Elder Fu is getting on in years and increasingly fails to distinguish right from wrong. Bai Kaiming snorted coldly. Chen Yan still did not speak, he also couldn't think of a reply. I cannot answer your question for you. Bai Kaiming said, however, I can exchange some other information for your intelligence. Please speak, Elder. You don't even know what information I'm going to talk about. Are you sure you want to exchange? Bai Kaiming asked in this manner, naturally. Chen Yan replied, he came here today precisely intending to exchange some of the chips in his hand with Bai Kaiming. Because Elder Fu Kaiyan was not trustworthy. Of course, Bai Kaiming was also not trustworthy. The only one worthy of trust was Chen Yan himself. Those 2 Martial Spring Realm cultivators who died on the official road last night were both from Yuanhua Mountain. Bai Kaiming said. Chen Yan's heart tightened. He had never expected Bai Kaiming would use this piece of information to exchange with him. What, are you frightened? Seeing the change in Chen Yan's expression, Bai Kaiming laughed. Yue Kai's little disciple has been openly asking around everywhere if any Martial Spring Realm cultivators have mysteriously disappeared from the sect recently, so I paid a bit of attention. 2 died last night, both disciples of Yuanhua Mountain. One was the manager of Yuanhua Mountain's External Affairs Hall, the other was a disciplinarian at Yuanhua Mountain's training grounds. They were ambushed and killed on the road between the sect and Taiyuan City last night. Both were killed with a single strike. These 2 were inner sect cultivators of Kongshan sect. For them to be killed within the sect's sphere of influence is like slapping the sect's face. Given Yuanhua Mountain's style, they should be determined to get to the bottom of this and then launch a punitive expedition. But what's interesting is that such a major incident involving the death of 2 Martial Spring Realm cultivators was suppressed. Not a single whisper of it leaked out. As he spoke, Bai Kaiming paused briefly and the smile on his face instantly vanished. Who do you think is the one who suppressed the news? Chen Yan's mind was in knots. He had greatly overestimated himself. In front of the real big shots of these sects, he was still far too inexperienced. Although if you added up all his reincarnations, Chen Yan's age probably wasn't that much younger than Elder Bai Kaiming. But the experiences accumulated over those years were completely different. Chen Yan had always been a small cultivator wasted in the outer court, idle day after day. He had no talent neither in cultivation nor in political cunning. As the reincarnation report bluntly put it, his years had all been wasted on a dog's life. It was not an exaggeration. Bai Kaiming watched Chen Yan's reactions. So why have you been quiet since back then? He said. Aren't you the one who asked Yue Kai's little disciple to investigate those 2 murdered Martial Spring Realm cultivators? The gap was not only in scheming. It was also in intelligence and connections. Chen Yan could rely on almost nothing except himself and his own death. The one who suppressed the news was Dignity Elder He Furin of Yuanhua Mountain, Bai Kaiming said. How about that? Not only Song Wencheng of Kongyuan Mountain, you also have a feud with He Furin. Chen Yan's pupils constricted, his heart shaken. He Furin, he recognized the name because it had been on Steward Song's list. Song Ming's list even had the name of the Dignity Elder from Yuanhua Mountain. What on earth was going on? Could the Dignity Elder of Yuanhua Mountain be one of Elder Bai's cronies? No, if that were true, it would be too exaggerated. If Elder Bai really had the ability to unite the 4 great elders of other peak branches, he would have no need to fight Fu Kaiyan. He would have already covered the sky with one hand. And Bai Kaiming's words had clearly been hinting at himself. You have a feud with He Furin too? He could roughly guess or surmise that those two Martial Spring Realm cultivators from Yuanhua Mountain had been killed by himself. But Chen Yan's current cultivation in Bai Kaiming's eyes was only early qi circulation realm. He did not ask how Chen Yan had managed it, nor did he want to ask. If you don't want to say, then forget it, Bai Kaiming said. This time it's your turn to tell me what information I want. What exactly is Elder Fu planning? Elder Fu believes it was you, Elder Bai, who sent people to kill Song Mingde, Chen Yan answered. So he sent Lan Wei to kill my disciple and Lu Li, Bai Kaiming continued. Maybe, if I hadn't been close with senior brother Zhao and had some knowledge of alchemy, I might have died in that manner too, Chen Yan replied. I always thought you were clever, Chen Yan, Bai Kaiming said. Otherwise you wouldn't still be alive standing here. Chen Yan's mouth twitched slightly. He didn't know how to respond, because he indeed shouldn't still be standing here alive. He had lost count of how many times he had already died. I can now answer your original question. You wanted to know why I wanted to see you, right? Bai Kaiming said. Yes, Chen Yan replied, because I owe you a favor. If not for you, Qin Yue would not have returned here alive. Elder Bai said. Don't hold such hostility toward me. I don't care about the life or death of an outer court disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. What I'm most curious about is why a Kongyuan Mountain disciple like you would do things for Elder Fu. The answer was simple. If the remnant soul of the Black Flood Dragon were allowed to go missing, it would likely bring great disaster, Chen Yan answered. He was not lying. You are quite responsible. This zeal of yours resembles your master's ways back then. Elder Bai chuckled. Lin Kaifeng, Chen Yan did not know much about his bargain master's past. You still don't know about your master's past, do you? Bai Kaiming said. The disciple does not know, Chen Yan answered. Kaifeng was a prodigy the likes of which Kongshan sect, even the entire Chenping continent, sees once in 1,000 years, Bai Kaiming continued. A prodigy? Chen Yan thought of his master, still confined to the back cliff of Kongyuan Mountain doing wall-facing penance. It didn't seem to fit. Chen Yan left the true Dharma Hall. The truth he had thought was clear blurred again. Seeing Elder Bai at Kingshan Peak's true Dharma Hall had not been his main reason for coming. He had originally suspected Elder Bai the most as the one wanting him dead, but the truth might not be that simple. Dignity Elder He Furen of Yuanhua Mountain. Chen Yan had considered that Elder Bai might be deceiving him, shifting the blame to Yuanhua Mountain. But He Furen's name had been written on the note Steward Song left at the Immortal Gambling Den in Taiyuan City. However, his head hurt. The amount of information was overwhelming. He could not sort it out in a short time, because the real mastermind behind the disaster that would befall the outer court in more than 2 years might not be the Kingshan true Dharma lineage. The message Song Mingde intended to pass to Elder Fu might not have been aimed at Elder Bai. The waters running underneath might be deeper than he imagined. Perhaps the Kingshan true Dharma lineage had only been the last to clean up the spill. Unconsciously, Chen Yan found himself standing before Kangwu residence. He walked straight in, still holding the Kingshan martial decree. Entering Kangwu residence was an easy matter. You went to see Bai Kaiming? Fu Kaiyan asked as soon as he saw him. Yes. To do what? To do what a disciple wants. To see whoever a disciple wants is likely the disciple's own freedom, right? Chen Yan said. Humph, Fu Kaiyan snorted coldly, but he really had nothing to rebut with. Chen Yan was a Kongyuan Mountain disciple. He could not interfere. Did you retrieve what I asked for? Fu Kaiyan asked. Chen Yan took out the box holding the paper slip and handed it over. Last night on the way back to the sect, I was ambushed by 2 Martial Spring Realm cultivators, Chen Yan said. Do you know who those 2 cultivators were? Fu Kaiyan asked. They might have been from Yuanhua Mountain, possibly men of Elder He Furen, Chen Yan said. He Furen? Fu Kaiyan's expression shifted slightly. Maybe. I'm not certain. What cultivation level were those 2? Fu Kaiyan asked. Both Martial Spring Realm, Chen Yan answered. Then how did you return alive? Fu Kaiyan asked. Thanks to the treasures given by my master and my martial uncle, Chen Yan said. When faced with questions he could not answer, he always relied on Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai. Let the learned men present the defense. This was Chen Yan's current way of solving problems. You are fortunate then, Fu Kaiyan said indifferently without looking up. What makes Elder Fu say that? Chen Yan asked. Just now a message came from Taiyuan City. Last night the immortal gambling den in Taiyuan City was wiped out. Upon hearing this, Chen Yan felt his head buzz with a sudden shock. The immortal gambling den in Taiyuan City had been wiped out right after he left. If he had left just a little later, he probably would have had to start all over again, because, at the very least, Manager Ding was stationed there. Although he didn't know Manager Ding's exact cultivation level, Chen Yan was certain that Manager Ding's cultivation was definitely above the Qi Si realm. Furthermore, the very fact that the immortal gambling den had been able to exist in Taiyuan City for so long indicated it definitely had the backing of the Kongshan sect's power and influence. Even so, the immortal gambling den had still ended up completely annihilated. Who did it? Chen Yan asked. I don't know. Elder Fu Kaiyan opened the box Chen Yan had just handed him, slowly taking out the slip of paper from inside. Besides, who would even care about such trivial matters? Trivial matters, that's right. To the lofty martial elder of Qingchen Peak, this was indeed an insignificant trivial matter. All worldly affairs within the Kongshan sect were handled by disciples from the external affairs hall of the outer court. Never mind just the immortal gambling den in Taiyuan City being wiped out. Even if Taiyuan City itself were to be slaughtered, it would be the outer court's external affairs hall that would deal with such problems. Inner court disciples couldn't be bothered to spare at a glance. What do the lives and deaths of mere ordinary mortals have to do with me? That was the mindset of the vast majority of cultivators. As for why Fu Kaiyan knew about the immortal gambling den being slaughtered, Chen Yan could probably guess. Fu Kaiyan unfolded that slip of paper. Only 13 names were written on it. Chen Yan had been closely observing Elder Fu Kaiyan's facial expression the entire time, but he didn't detect any emotional fluctuation from this martial elder. Then, Fu Kaiyan very calmly closed the slip of paper in his hand and pinched it between his index and middle fingers. With a slight flick in the air, the paper began to burn, turning to ashes in an instant. Enough, enough. You may also withdraw. Fu Kaiyan simply said this. For some reason, this over 600-year-old myriad transformations realm cultivator seemed to have aged considerably in that brief moment. Cultivation was supposed to be a leisurely, carefree pursuit with a long and profound history. That's what Chen Yan had originally thought. Cultivators, although blessed with long lifespans and possessing earth-shattering, world-altering power, were ultimately still human. And as long as one is human, one can never escape one phrase. The world bustles, all come for profit. The world hustles, all go for gain. This profit didn't necessarily have to be money or land. It could also be cultivation resources, power, and status. Chen Yan now felt that the sect he thought he knew so well was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. Back in his first life, although Chen Yan was just an ordinary outer court disciple who spent his entire life unable to break through to the martial spring realm, in fact, he was still quite a distance away from it. He still felt a certain sense of belonging to the Kongshan sect. But as Chen Yan's cultivation grew higher, his status rose and he came into contact with more and more important figures, he began to see this world less and less clearly. What exactly did Song Ming's list represent? Pei Qingshan, Zhang He, Kiguan Jin, He Furen, the dignity elder of Linwu Mountain. Chen Yan didn't understand what this list could represent. The main reason was that he didn't recognize the names of the people on this list. A wave of nameless fury surged in Chen Yan's heart. Damn it, if only he were an immortal Ascension Realm powerhouse, he'd slap all these scheming, shitty elders to death. But he was absolutely not some immortal Ascension Realm powerhouse. He was even just a minor martial spring realm cultivator. The only thing Chen Yan could do was operate within the framework preset by those grand elders, trying every possible method to raise his reincarnation evaluation level, thereby obtaining higher cultivation and greater strength. What should he do now? Chen Yan felt that right now he should go seek help from perhaps the person most trustworthy to him at this moment. Kongyuan Mountain, Rear Cliff, this was the sect's absolute forbidden ground. Without Yun Yichen's permission, even if you were a grand elder of the Kongshan sect or even a Dao Union realm powerhouse, there was absolutely no possibility of entering the Rear Cliff. The reason was that here lay the restriction left behind by the first immortal Ascension realm cultivator to emerge from the Kongshan sect, true person Kung Miao. Any living being with true qi within their body could not pass through the restriction left by true person Kung Miao. Chen Yan now stood before the rear cliff. Because of true person Kung Miao's restriction, although this was the Kongshan sect's absolute forbidden ground, it still didn't require anyone to guard it. Chen Yan intended to try and enter. Although he was now in the martial spring realm, with true qi continuously surging from his martial spring to every corner of his meridians, he still planned to make the attempt. Because the cultivation art he practiced was the hidden immortal art. Back when Chen Yan obtained the hidden immortal art, the reincarnation rewards introduction to this cultivation art stated that it concealed heavenly secrets, and no one could see through your cultivation level. Well, what about the immortal ascension realm? Could a restriction left by an immortal ascension realm cultivator see through his cultivation level? Chen Yan intended to test it. He activated the hidden immortal art, suppressing his cultivation level from the martial spring realm down to the qi circulation realm, then further down to the body forging realm, and finally to that of a mortal. In the eyes of any cultivator now, Chen Yan was just an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. Then, Chen Yan took a step forward, stepping into true person Kung Miao's restriction. Nothing happened, it was just a step forward. But he was already standing on the rear cliff of Kongyuan Mountain. True person Kung Miao's restriction was ineffective against Chen Yan, who possessed the hidden immortal art. He let out a sigh of relief because just moments ago, Chen Yan had already prepared himself to be repelled to death by the restriction left in the world by an immortal ascension realm cultivator, and to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. But none of that happened. Chen Yan continued walking forward. The rear cliff wasn't very large. Soon, Chen Yan saw that middle-aged man wearing a crane feather cloak sitting by the edge of the cliff as if admiring the view. A tea table was placed in front of him. He was there, grinding tea leaves. Lin Kaifeng raised his head. He seemed to have sensed something, and then he saw Chen Yan appearing not far from him. Master, spending your time reflecting here on the rear cliff seems quite comfortable. Chen Yan took a few more steps forward, then bowed respectfully in Lin Kaifeng's direction. Otherwise, what did you think I was doing on the rear cliff? Lin Kaifeng looked as if he wasn't the least bit surprised about why Chen Yan would appear on the rear cliff. He just spoke in such a flat tone. Did you really think I was here reflecting? Perhaps if Master had been reflecting properly, the sect leader might have released you by now. HMPH. Lin Kaifeng let out a rather disdainful, cold laugh. Do you think I don't understand that old man? If he wanted to let me out, I would have been out long ago. If he doesn't want to let me out, it's useless even if I lick the back of his heel. Although Lin Kaifeng's words were quite crude, Chen Yan could still sense from them Lin Kaifeng's respect for Yun Yichen. If it weren't for the fact that since Su Hongzhen's fall, no cultivator in the world had ascended to immortality, Yun Yichen should be the genius whose talent has been closest to that of an immortal ascension realm cultivator in Chenping continent in recent years. Even now, many people still believe that if Chenping continent could break the so-called curse, then Yun Yichen would very likely become the first cultivator among the 5 great sects to break through to the immortal ascension realm. He would also be the 32nd immortal of Chenping continent. Throughout such a long stretch of time, Chenping continent has produced a total of 31 immortal ascension realm cultivators. Among them, the most that coexisted in the same era was 4 immortal ascension realm cultivators. However, no one misses that era, because that era was the most miserable time for the living beings and cultivators of Chenping continent. The 4 immortal ascension realm cultivators of that era seemed to be competing for some kind of opportunity, and that opportunity could allow them to take a step further beyond the immortal ascension realm. As for the realm above the immortal ascension realm, I'm afraid only immortals themselves would know. Of the 3 immortal ascension realm cultivators the Kongshan sect once possessed, only true person Kaiyun barely managed to take that step. As far as people know, the reason true person Kaiyun ultimately perished, his Tao extinguished and body vanished, was precisely because of that step he took. True person Kaiyun could not bear the karma of that step. Another person who could not bear that karma was Chenping continent's last sword immortal Su Hongzhen. Shifting the focus back to the present. Kongyuan Mountain, rear cliff, how did you get here? Lin Kaifeng finally asked Chen Yan. I walked. Chen Yan replied, I mean how did you get asterisk in? Did the old man take pity and let you in? No, I snuck in myself. Chen Yan answered. How? I bypassed the restrictive formations on the rear cliff, then snuck in. Bypassed the restrictive formations left by true person Kung Miao. Lin Kaifeng stared at Chen Yan's face for a moment, then slowly spoke again. Using that little trick of yours that can hide your cultivation level and true chi aura. Chen Yan did not answer Lin Kaifeng's question, he just stood there. He was right. In fact, Chen Yan was quite regretful about this point. Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai, these two people knew the secret of his hidden immortal art. Not all of it, of course. The two of them only knew that he possessed a minor technique that could conceal his cultivation level. The origin of the matter still traces back to the day he accidentally killed Qi Yadong, originally thinking that committing such a crime would surely lead to a death sentence, forcing him to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Unexpectedly, those two old geezers, Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai, stubbornly risked their own reputations to keep his secret for him. Especially Lin Kaifeng, who even took the blame for him and was imprisoned on Kongyuan Mountain's rear cliff. Although this old fellow seems to be living quite comfortably on the rear cliff, sipping tea and admiring the scenery every day. Afterwards, he kept clamoring about something, wanting Chen Yan to become the chief seat of Kongyuan Mountain. Although he didn't know what schemes these two martial brothers were cooking up, in the current situation, Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai were indeed the people Chen Yan could trust the most. So what did you come to me for? Lin Kaifeng asked. Merely because it's been too long since we last met and I was worried my master might be suffering on the rear cliff. Chen Yan said, bullshit. Lin Kaifeng cursed loudly. There are some perplexing matters I hope my master can enlighten me about. Ignoring Lin Kaifeng's outburst, Chen Yan continued on his own. Lin Kaifeng fell silent for a moment. Qingchen Peak matters. Perceptive, divinely clever. This was the feeling Lin Kaifeng gave Chen Yan during this meeting. It's just that Lin Kaifeng had always firmly opposed Chen Yan getting involved in any relationship with Qingchen Peak. In fact, he was right. The waters of Qingchen Peak ran far too deep, not entirely. Chen Yan said, Elder Fu Kaiyan of Qingchen Peak once planted a mole in the outer court. That mole was the scripture hall steward, Song Minged. Master, you should also be quite clear about this matter. Meh. Lin Kaifeng nodded. After all, until recently he was still an outer court elder of the Kongshan sect. Moreover, after the news of Song Ming's death reached Elder Fu Kaiyan, his first reaction was to hold Lin Kaifeng accountable. Before Steward Song turned himself in to the enforcement hall, he left a list at the Immortal Gambling Den in Taiyuan City. This disciple originally thought that list was related to Elder Bai Kaiming of Qingchen Peak. Wait a moment. Lin Kaifeng raised his hand to stop him. You haven't already gotten yourself tangled up in the struggle between that old bastard Fu Kaiyan and that old fox Bai Kaiming, have you? Perhaps more or less. Chen Yan replied. If it weren't for my senior brother and I designating you to compete for this generation's chief seat of Kongyuan Mountain, you wouldn't have enough lives to die. Lin Kaifeng snorted coldly. Go on about that list. This disciple obtained that list from the Immortal Gambling Den in Taiyuan City. I gave the original to Elder Fu Kaiyan. After Elder Fu looked at it, he burned the list. And then, I memorized all the names on that list. I truly have no leads myself. I thought, since Master is experienced and knowledgeable, perhaps you might know something. Recite the list for me. Pei Qingshan Zhanghe Kiguan Zhen. Chen Yan recited the 13 names on the list to Lin Kaifeng one by one. This disciple is truly dull-witted and cannot find any connection between these names. I hope my master can enlighten me. After listening to these 13 names, Lin Kaifeng's expression did not change. Among these 13 names, if we exclude the possibility of people with the same name, I should know 6 of them. They are all significant figures within the sect. Please elaborate, Master. Chen Yan said. Pei Qingshan, current supervisor of Yuanhua Mountain, mid-stage passable god realm cultivation. He was quite famous among the previous generation of personal disciples. Zhang He, elder of the External Affairs Hall on Yuanhua Mountain, mid-stage passable god realm cultivation. He performed meritorious service during the demon calamity 120 years ago. Kiguan Jin, this person isn't very famous, but his surname is very rare. I've only heard that there's such a person on Mingxiao Peak. I'm not too clear on what exactly he does. Zhu Ziu, he should be that steward at the outer court training grounds, right? I heard that after I was dismissed, he's been acting as the proxy outer court elder. He Furen, dignity elder of Yuanhua Mountain. Among the 4 great elders of the various peaks and branches currently, he's considered senior in terms of tenure. As the 4th most important figure on Yuanhua Mountain, he doesn't show his face much in daily life. He's a relatively low-key person. Huomu. Only with this name did Lin Kaifeng pause for a few seconds, and his expression couldn't help but turn serious. Supreme Imperial Law Elder of Kongshan, a divine ability realm mighty expert in charge of the Kongshan Imperial Law Court. The Supreme Imperial Law Elder of Kongshan Sect. These 8 words undoubtedly declared Huo Mu's absolute status within the Kongshan Sect. I don't quite understand. Chen Yan's mind instantly fell into chaos. Grand Elder. The weight of these 4 words Chen Yan understood all too well. He understood why Fu Kaiyan suddenly appeared to have aged many years upon seeing Song Ming's list. Even for the martial elder of Qingchen Peak, the pressure from the Supreme Imperial Law Elder could still be described as an insurmountable mountain. If it were merely a slip of paper with only 13 names written on it, even if the names of all 4 Supreme Elders of Kongshan Sect were written there, Fu Kaiyan would not have shown such a reaction. The real issue was that he could connect the names on the list, thus inferring that Song Ming was not lying but had revealed the truth. You're saying this list was written by Song Ming? Lin Kaifeng frowned. Yes. Chen Yan replied. He was just a minor outer court steward. Even with the greatest abilities, how could he possibly investigate all the way to the Imperial Law Court? Lin Kaifeng was still skeptical. Forget that Song Ming was just a minor outer court steward. Even Lin Kaifeng himself, a direct disciple of the sect leader, would find meeting Huo Mu as difficult as ascending to heaven. This disciple also finds it hard to believe, but judging by Elder Fu's attitude towards this list. Chen Yan trailed off. You think there's a problem behind this? Lin Kaifeng said, yes. Chen Yan nodded. But this is not something you should be considering now. What you should be most concerned with at present is how to logically become the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. Lin Kaifeng stated, this disciple has always been puzzled. Why do Master and Martial Uncle Yue want me to become the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain? Chen Yan asked, if you don't go, who will? Lin Kaifeng looked at Chen Yan as if he were looking at a fool. Could it be that we too should pin our hopes on Zhao Bin instead? The image of that young man wearing a yellow robe surfaced in Chen Yan's mind. To be honest, if placed within the inner sect, Zhao Bin's talent was not among the top tier. It was considerably higher than that of an ordinary core disciple, but among direct disciples he was only considered average. Compared to the likes of Chu Xiao, Qin Yue, and Li Haowen, the gap was quite large. He was even slightly inferior to Qi Yadong, the first senior brother of the Alchemy Hall. This was Zhao Bin's current identity, and he had been performing well in that role. But asking him to advance further and compete for the position of chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain was simply not enough. As for Chen Yan, others might not see through what was going on, but Lin Kaifeng knew all too clearly. The reason he could instantly kill Qi Yadong, who had suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the body forging realm, was not due to cheating. It was his own genuine strength. Judging solely by his physical performance during the outer court competition, Chen Yan's prowess was definitely above the martial spring realm, and not just an ordinary martial spring realm at that. Given his age of 17 and the level of this generation of disciples on Kongyuan Mountain, Chen Yan had great hope of competing for the position of chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. This was also just the first step in Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai's plan. Do not involve yourself further in the matters of Qingchen Peak. Lin Kaifeng said, don't worry about what old man Fu and Bai Kaiming might do to you. After you leave here in a moment, go speak with your martial uncle Yue. Let him help clean up any mess that wasn't properly dealt with. Then Lin Kaifeng paused briefly. You must understand, if this truly involves that person, forget about you, even your martial uncle Yue and I would have no way to do anything about it. Chen Yan stood in place, pondered for a moment, then made up his mind. This disciple understands. 1 year later, in front of the courtyard of the scripture hall on Kongyuan Mountain, there was still a year and a half until the occurrence of the outer court calamity. The whereabouts of the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul remained unknown to this day. The tension between the Kingchen True Dharma lineage and the Kingchen Martial Discipline lineage was also, for the time being, still being kept in check. Chen Yan had heeded Lin Kaifeng's words because he truly could do nothing. His original plan was to utilize Fu Kaiyan's power to settle the matter of Song Ming's list, preferably recover the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul, and prevent that calamity from happening. But the subsequent developments made him realize this approach was unworkable, because Fu Kaiyan's power alone was far from sufficient. If he could, through countless reincarnations, raise his own strength to the Unity Realm or above, perhaps he could easily resolve the outer court calamity a year and a half later. But Chen Yan had no way to do that. First, because his talent for immortal cultivation was too poor. Relying solely on cultivation, even if he cultivated for 1,000 years in each cycle and then cultivated for 1,000 cycles, he might barely touch the threshold of the Qi-Si realm. Second, because if he wanted to rely on reincarnation rewards to increase his cultivation, currently, what seemed most related to the reincarnation evaluation grade was the advancement of the reincarnation nodes, with his own performance being secondary. What if, during the process of his own accumulation and cultivation improvement, he accidentally advanced the reincarnation save point past the year and a half mark? Then Chen Yan would forever lose the chance to try again. In fact, after 20 reincarnations, Chen Yan had long since gradually come to terms with it, especially after his own identity had undergone a dramatic change. He was no longer that marginalized disciple idling away in the outer court. For him, whose world had now become much broader, Cheng Ziying was no longer his entire world as she had been for his former, incapable self. But Chen Yan still wanted to try one more time, not just for Cheng Ziying, not just for the tens of thousands of outer court disciples who perished in that calamity, but also to bid farewell to his own obsession, his own inner demon. During this past year, Chen Yan had also died a few times and refreshed the reincarnation save point twice. Each death was a deliberate act of taking great risks, and he tried his best to perform better, unlike the meaningless deaths before. These two refreshes of the reincarnation save point resulted in one evaluation of B and another of C. He received a small realm's worth of cultivation improvement and a mental cultivation method named Purple Mansion Record, respectively. His current cultivation realm had now reached the late stage of the Martial Spring realm. If he could obtain 2 more B-grade reincarnation evaluations, Chen Yan would most likely be able to break through to the Qi-Si realm, much faster than cultivating. Chen Yan walked slowly towards the direction of the scripture hall. In the courtyard outside the Kongyuan Mountain Scripture Hall, several inner sect disciples were gathered together chatting. Did you hear about the results of this year's outer court competition? Why are you bothering to pay attention to the outer court competition in your free time? It's just child's play. But after this year's outer court competition, 3 outer court disciples were promoted to the inner sect. One of them, I heard, directly became a core disciple of Ming Xiao Peak. I've also heard about that outer court disciple is a female cultivator, seems her surname is Cheng. Cheng something or other. Instead of discussing these things, we should talk about the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. Right, the Chenping Continent Dao Discussion Conference is going to be held in a little over a month, isn't it? The Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry then will be the main event. I heard Qin Qingyu of the Star Heaven Sect and Moon Void Sect has been on a strong momentum lately. The outcome of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry is probably already predetermined. Don't boost others' prestige like that. Are our Kongshan sects Chu Ziao and Li Haoan really worse than them? But they are from Kingchen Peak and Yuanhua Mountain. As for our Kongyuan Mountain, suddenly the disciple who was speaking stopped because they noticed Chen Yan entering the courtyard. Senior brother Chen. Greetings, Chief Disciple Chen. Chief Disciple Chen. He merely smiled and nodded slightly, continuing his walk into the scripture hall. By now, Chen Yan had officially been the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain for over half a year. Disciple nephew Chen. Upon stepping into the scripture hall elder greeted him with a beaming smile. "Come quickly, we've been waiting for you." The scripture hall elder of Kongyuan Mountain was named Wang Shicheng, a cultivator at the late stage of the passable god realm. Even so, he still appeared remarkably attentive and eager in front of Chen Yan. This, of course, was not because of Chen Yan's current status as the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. Rather, it was due to the achievements he had accomplished on Kongyuan Mountain over the past year. Chen Yan had already obtained the Purple Mansion record 10 months prior. Although the grade of the Purple Mansion record was 2 tiers lower compared to the hidden Immortal art. Yet, when compared to the Kongshan art, the Purple Mansion record was actually 2 tiers higher. Therefore, Chen Yan made a rather remarkable decision back then. That was to use the techniques of the Purple Mansion record to perform certain optimizations and improvements on the Kongshan art. Chen Yan succeeded. The achievements he made soon overshadowed his past history of cheating in the outer court competition. On Kongyuan Mountain and even throughout the entire Kongshan sect, he became a figure of the new generation almost on par with Chu Xiao and Li Haowen. After successfully partially improving the Kongshan art, his selection as the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain also became a matter of course. Nowadays, Chen Yan even serves as a guest instructor in the scripture hall, making an appearance here every half-month. Elder Wang. Chen Yan greeted with a smile. "So, disciple nephew Chen, how was that 1,000-year dragon saliva grass I gave you last time?" Wang Shicheng asked. "Exquisite." Chen Yan replied. In truth, he hadn't consumed that 1,000-year dragon saliva grass at all, but instead took it to Zhao Bin to exchange for some spirit stones. The main reason was that Chen Yan's innate cultivation talent was extremely poor, an unchangeable fact no matter what. Even if he ate it, it wouldn't provide much significant boost to his cultivation. That's good, that's good. Wang Shicheng nodded, then lowered his voice. "I wonder if disciple nephew Chen will have time after today's scripture lecture ends. My unworthy disciple has been somewhat confused about certain passages of the Purple Mansion Kongshan art recently. I wonder if disciple nephew could." "My apologies, Elder Wang." Chen Yan declined. "I'm afraid not today, as later on, I need to make a trip to the rear cliff." Hearing this, Wang Shicheng seemed to have a sudden realization, raising his hand to slap his forehead. "Today is the day Lin personal disciple comes out of seclusion." "Exactly." Chen Yan nodded. "Ah, then that must not be delayed, I was inconsiderate." "It's fine, Elder Wang. I will come again tomorrow, and at that time I will clear up your beloved disciple's confusion." Chen Yan said, "Then I'll trouble disciple nephew Chen." Elder Wang said, "Today was the day Lin Kaifeng would be released from the rear cliff." Of course, the reason Yun Yichen wanted to release Lin Kaifeng from the rear cliff was absolutely not because he forgave him or had a change of heart. According to sect leader Yun's temperament, he would have even wanted to confine Lin Kaifeng on the rear cliff for a few more centuries. Cheating in the outer court competition? Regardless of whether it was true or false, it had caused Yun Yichen to lose all face. The real reason sect leader Yun would release Lin Kaifeng was because someone was about to return. The previous chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, Yun Yichen's youngest personal disciple, the Dao sect wanderer of Kongshan sect, Liu Yanteng. Yun Yichen had a total of 6 disciples. Among them, Lin Kaifeng ranked 5th while Yue Kai was 2nd. The previous chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, the current Dao sect wanderer Liu Yanteng, ranked 6th. After she relinquished her position as chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, she had been traveling abroad for 15 years. During this time, she had never returned to Kongshan sect. Therefore, when Liu Yantang was about to return, Yun Yichen planned to at least have his 6 disciples, both senior brothers and junior sister, reunite once. That's why he intended to release Lin Kaifeng from the rear cliff. After leaving the scripture hall, Chen Yan headed straight for the rear cliff of Kongyuan Mountain. By this time, someone had long been waiting in front of the rear cliff. Chen Yan pays his respects to Martial Uncle Yue. Meh. The white-haired old man dressed in a Bagua Taoist robe nodded, his hands clasped behind his back. Chen Yan knew that among sect leader Yun's disciples, Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng had the best relationship. Sect leader Yun's first disciple, that is, the eldest senior brother of Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai, had now become the dignity elder of Kongyuan Mountain. The status and position of the third senior brother were similar to Elder Yue Kai's. He served as an elder at the Kongyuan Mountain training grounds. As for the fourth senior brother, he had always stayed by Yun Yichen's side, helping the sect leader convey various orders and decrees. Then came Lin Kaifeng and Liu Yanteng. Lin Kaifeng was first exiled from Kongyuan Mountain by the sect leader, then later confined to the rear cliff of Kongyuan Mountain for reflection and repentance. Liu Yanteng, as sect leader Yun's youngest disciple, had been deeply favored by the sect leader from the very day she became his disciple. After your master comes out, he must go to see the sect leader. Yue Kai said. Do I need to go along as well? Chen Yan asked. Yes. Yue Kai replied, it's about time you met the sect leader face to face. After all, you are the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, and because the trial implementation of the Purple Mansion Kongshan art on Kongyuan Mountain has achieved a certain degree of success, the sect leader is also very eager to meet you. This disciple understands. Chen Yan made a bowing salute with clasped hands. Up until now, Chen Yan had never met Yun Yichen, the current helmsman of the Kongshan sect. This great power at the Unity realm was now over 300 years old, yet his appearance still resembled that of a young man in his 20s. It was said his current cultivation realm had reached the late stage of the Unity realm, and he could likely break through to the divine ability realm within a dozen or so years. Even the grand elders within the sect held expectations for him, hoping he could achieve Dao Union before reaching 500 years of age. As for the immortal ascension realm, no one harbored such extravagant hopes. 8,000 years ago, Su Hongzhen successfully ascended to immortality, yet after only 1,000 years he perished in the fallen Sword Mountain range. Since then, no one on the Chenping continent had ascended to immortality. There had been a few great powers who reached the peak of the Dao Union realm, but when they attempted to take that step towards immortal ascension, they all found themselves stuck at a bottleneck. 5,000 years ago, when a peak Dao Union realm grand elder from Mirage Palace, one of the 5 great sects of Chenping continent, failed in his attempt to break through to the immortal ascension realm, suffered backlash from the great Dao and ultimately perished, he left behind a single sentence. The path to immortality on Chenping continent is severed. It was only then that the cultivators of Chenping continent finally sensed the change in the laws of heaven and earth. Some attributed the inability to ascend to immortality to Su Hongzhen's attempt to take that step beyond immortality, which resulted in backlash from the great Dao, not only severely injuring himself but also grievously wounding the great Dao of Chenping continent. Some believed it was because of that curse left behind by the Mirage Palace Grand Elder before his demise. Others thought it was because of the so-called cause of calamity. Chen Yan didn't know why, but he believed he would uncover the truth sooner or later. Because he existed within the cycle of reincarnation spanning nearly infinite years. Chapter 73, Purple Mansion Kongshan Art. Approximately a quarter of an hour later. Countless birds startled and took flight from the direction of the rear cliff woods, fleeing in all directions. Quite a few birds also flew toward the direction of Chen Yan and Yue Kai, and when these birds reached the location of the rear cliff's restrictive formation, pop, 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 they exploded into one cloud of blood mist after another. What a pity! How many spirit herbs must they have eaten, how many immortal dews must they have drunk on this Kongyuan mountain to condense a few strands of true energy within their bodies. Yue Kai standing to the side sighed softly. Not long after, a figure emerged from the direction of the woods, walking slowly toward the direction of the rear cliff's restrictive formation. Though it was said to be walking slowly, the speed was actually extremely fast. One step covered 100 zhang. In just a few breaths of time, that figure appeared before Chen Yan and Yue Kai. Disciple Chen Yan pays respects to master. Saying this, Chen Yan quickly bowed and saluted the figure. Meh. Lin Kaifeng nodded, then released his true energy outward. The vast true energy of a Qi Sea Realm cultivator was hundreds of times more profound and dense than that of a martial Spring Realm cultivator. Ripples began to form in the previously empty space before them. It was the restrictive formation left here long ago by true person Kung Miao, now resonating with Lin Kaifeng's true energy. Then, Lin Kaifeng took a step forward. The rear cliff's restrictive formation shattered like glass, and after he completely stepped out from the rear cliff, those shattered pieces of glass reformed into the restrictive formation. It had already been a year since his last meeting with Chen Yan. For long-lived immortal cultivators, a year's time wasn't considered too long. Even those great powers of the upper three realms might go into seclusion once for several decades, or even over 100 years. What major events have occurred within the sect during this year I've been away? Lin Kaifeng asked, calm and uneventful. The only major event that happened was probably done by your disciple. Yue Kai said. Oh. Lin Kaifeng's gaze shifted toward Chen Yan's direction. Then, when his eyes locked onto the token at Chen Yan's waist, Lin Kaifeng's gaze suddenly sharpened. You are already the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. Yes. Chen Yan replied. What is your current cultivation level? Late-stage energy channeling realm. This was the cultivation realm Chen Yan currently declared to the outside world. Advancing from the early-stage energy channeling realm to the late stage in 1 year wasn't exaggerated to an outrageous degree, but it was definitely within the scope of a genius's progress. Among the current generation of disciples on Kongyuan Mountain, those who could progress at such a speed numbered no more than 10. Late-stage energy channeling realm. How is that possible? Lin Kaifeng frowned, showing a puzzled expression. How could someone with late-stage energy channeling realm cultivation become the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain? Back then, Qi Yadong was at the peak stage energy channeling realm cultivation level. Whether in terms of seniority and foundation accumulated on Kongyuan Mountain or cultivation level, he was superior to Chen Yan in every way. Yet he was still far from the position of Kongyuan Mountain's chief disciple, because, starting from some unknown time, Martial Spring Realm had become a hard requirement for a peak's chief disciple. At that time, Song Wencheng had gone to great lengths, making connections everywhere and frequently bringing Qi Yadong into the public eye, all to make him Kongyuan Mountain's chief disciple. Otherwise, Qi Yadong wouldn't have died in the outer court competition. Your disciple has accomplished something truly remarkable. Forget about the disciples of Kongshan's sect in his generation. Even you and I, and perhaps even Master himself, might not be able to achieve the merit he has accomplished. Yue Kai said with a smile, this kid brought down that old man Fu. Lin Kaifeng asked in surprise. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth twitched twice. He really didn't know just how much his cheap master hated Fu Kaiyan. Not that. Yue Kai shook his head. Chen Yan has improved upon the version of the Kongshan art that has been passed down within the sect for over 10,000 years. He temporarily named the improved version the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. It has already achieved considerable success in the pilot program at Kongyuan Mountain's Scripture Hall. Both the smoothness of true energy circulation and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy during cultivation, as well as cleansing the meridians, have seen significant improvement. Improved the Kongshan art. Even Lin Kaifeng felt his limbs go numb with shock upon suddenly hearing this news. It must be known that since the founding of Kongshan sect, it has existed for over 80,000 long years in this land of Chenping continent. The founding patriarch of Kongshan sect was named Li Xuanian, a myriad transformations realm cultivator. Originally, Li Xuanian was just a rogue cultivator, and Kongyuan Mountain was merely the place where he lived in seclusion and cultivated the Tao. Until, based on the various fragmented cultivation methods he had collected, combined with his own insights and experiences gained over many years, he created the Kongshan record. The Kongshan record is divided into two parts, the Kongshan art and the Kongshan formless chapter. From then on, relying on the Kongshan record, Li Xuanian established his sect on Kongyuan Mountain, founding Kongshan sect. With a myriad transformations realm great power presiding over it, Kongshan sect quickly became a somewhat famous second-rate sect on Chenping continent, but it could only remain at second-rate. Until 3,000 years later, an unprecedented and unparalleled monstrous talent appeared. True person Kung Miao, Yan Yunhe. Yan Yunhe was the first person to improve the Kongshan record. He didn't just improve it. He also created the third part of the Kongshan record, the Kongshan Kung Miao commentary. From body forging to ascending to immortality, he took less than 200 years in total. If he hadn't been feeling his way across the river by touching the stones, needing to create his own mental cultivation method to cultivate the upper three realms, Yan Yun could probably have achieved the feat of going from body forging to ascending to immortality within 100 years. The appearance of Yan Yun also laid the foundation for Kongshan sect's promotion from a second-rate sect to a super first-rate sect. After that, the modifications made by Kongshan sect disciples to the Kongshan record became minuscule, basically only minor tweaks. Until Chen Yan appeared. That is to say, if the Purple Mansion Kongshan art improved by Chen Yan can be fully implemented throughout the entire Kongshan sect in the future, and if he can even make some degree of improvements to the later Kongshan formless chapter and Kongshan Kumeo commentary, then Chen Yan's name might be linked together with founding patriarch Li Xuanian and the first ascension great power Yan Yun. But that is all for later. Recite your Purple Mansion Kongshan art for me to hear. Lin Kaifeng said, as you command, master. Following Lin Kaifeng's order, Chen Yan recited the Kongshan art that he had merged and improved using the Purple Mansion record for Lin Kaifeng to hear. Lin Kaifeng circulated true energy through his meridians for several cycles according to the method Chen Yan described, then his eyes lit up. The smoothness of true energy circulation within the meridians was significantly enhanced compared to the original Kongshan art. With the enhancement of the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, the combat ability of cultivators below the Qi Si realm within the sect could be increased by at least 30%. This disciple he had casually taken on originally seemed to have even more secrets than he had imagined. Not just the technique for concealing his cultivation level, but now this improvement to the Kongshan art as well. It all completely exceeded Lin Kaifeng's understanding. Could it be that there really is something called a cause of calamity in this world? Seeing Chen Yan's monstrous performance, even Lin Kaifeng couldn't help but start to doubt. However, even if a cause of calamity does exist, even if it's truly as the Grand Elders of the Mirage Palace said, that the path to immortality in this land has been severed, so what? In the end, how many people in this world can actually become immortals? Throughout countless ages, with life cycling through generations, the trillions upon trillions of living beings on the Chenping continent have only ever produced 31 immortals in total. Whether the path to immortality is severed or not, what does it have to do with him? It would be better to wait until he himself reaches the Dao Union realm before starting to worry, and even that wouldn't be too late. But would he end up playing with fire and getting burned? Looking at Chen Yan, who was respectfully bowing to him, calling him master and teacher with every other word, Lin Kaifeng didn't know the answer to this question. Perhaps one day, Chen Yan would completely slip from his control, but since he had chosen to make this high-stakes gamble, it meant there was no turning back for him. Next on the agenda was to meet the sect leader. A Unity Realm cultivator, if the Black Flood Dragon remnant soul during the Outer Court calamity didn't count, was someone Chen Yan hadn't laid eyes on in dozens of lifetimes. Previously, the highest-level big shot he could come into contact with was someone of the rank of the 4 great elders of a peak. Now, he was already the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. The importance of a chief disciple within the sect could be said to be no less than that of the 4 great elders of the various peaks. Therefore, Chen Yan meeting the sect leader was an inevitable event sooner or later. Not to mention that Chen Yan had also improved the Kongshan art. If the Purple Mansion Kongshan art could truly be implemented across all the peaks of the Kongshan sect in the future, then forget about Yun Yichen. Even those lofty grand elders might take notice of his existence. Huo Mu, this name suddenly flashed through Chen Yan's mind, causing his heartbeat to skip a beat for an instant. Chen Yan had always believed that the reason his investigation into the gradually clarifying truth a year ago was suddenly cut short, unable to continue further, was because of this Kongshan's supreme imperial law elder. When he saw this name, even Elder Fu Kaiyan, who had originally planned to get to the bottom of the Song Minged case, instantly fell silent. Being merely a grand elder might not hold much real authority, just retiring within the sect. But once the title Grand Elder is preceded by a prefix, the meaning becomes entirely different. For example, the Kongyuan Grand Elder or the Qingshan Grand Elder. These Grand Elders have 100% final decision-making power over all affairs of their respective peaks. For instance, the appointments of the 4 Great Elders of a peak are all nominated by the Grand Elder of that peak, and then appointed by the sect leader. And if the title Grand Elder is followed by a suffix, it represents absolute and unquestionable authority within the sect, such as the Kongshan Supreme Pivot Elder. The Supreme Pivot Elder is in charge of the Kongshan Pivot Court. Elders like the Kongyuan Grand Elder and Kingshan Grand Elder are all members of the Pivot Court, meaning they are the direct subordinates of the Supreme Pivot Elder. Supreme Pivot. These 4 words represent the highest authority within the sect. As for the Supreme Imperial Law, Supreme Martial Pacification, and Supreme Surveillance, these 3 Grand Elders are respectively in charge of the Imperial Law Court, Martial Pacification Court, and Surveillance Court. These 3 Supreme Elders and their 3 courts also completely obey the commands and directives of the Supreme Pivot Elder and the Pivot Court. But back to the main point, shifting focus back to what's happening now. Kongyuan Mountain, Kongyuan Hall, it looked exactly like a more grand and imposing Fate Inquiry Hall. No, that's not right. Who's the father and who's the son still needs to be distinguished clearly. It should be said that the Fate Inquiry Hall is a scaled-down replica of the Kongyuan Hall. 24 cloud crane pattern white jade pillars supported the entire Great Hall at the summit of Kongyuan Mountain. The main hall was primarily themed in warm white. A plaque with a gold border and blue background hung before the hall, inscribed with the 4 large characters Kongyuan Freedom. It was exactly the same as the characters carved at the mountain gate of Kongyuan Mountain, but the handwriting was not from the same person. The 4 characters Kongyuan Freedom carved at the mountain gate of Kongyuan Mountain were personally engraved by Li Xuanian, the founding sect leader of Kongshan sect, over 100,000 years ago. The plaque of this Kongyuan Hall, however, was inscribed by the Kongshan sect leader of that year when the hall was completed. Chen Yan didn't know who the Kongshan sect leader was that year. It wasn't important either. Following behind Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai, Chen Yan stepped into Kongyuan Hall. What met his eyes was a floor of seamless white stone bricks forming a perfectly integrated whole. In the center of the Great Hall sat a handsome young man who looked to be in his 20s. Standing beside him were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. The one closest to that handsome young man was an elderly man with a burly build, his graying hair tied into a bun at the back of his head. His loose Taoist robe could hardly conceal his robust muscles. Chen Yan recognized him, the dignity elder of Kongyuan Mountain, also the first disciple of the Kongshan sect leader Zhang Yin. He also recognized the other 2 men. They were Lin Kaifeng's 3rd senior brother and 4th senior brother. As for that beautiful woman who looked to be only in her early 20s, she should be Liu Yantang. Disciple Yue Kai pays respects to master. Yue Kai stood before the Great Hall and said in a clear, loud voice. Then, the hall fell into an extremely eerie silence. Even Chen Yan was quite surprised because logically it should now be Lin Kaifeng's turn to pay respects to the sect leader. Chen Yan turned his head to look at Lin Kaifeng beside him. He saw Lin Kaifeng standing there stiffly, his lips trembling incessantly, his eye rims rapidly turning red, and then tears almost seemed to drip directly from his eyes as he began to cry. "Master, you're finally willing to see me, Master." Lin Kaifeng lunged forward, prostrating himself on the ground, and began crawling from within the hall towards sect leader Yun's direction. "Master, your disciple has had such a hard life over at the rear cliff for more than a year now, Master." As he crawled forward, Lin Kaifeng also shook his head, deliberately messing up his hair. Chen Yan stood frozen in place. He had originally thought that meeting the sect leader was a very proper, very serious matter. Even before stepping into Kongyuan Hall, Chen Yan's mood had been quite tense. But what he absolutely never expected was that his cheap master would pull a stunt like this. What Chen Yan even more absolutely never expected was that, including sect leader Yun, all the martial uncles present seemed to be accustomed to Lin Kaifeng's behavior. They just stood there watching coldly as Lin Kaifeng crawled towards Yun Yichen. Lin Kaifeng cried, shouted, and finally crawled to Yun Yichen's front, then grabbed hold of Yun Yichen's calf. "Master, oh master." To put it bluntly, it was like wailing at a funeral. Chen Yan, standing in the great hall, curled his toes tightly. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore and whispered to Yue Kai beside him. Martial uncle. What is it? Yue Kai also lowered his voice considerably. Is it still too late for me to defect from my master and become your disciple now? Yue Kai. Chapter 75. Liu Yanteng. Yun Yichen coldly looked at Lin Kaifeng, who was hugging his calf. This handsome young man first remained silent for a while, then finally spoke. Do you know your mistake? Your disciple knows his mistake. Lin Kaifeng wailed as he spoke. While your disciple was at the rear cliff, I was constantly engaging in very profound self-reflection. However, the reason your disciple acted this way also has a cause. Speak. Yun Yichen asked. Master, Venerable One, you heartlessly sent your disciple to the outer court over 5 years ago. If your disciple hadn't resorted to this last resort, getting himself confined by Master to the rear cliff of Kongyuan Mountain, who knows in what year or month I would have been able to see Master, Venerable One, again. Get lost. Don't make me say it a second time. Yun Yichen said flatly, your disciple obeys the command. Lin Kaifeng stood up, got to his feet very straightforwardly, came to the side and stood obediently next to his eldest senior brother, Zhang Yin. Chen Yan finally understood why Yun Yichen had sent Lin Kaifeng to the outer court. After the farce ended, Yun Yichen lightly coughed twice, then shifted his gaze to Chen Yan, who was still standing with Yue Kai at the entrance of the great hall. Chen Yan hurriedly took 2 steps forward, bowed and cupped his hands towards Yun Yichen's direction, assuming a posture of utmost respect, and said clearly, Disciple Chen Yan pays his respects to the sect leader. Yun Yichen stared at Chen Yan for a while. His gaze was not imposing and sharp like that of a myriad transformations realm cultivator, but revealed the unique simplicity and unperturbed calm characteristic of a unity realm cultivator. Then Yun Yichen turned his head to look at Liu Yanteng beside him. Yanteng, this child is your junior. What are your impressions? This child is the current chief disciple of Kongshan sect. Liu Yanteng beside him stared at Chen Yan, blinking her eyes. Liu Yanteng stepped down from her position as chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain when she was 19 years old. Taking on the identity of the Dao sect wanderer of Kongshan sect, she traveled the world visiting various sects. 15 years have passed since then. This year, Liu Yanteng is already 34, but her appearance looks to be only about 17 or 18 years old. Compared even to the aloof Chu Xiao or the delicate Qin Yue, Liu Yanteng instead possesses a few more touches of the liveliness belonging to a young maiden. For immortal cultivators, especially those with high cultivation levels, age fundamentally holds no meaning whatsoever. What was your name again? Liu Yanteng asked. Replying to Martial Aunt Liu, this disciple is named Chen Yan. Chen Yan replied. Liu Yanteng walked towards Chen Yan's direction, placed her hands behind her back and curiously circled around Chen Yan, examining him twice. What is your current cultivation level? Liu Yanteng asked. According to what Martial Uncle Yue Kai said earlier, Liu Yanteng's current cultivation realm should be at the late stage or peak of the Qi Si realm. In short, she's still just one step away from the passable God realm, therefore Liu Yanteng could not perceive Chen Yan's cultivation level. Late stage of the Qi circulation realm. Oh. Liu Yanteng was clearly very puzzled by Chen Yan's answer. Unless one displayed extremely exaggerated immortal cultivation talent right from the initial entry stage and was established as the chief disciple at a very young age. Under normal circumstances, wanting to become the chief disciple of a certain peak required martial spring realm cultivation as an absolute, hard condition. Yet Chen Yan's cultivation was only at the late stage of the Qi circulation realm. Liu Yanteng turned her head, looking at Yue Kai beside her with a confused expression, seemingly wanting Yue Kai to answer this puzzle for her. Yue Kai also understood the meaning in Liu Yanteng's gaze. Martial sister Liu, although Chen Yan has only been a disciple of our Kongyuan Mountain for just over a year, the achievements he has made in this just over a year period can be said to surpass all the disciples of this generation of Kongyuan Mountain. Liu Yanteng turned her head, looking at Yue Kai beside her with a confused expression, seemingly wanting Yue Kai to answer this puzzle for her. What achievements? Could it be that 5th senior brother was sent by him to the rear cliff for reflection and repentance? At this point, Liu Yantang revealed an amused expression as if she had just told some incredibly funny joke, then looked around at everyone in the hall. Ha ha ha, I'm joking. Wait a moment, why aren't you all laughing? Isn't it funny? Chen Yan. Yue Kai. Everyone. A wave of silence fell within Kongyuan Hall. Having just ended her worldly travels and returned to Kongshan sect, Liu Yantang did not know why Lin Kaifeng had been confined to the rear cliff. However, she wasn't the least bit surprised. For her eccentric genius senior brother, doing anything that would make people's jaws drop was not excessive. Only second senior brother could really get along with fifth senior brother. Ever since the day Liu Yantang was accepted by Yun Yichen as his closed-door disciple, she had noticed that the relationship between second senior brother and fifth senior brother was unusually good. But why is everyone so silent? Suddenly, as if realizing something, she cast an extremely shocked look at Chen Yan. No way, fifth senior brother was really sent by you two. Matters that have already passed should not be mentioned again, martial sister Liu. Lin Kaifeng beside her coughed twice somewhat awkwardly. The matter of colluding with his own disciple to cheat in the outer court competition and then being confined to the rear cliff, regardless of whether the underlying reason was true or false, was not something pleasant to talk about. The reason Chen Yan became the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain has nothing to do with that. Yue Kai said he carried out extensive revisions and improvements to the Kongshan art. Extensively revised and improved the Kongshan art. Liu Yantang's astonishment at this was in no way less than her shock at Lin Kaifeng being sent to the rear cliff by Chen Yan for reflection. Because although Liu Yantang's own cultivation had now reached the peak of the Qi Si realm, and she estimated it would take no more than 2 years at most to break through to the passable God realm, she still could not claim to have completely mastered the Kongshan art. The Kongshan art, that is, the first stage mental cultivation method of the Kongshan record, Liu Yantang believed she had only barely reached a minor mastery level. However, minor mastery of the Kongshan art was already sufficient for her to break through from the martial spring realm to the Qi Si realm. Immortal cultivation mental methods also have high and low grades. The Kongshan art, improved by true person Kung Miao, Yan Yunhe, absolutely ranks within the top 3 among the lower 3 realms mental methods in this world of the Chenping continent. Those secret manuals or fragmented texts treasured by third-rate sects on the Chenping continent probably don't even reach 1/10 of the cultivation efficiency of the Kongshan art. The gap between those fragmented texts of third-rate sects and the Kongshan art is the same as the gap between the Kongshan art and the Purple Mansion record. Chen Yan had considered that if he were to independently create a Purple Mansion record, it would probably be far too shocking and unbelievable. This unprecedented, peerless-level immortal cultivation mental method, once appearing out of nowhere, would inevitably plunge the entire Chenping continent into chaos, even though the Purple Mansion record is only a C-grade reincarnation reward. Therefore, Chen Yan only extracted certain fragments from the Purple Mansion record to use for improving the Kongshan art. The results he achieved were still better than he himself had imagined. A mere Qi circulation realm cultivator, actually able to improve the Kongshan art, and even became the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain because of the merit achieved from improving the Kongshan art. Although in the past 15 years, Liu Yantang had visited as a guest all 4 of the other major sects of the Chenping continent's 5 great sects, apart from Kongshan sect. But someone like Chen Yan she truly had never heard of before. Liu Yantang was very interested in this person, Chen Yan. All right, since everyone is here, let's get down to business. Yun Yichen slowly began to speak. Inside Kongyuan Hall, a total of 8 people were gathered at this moment. Kongshan sect leader Yun Yichen's 6 disciples, and Chen Yan. Chen Yan's presence here didn't feel particularly out of place because for a meeting of this caliber, the participation of a chief disciple would definitely not seem inappropriate. There are 40 days left until the Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly. It's time to finalize the candidates, Yun Yichen said. The Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry is a grand gathering of cultivators held on the Chenping Continent once every 10 years. The location is at Heavenly Summit Mountain, the ruins of the Chenping Continent's #1 sect from tens of thousands of years ago, the Heavenly Summit sect. At that time there was no such thing as the so-called five great sects. The Heavenly Summit sect was the world's sole sacred land of cultivation. The Chenping continent has produced a total of 31 cultivators who reached the immortal ascension realm, and 12 of them came from Heavenly Summit Mountain. Just as everyone believed that the Heavenly Summit sect would forever be a massive mountain weighing down on all the cultivation sects of the Chenping continent, the Heavenly Summit sect collapsed overnight. After the fall of the Heavenly Summit sect, the Chenping continent fell into chaos. It wasn't until 3,000 years later that 5 sects with considerable strength integrated the cultivation forces of the Chenping continent and restored order to everything. These 5 great sects are respectively Lingxiao Temple, Mirage Palace, Star Heaven Sect, Wind Ravine Valley, and Kongshan Sect. As for the reason for the Heavenly Summit sect's destruction, no one knows. Under the joint efforts of the 5 great sects, all traces of the Heavenly Summit sect's past were completely erased from the world. Only the ruins of Heavenly Summit Mountain remain in the world, serving as the Heavenly Summit sect's tombstone. Every 10 years, the Chenping Continent Tao Inquiry Assembly is held on Heavenly Summit Mountain. When Chen Yan first heard about the Tao Inquiry Assembly, he felt a strange sensation in his heart. Wasn't this like dancing on someone's grave? At that time, any sect that currently has a cultivator of the passable god realm or higher presiding over it, or any sect whose ancestors once produced a great power from the upper 3 realms, will receive a joint invitation from the 5 great sects to participate in the Tao Inquiry Assembly. For this session of the Chenping Continent Tao Inquiry Assembly, a total of 846 sects received invitations. That's right. Despite the vastness of the Chenping continent, with tens of thousands of sects, large and small, standing tall, the number of sects with cultivators of the passable god realm or higher presiding over them, or sects that once produced cultivators from the upper 3 realms but have now fallen into decline, totals only 846. Including the 5 great sects, that makes 851. Kongshan sect alone, with its 3 peaks and 4 mountains, a total of 7 peak lineages, likely has over 500 cultivators with cultivation levels at the passable god realm or higher. The foundations of the other 4 great sects compared to Kongshan sect are only even more substantial. Sect leader Zhang Yin, the burly dignity elder of Kongyuan Mountain and also Yun Yichen's first disciple, took a step forward. For this Tao Inquiry Assembly, this disciple is willing to serve as the delegation's envoy, leading the team to Heavenly Summit Mountain. The delegation's envoy position is roughly equivalent to the delegation leader. A myriad transformations realm cultivator is fully qualified to hold the position of delegation envoy for one of the 5 great sects. Moreover, Zhang Yin also holds the position of dignity elder of Kongyuan Mountain, and he is even the first disciple of sect leader Yun Yichen. In the past, the delegation envoys have always been held by the 4 major elders of each peak lineage. Approved. Yun Yichen said calmly, the delegation envoy shall be Zhang Yin. However, the candidates for this year's Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry. Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry. To put it in the simplest terms, the Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry is the Chenping Continent Grand Competition. Each of the 846 sects that received invitations can send one person to represent their sect in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry. The higher the ranking in the Tao Inquiry, the richer the rewards. Of course, the rewards are jointly funded by the 5 great sects. Therefore, the 5 great sects also possess certain privileges within the Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry. Namely, each of the 5 great sects can send 3 disciples to participate in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry. There are also quite strict conditions for the disciples participating in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry. They must be Martial Spring Realm disciples and their age must be under 20. Speaking of this generation's exceptionally talented disciples, the ones I still have an impression of are only Qingchen Peak's Chu Xiao and Yuanhua Mountain's Li Heiaowen. Yun Yichen said. However, when I spoke with Wei Mayan the other day about this Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry, he told me that Li Heiaowen cannot participate because he is already 21 years old. Wei Mayan is the Sword Master Elder of Yuanhua Mountain. So, apart from Chu Xiao, what are everyone's thoughts on the other 2 candidates? Yun Yichen asked. Major figures of the sect leaders level naturally wouldn't pay attention to those young talents who have just begun to make a name for themselves. Only when their cultivation reaches the passable god realm or higher can they enter Yun Yichen's field of vision. Unless they are like Chu Xiao, whose talent can astonish the entire sect and is even famous throughout the entire Chenping continent, would they make Yun Yichen take a second look. Master, this disciple believes that Qin Yue, the personal disciple of Qingchen Peak's true Dharma elder Bai Kaiming, is a suitable candidate. Yun Yichen's third disciple proposed this. Qin Yue. Yun Yichen narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment. That glazed pure-body princess of Taiyuan City. Exactly. The third disciple said. Although Qin Yue has only been a disciple for a year, with her outstanding talent and Elder Bai's careful guidance, her current cultivation has already reached the mid-stage of the Martial Spring Realm. 1 year from Immortal to mid-stage Martial Spring Realm. Yun Yichen nodded thoughtfully. This cultivation speed is indeed commendable. However, with exceptional talent plus resource accumulation and guidance from a master, it's not considered too exaggerated. What's truly exaggerated is like what Chen Yan once did, ascending from the early stage of the body forging realm directly to the late stage of the qi circulation realm in just 15 days with almost no cultivation resources or guidance. He was nearly assassinated by a shadow that very night. However, Yun Yichen still felt some hesitation, because mid-stage martial spring realm cultivation might not be very impressive at the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. As if seeing through Yun Yichen's hesitation, the third disciple continued. A few months ago, Elder Bai brought back a hand-copied version of a half-volume fragment of the pure dust glazed art from outside the sect. Pure dust glazed art. As soon as these 5 words were uttered, everyone inside Kongyuan Hall was stirred up. Heavenly Summit Mountain, the life-bound cultivation method of pure dust true person. Pure dust true person was a great power of the immortal ascension realm. Her physique was exactly the same as Qin Yue's, both being the glazed pure body which is encountered only once in 10,000 years. And the pure dust glazed art is a cultivation method composed by pure dust true person when she was at the divine ability realm. This method can only be practiced by those with the glazed pure body. Before composing the pure dust glazed art, pure dust true person had been stagnant at the divine ability realm for over 800 years. After pure dust true person completed the pure dust glazed art, in just 200 years she achieved the immortal ascension realm. It's just a pity that the original volume of the pure dust glazed art was also lost when Heavenly Summit Mountain was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago. Although Qin Yue only obtained a hand-copied version of a half-volume fragment of the pure dust glazed art, this is already enough for her to sweep through ordinary martial spring realm cultivators. Even if she encounters a late-stage or even peak martial spring realm opponent, she has the power to fight. There is still one last spot. Yun Yichen said, as for recommending someone for the last spot, it must be said that it was a difficult matter for those present. Liu Yantang is often not at the sect, Lin Kaifeng has always been in the outer court, and the remaining 4 are all from Kongyuan Mountain. Everyone present wasn't very familiar with the outstanding disciples of the other peak lineages. After a few people mentioned a few names, Kongyuan Hall became somewhat quiet. Master, this disciple actually has a recommended candidate. It wasn't until Yue Kai stepped forward with a smile that he spoke. Yun Yichen shifted his gaze to Yue Kai and then slowly spoke, let's hear it. Jiang Ling, the chief disciple of Yibai Peak. I've heard this girl possesses a clear and pure sword heart bearing a striking resemblance to the style of Su Hongzhen, the first sword immortal of Chenping continent who fell 7,000 years ago. Furthermore, Zhang Daiyuan, the sword master elder of Yibai Peak, has already bestowed the Yibai sword upon her, Yue Kai declared loudly. Yun Yichen tapped his fingers lightly on the armrest of his chair twice. Your assessment. Humph, this disciple believes it is not suitable, Lin Kaifeng, standing to the side, snorted coldly. Explain, Yun Yichen said. Although Jiang Ling, chief disciple of Yibai Peak, possesses unparalleled talent, she is still too young, merely 14 years old. Moreover, her cultivation has only just reached the early stage of the martial spring realm. If she rashly participates in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry and suffers defeat, her sword heart may become tarnished, which could be detrimental to her future path, Lin Kaifeng explained. Yan Yichen nodded, clearly agreeing with what Lin Kaifeng had said. Next candidate. Lin Xinyang, a disciple of Yuanhua Mountain. He is the personal disciple of He Furen, the dignity elder of Yuanhua. Although his temperament is slightly inferior to that of Li Haowen, the chief disciple of Yuanhua, this disciple believes his natural talent may not be beneath Li Haowen's. His current cultivation realm is also at the late stage of the martial spring realm. This disciple believes Lin Xinyang is also a good candidate, Yue Kai continued introducing. Not acceptable? Lin Kaifeng immediately voiced his objection again. This boy's character is weak and cowardly, unfit for important tasks. Although his cultivation realm and talent are among the best of this generation of disciples within the sect, he is not adept at combat with others. During the previous sect competition, this disciple lost a bet on Lin Xinyang. ****. In short, this disciple does not recommend selecting Lin Xinyang as a candidate for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. Continue, Yan Yichen said. The corner of Yue Kai's mouth twitched slightly. This elder of the alchemy hall from Kongyuan Mountain, clad in a Bagua Taoist robe, was now visibly beginning to show displeasure in his eyes and brows. Huangcheng from Linwu Mountain. Not acceptable, a blockhead relying solely on brute true energy. Wang Chenfeng from Mingxiao Peak. Not acceptable. This boy's appearance is unseemly, damaging the dignity of our Kongshan sect. Zhao Wuduan from Union Peak. Not acceptable. Lin Kaifeng? Yue Kai roared angrily, his innate true energy vibrating within the great hall, causing Chen Yan, who stood beside him, to feel a tightness in his chest. Where does senior brother get such a fiery temper from? Lin Kaifeng shot back without a hint of fear. Since you look down on everyone, then why don't you recommend 2 candidates for me to see? Yue Kai said sharply. Kaifeng does not know who should be recommended. I only feel that the candidate's senior brother just mentioned all fall somewhat short of the mark. Then who on earth is capable? As he spoke, Yue Kai glanced sideways at Chen Yan standing beside him. Could it be you want your own disciple to go instead? As these words were spoken, the gazes of everyone in the hall locked onto Chen Yan, who stood beside Yue Kai. Although Chen Yan had started to feel that something was amiss the moment Yue Kai stepped forward, when this moment truly arrived, he still couldn't help clicking his tongue. These 2 old coots putting on a well-rehearsed act, setting up a scheme to corner me, Chen Yan grumbled inwardly. That won't do. Even though Yanner is now the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, and even though Kongyuan Mountain has no one participating in this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry, he is still merely a Qi circulation realm cultivator. He does not meet the registration requirements for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. Lin Kaifeng shook his head repeatedly. Yanner, how utterly nauseating, Chen Yan silently cursed in his heart. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin's brow furrowed slightly. After pondering for a moment, he cupped his hands towards Yan Yichen's direction and spoke. Master, Kongyuan Mountain is the direct lineage of Kongshan sect. Furthermore, in every past Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry, disciples from Kongyuan Mountain have never been absent. Should we not consider this a bit more? Indeed, since the establishment of the Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly, disciples from Kongyuan Mountain have never missed a single representative spot for Kongshan sect. The last participant in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry was Zhao Bin. The representative from Kongyuan Mountain before that was Liu Yanteng. Master, but Kongyuan Mountain currently indeed has no suitable disciple capable of representing the sect in battle, Yue Kai hurriedly said. This was also true. The talent of this generation of Kongyuan Mountain disciples could almost be said to be the worst in history. Among disciples under 20 years old, not a single one had reached the martial spring realm. Otherwise, last year, Qi Yadong, who was at the peak of the Qi circulation realm, would not have become the strongest contender for the position of Kongyuan Mountain chief disciple. Unless, Yue Kai stole another glance in Chen Yan's direction, Chen Yan can break through to the martial spring realm within 1 month. Impossible. Even if Yanner could break through to the martial spring realm within a month, he would at most reach the early stage of the martial spring realm. How could he possibly? No one expects Chen Yan to achieve outstanding results at the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. Moreover, Qin Qingyu of the Star Heaven sect is currently at the peak of his momentum and is determined to secure the champion position this time, Yue Kai declared loudly. Master, Kongyuan Mountain is the direct lineage of Kongshan sect. If Kongyuan Mountain sends no one to participate in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, how will the world view our Kongyuan Mountain? This cannot be allowed, Master, Lin Kaifeng standing to the side hastily dissuaded. Although Kongyuan Mountain having no one participate in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry might make our Kongyuan Mountain disciples unable to hold their heads up in front of disciples from other peaks and lineages in the future. But what cannot be done simply cannot be done. Furthermore, based on the foundation of the Kongshan art, Chen Yan created the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. This level of achievement, who in the entire contemporary generation of Chenping continent can match it? For this reason alone, he deserves a spot at the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. Having said that, Yue Kai took another step forward and performed a proper, formal bow towards Yun Yichin. I beg Master to make the final decision. Seeing this, Lin Kaifeng also hurriedly stepped forward, performing an equally proper bow. I beg Master to consider this carefully. Liu Yanteng, standing to the side, blinked her eyes, wearing a charming and coquettish expression. She first looked at Yue Kai, who was full of righteous indignation, then glanced at Lin Kaifeng, who appeared anxious and uneasy, and finally settled her gaze on Chen Yan, whose face was the picture of resignation. She then let out a soft, muffled laugh. This is truly amusing. In fact, everyone present was well aware of the game Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng were playing, but no one exposed it, because what they said was indeed a real issue. From ancient times to the present, Kongyuan Mountain had never missed a single Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. Was Chen Yan qualified to get a spot? The answer was yes, provided he could break through to the Martial Spring Realm before the start of the Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly. Based solely on his achievement of creating the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, if he wanted to go to the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry to broaden his horizons, there could be no opposition within the sect. And outside the sect, who would dare mock a prodigy capable of improving a top-tier world cultivation method? Therefore, Yun Yichin quickly made his final decision. 1 month's time, Yun Yichin spoke. Within 1 month, if Chen Yan breaks through to the Martial Spring Realm, the final spot for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry will be his. If he does not, then let Yuanhua Mountain's Lin Xinyang go. This disciple understands. This time Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng didn't continue their act. They both spoke in unison, cupping their hands in salute. The corner of Chen Yan's mouth twitched slightly again. Does no one want to ask for my opinion, T? After everything concluded, Chen Yan followed behind Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng as they left Kongyuan Hall. Even though these two old fellows had just had a quarrel, they now seemed as if nothing had happened at all. Let's go to the Alchemy Hall. Yue Kai said, your master and I have something to discuss with you. Yes, Chen Yan replied. Stepping into the Alchemy Hall of Kongyuan Mountain, the young man in the yellow robe was still standing behind the counter, holding an account book in his hand, which recorded the quantities of various medicinal herbs and pills entering and leaving the Alchemy Hall recently. Although Zhao Bin looked only 16 or 17 years old, he was actually 27 this year. With cultivators, you can never judge age by appearance, especially for those with cultivation realms above the Qi-Si realm and those who are constantly immersed in pills. The young man looked up and glanced at the three people Yue Kai, Chen Yan and Lin Kaifeng, who had just entered the Alchemy Hall. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Kaifeng and then suddenly sharpened. Disciple Zhao Bin pays his respects to Martial Uncle Lin and congratulates Martial Uncle Lin on breaking through the barrier. The young man in the yellow robe said with utmost respect. For some reason, Chen Yan felt that senior brother Zhao seemed to show more respect towards his own cheap master than towards his own master Yue Kai. What is there to congratulate? It's not exactly a glorious achievement, talking about breaking through barriers all the time. Lin Kaifeng just grumbled like this. By the way, has your master refined any 7 Revolutions spiritual essence pills lately? Get me a few to try. This. Zhao Bin looked towards Yue Kai's direction with a troubled expression. Yue Kai just glared at Zhao Bin. You can let him try. If you're unwilling, just say so, why scare the kid? Lin Kaifeng said with a look of disdain. Just look at your old man's stingy appearance, Tusk. Immediately after, Lin Kaifeng sighed, flicked his sleeve and walked towards the square staircase inside the alchemy hall. The 7 Revolutions Spiritual Essence Pill for cultivators with exceptional talent is merely a supplement, but for cultivators with average talent it is a miraculous elixir. If an energy channeling realm cultivator with average talent consumes one 7 Revolutions Spiritual Essence Pill, the amount of true qi he can circulate simultaneously in his meridians can reach 10 times the original amount. But if a cultivator with outstanding talent consumes it, it can at most replenish some of the true qi within his body a bit more. Chen Yan belonged to the category of people with low talent. After all, if he started cultivating from scratch, even if he exhausted his entire life, he would be unable to touch the threshold of the martial spring realm. The effect of the 7 Revolutions Spiritual Essence Pill on him was also quite ordinary. He only felt that his martial spring had grown slightly stronger, but the increase was not significant. Even though Yue Kai, as the Alchemy Hall Elder of Kongyuan Mountain and a myriad transformations realm cultivator, might only be able to refine a few 7 Revolutions Spiritual Essence Pills throughout the entire year. As for these pills, most were given as rewards to those disciples who had made contributions. Given Chen Yan's contributions within the sect, he was naturally also rewarded with 2 7 Revolutions Spiritual Essence Pills. He consumed one of these 2, and Chen Yan took the other 7 Revolutions Spiritual Essence Pill and sold it in the black market outside the sect, exchanging it for 800 high-grade spirit stones. The 7 Revolutions Spiritual Essence Pill is an absolute rarity in the black market of the cultivation world. The appearance of every single pill would cause a bloody storm. After all, not all sects have foundations as rich and deep as the 5 great sects. Zhao Bin looked up a few times at the 3 people walking up the stairs, then shook his head and refocused his attention on the account book in his hand. Top floor of the Alchemy Hall. This was the exclusive alchemy room of the Alchemy Hall Elder and also the most secretive space in the entire Alchemy Hall. In the center of the alchemy room stood a pitch-black pill furnace. Anyone with even a slight understanding of the pill Dao would recognize its origin at first glance. Mokyong Yani Cauldron. The name was quite a mouthful, but among all the pill furnaces on the Chenping continent, it could rank within the top 3. However, the one in the Kongyuan Mountain Alchemy Hall was a replica. The real Mokyong Yani Cauldron was currently in the hands of the Kongshan sect's Supreme Surveillance Elder. This lofty Supreme Surveillance Elder had a particular fondness for the pill Dao and possessed considerable expertise in it. It was said that the Supreme Surveillance Elder refined 7 Revolutions Spiritual Essence Pills as easily as making candy beans. Even the 9 Revolutions Spiritual Essence Pill, which made cultivators of the upper 3 realms drool with envy, could be easily refined by the Supreme Surveillance Elder with the assistance of the Mokyong Yani Cauldron. All right. Lin Kaifeng found a chair inside the alchemy room, sat down in front of Chen Yan and looked directly at him. Tell us, what is your true cultivation level now? Above the martial spring realm. Chen Yan replied. More specific. Yue Kai asked. However, Lin Kaifeng waved his hand and did not continue the questioning. That's enough. If you don't want to say it, then don't. There was no need to dig to the bottom of it. Actually, it wasn't that Chen Yan couldn't tell Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng his current true cultivation level. But right now, his cultivation was at the late stage of the martial spring realm, and after dying a few more times, his cultivation might break through to the Qi Si realm. Rather than creating the feeling that he was lying or being evasive, it was better not to tell them from the start and maintain an air of mystery. Then, half a month from now, publicly announce that you have advanced to the martial spring realm. Lin Kaifeng said. You can get a good understanding from Zhao Bin about the rules and details of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. Compared to the outer court competition you participated in before, the difference is quite significant, especially since the opponents you'll be facing this time aren't body-forging realm cultivators from a year ago, but martial spring realm ones. He has fought against martial spring realm cultivators before. Yue Kai said. A year ago, on his way back to the sect from Taiyuan City, he killed two martial spring realm cultivators from Yuanhua Mountain, one at the mid-stage and one at the late stage. Chen Yan had mentioned this matter to Yue Kai before. After all, even the dignity elder of Yuanhua Mountain couldn't suppress the news of the deaths of two martial spring realm cultivators forever. Once the matter was exposed, it meant the Yuanhua Mountain Enforcement Hall would have to investigate it, and it was only a matter of time before they traced it to Chen Yan. Having no other choice and being isolated and weak, Chen Yan could only rely on Yue Kai's power, so he truthfully reported the ambush he encountered on his way back to the sect to Yue Kai. Yue Kai didn't say anything, just used his connections to settle everything. In the end, the deaths of those two martial spring realm cultivators were attributed to a fight caused by a verbal dispute while they were out training, resulting in both their deaths. Oh. Lin Kaifeng looked somewhat surprised. There was such a thing. Chen Yan remained silent. However, when the time comes for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry, remember to hold back a bit, don't be too ostentatious. There are many eyes at the Dao Inquiry Assembly. If you get targeted, your second uncle master and I won't be able to protect you. Lin Kaifeng said seriously, this disciple understands. Chen Yan replied, the path outside the sect's sphere of influence would only be more difficult to walk than the path within it. 20 days later, Chen Yan smoothly broke through to the early martial spring realm and secured the final spot for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry. His breakthrough to the martial spring realm didn't create even a ripple within the sect. Because as the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain and a heaven-chosen talent who created the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, even if he had advanced to the Qi Si realm in a few more months, people within the sect would have found it perfectly acceptable. The Kongshan sect delegation attending the Chemping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly this time consisted of over 70 people in total. Led by Kongyuan Mountain's dignity elder Zhang Yin and several other highly respected elders within the sect, they were bringing the contemporary heaven-chosen talents from various peaks and branches of the sect, along with numerous core disciples. After the final 3 candidates for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao inquiry were decided, the delegation envoy still needed to have a talk with these 3 individuals. The location was set at Kongyuan Mountain in the Hall of Prudent Discipline under Elder Zhang Yin's jurisdiction. There were still 13 days until the Chemping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly. Today was the day to meet Elder Zhang Yin. Chen Yan was arranged to wait at the mountain gate of Kongyuan Mountain for the arrival of the other 2 candidates for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. He knew both of them. 2 figures, one in white and one in green, slowly ascended the stone steps. Sister Chu, Junior Sister Chin, long time no see. Chen Yan smiled, cupping his hands in greeting towards Chu Xiao and Qin Yue, then spoke. Senior brother Chen. Qin Yue's eyes lit up slightly upon seeing Chen Yan. He was one of the few acquaintances she had in the sect, though not particularly close. However, since becoming a disciple of Kongshan sect, Qin Yue truly hadn't made many friends. After all, as a personal disciple of an elder and possessing the once in 10,000 years glazed pure body, there was naturally a thick barrier between her and the other inner sect disciples on Qingshan Peak. Chief Disciple Chen. When Chu Xiao saw Chen Yan, she only addressed him thus, her tone indifferent. Chen Yan's heart gave a slight jolt, although Chu Xiao's form of address towards him seemed quite distant. Yet hearing the 3 words Chief Disciple Chen come from Chu Xiao's mouth, Chen Yan felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Just over a year ago, he was merely a lowly outer sect disciple. In front of someone like Chu Xiao, the chief disciple of Qingshan Peak, he practically didn't dare to breathe too loudly. But now, Chen Yan had also become a chief disciple, and moreover, the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, the direct lineage of Kongshan sect. In terms of status, they were now equals, and he even held a slightly higher position. Elder Zhang Yin is currently in the Hall of Prudent Discipline. We shouldn't delay, let's head over quickly. Chen Yan said. Immediately, the 3 of them set off together towards Kongyuan Mountain, heading for the Hall of Prudent Discipline under Elder Zhang Yin's jurisdiction. The Hall of Prudent Discipline wasn't like the Enforcement Hall or the External Affairs Hall, which were functional departments within a single peak or branch. It was more like Kangwu residence, serving as a certain elder's residence and dwelling place. However, the Hall of Prudent Discipline under Elder Zhang Yin's jurisdiction possessed some additional authority similar to that of the Enforcement Hall. There weren't many cultivators affiliated with the Hall of Prudent Discipline, only slightly over 20. But each one was above the Qi-Si realm, and there were even 3 at the Passable God realm. Under normal circumstances, a Passable God realm cultivator could serve as an elder on any peak or branch within Kongshan sect. The reason the cultivators of the Hall of Prudent Discipline all possessed such high cultivation levels was because the Hall of Prudent Discipline was essentially the private force belonging to Zhang Yin, or rather, to Yun Yichen. The enforcement halls of each peak and branch within Kongshan sect could only handle affairs pertaining to their respective peaks or branches. If they needed to investigate disciples from other peaks or branches, they required the cooperation of the enforcement halls from those other peaks. Under this system, if discordant voices emerged within a certain peak or branch, for instance, if the involved cultivator held a fairly high position within their peak and the peak's enforcement hall colluded with them, then the cultivators of the Hall of Prudent Discipline would need to intervene and take over. In other words, Elder Zhang Yin's Hall of Prudent Discipline was a kind of oversight body for Kongshan sect. Returning to the present, Chen Yan and his party of 3 arrived from the mountain gate of Kongyuan Mountain to the front of Zhang Yin's Hall of Prudent Discipline. Guarding the hall entrance was a Qi-Si realm cultivator who appeared to be in his 40s, senior. Chen Yan saluted with a cupped fist bow. The Qi-Si realm cultivator raised his eyes, his gaze sweeping over the 3 people before him. Seeing Chen Yan arriving with 2 female cultivators, he immediately understood the purpose of their visit. Then, without a word, this Qi-Si realm cultivator simply stepped aside, allowing Chen Yan and the others to enter the Hall of Prudent Discipline. Zhang Yin was sitting behind a long, low wooden table. Compared to his burly and robust physique, this low table seemed somewhat miniature. The table was piled high with a thick stack of documents, mostly files that needed processing in his capacity as Kongyuan Mountain's dignity elder and the overseer of the Hall of Prudent Discipline. Compared to Fu Kaiyan and Bai Kaiming of Qingchen Peak, Zhang Yin, as the dignity elder of the direct lineage and the overseer of the Hall of Prudent Discipline that supervised the entire sect, had a daily workload far exceeding theirs. Greetings, Martial Uncle Zhang. Chen Yan saluted with a cupped fist bow. Greetings, Elder Zhang. Chu Xiao and Qin Yue behind him also bowed in greeting. You're here. Zhang Yin set down the document in his hand and looked towards the 3 standing in the hall. With his movement, one could clearly see the muscles beneath the Taoist robe Zhang Yin wore. Chen Yan couldn't help but shiver. He hadn't paid too much attention that day in Kongyuan Hall. Today, seeing this eldest disciple of sect leader Yun, the dignity elder of Kongyuan Mountain again, he finally realized just how oppressive the physical presence before him truly was. Completely different from the typically lean cultivators he usually encountered, Elder Zhang Yin's physique seemed capable of effortlessly punching to death any cultivator below the Passable God realm without even using any true energy. Of course, this was just Chen Yan's intuitive feeling. Chen Yan later heard from his master Lin Kaifeng that Lin Kaifeng said his eldest senior brother wasn't like this before reaching the myriad transformations realm. He had a normal cultivator's proportionate build. It was only after advancing to the myriad transformations realm that he began walking this extreme path of true energy body tempering. He completely fused all his innate true energy into this body of savage muscles, abandoning all techniques that required externalizing true energy, forging an invincible physique of supreme hardness and purity. After stepping into the Unity realm, Zhang Yin would embark on a path completely different from ordinary cultivators. In less than half a month, the Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly will begin. Regarding the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry matter, you don't need to pay too much attention to the disciples sent by those ordinary sects. Zhang Yin said slowly. This wasn't Zhang Yin being arrogant, he was stating a fact. The 5 great sects of Chenping Continent were in a league of their own in this world. Even the first-rate sects of Chenping Continent still had a vast gap compared to the 5 great sects. Because in Chenping Continent, the definition of a first-rate sect was having a powerhouse at the Unity realm or above presiding over it, and the sect also needing to possess multiple myriad transformations realm cultivators. Although the sect leaders of the five great sects were also only Unity Realm cultivators. The grand elders behind the sects were the true foundation that allowed the five great sects to stand firm in Chenping continent for tens of thousands of years. The only variable might be Fusheng City, located beyond the northern seas. Of course, Fusheng City was isolated from the world, not participating in any Immortal Path affairs within Chenping continent, and cultivators from Chenping continent could also forget about extending their hands into Fusheng City. The time for the Dao Inquiry Assembly is drawing closer. The Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry candidates from the other four great sects have also all been announced. Zhang Yin said, "There are a few individuals among them that you need to remember well, especially the characteristics of their cultivation arts. Otherwise, you might easily be at a disadvantage if you encounter them." "We understand, disciple." Everyone responded in unison. Immediately, Zhang Yin recited several names one by one, informing Chen Yan, Chu Xiao, and the others of their respective sects within the various sects, the cultivation arts those factions excelled in, and the fortuitous encounters they had experienced in recent years. The disciples dispatched by the other four great sects all possessed cultivation levels at the late stage of the martial spring realm, or even the peak of the martial spring realm. Only the Kongshan sect had just Chu Xiao alone at the peak of the martial spring realm. It was a pity that Li Haowen's age had already exceeded the limit. Otherwise, the Kongshan sect's Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry candidates wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. Qin Yue was at the mid-stage of the martial spring realm, while Chen Yan was even only at the early stage of the martial spring realm. Although Qin Yue possessed the glazed pure body, and Chen Yan harbored the purple mansion Kongshan art, which of the prodigies from the five great sects didn't possess unique and profound skills? Only Chu Xiao was the reliance for the Kongshan sect this time, but there is still one last person. Zhang Yin's expression suddenly turned serious. The Star Heaven sect, Qin Qingyu of the Moon Void sect. Chen Yan had heard this name before, and not just once. On the original world line, the person who ultimately won first place in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, becoming the Heavenly Summit champion, was precisely this heaven-favored daughter of the Star Heaven sect. Our Kongshan sect's contemporary Dao sect wanderer Liu Yanteng traveled around the Chenping continent for 15 years. She visited as a guest at the other four great sects. Before returning to the sect, the last sect she visited was the Star Heaven sect. Zhang Yin said the Star Heaven sect was also the closest of the five great sects to the Kongshan sect. Although it was the closest, the straight-line distance between the Kongshan sect and the Star Heaven sect was still over 1,000,000 miles. Liu Yanteng's evaluation of Qin Qingyu was, although still in the martial spring realm, she already shows the bearing of an immortal. Zhang Yin enunciated each word clearly. Qin Qingyu's natural talent might even be above sect leader Yun's. More than 300 years ago, Yun Yichen once ascended to the top of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry with an unstoppable momentum, becoming the Heavenly Summit champion. That time was also the most predictable Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry in nearly 1,000 years. Chu Xiao's expression also looked quite grave. This aloof and cold genius girl naturally had her own pride. Everyone knew the terrifying aspects of Qin Qingyu, but who would truly be willing to become her backdrop, her stepping stone? Perhaps Chen Yan and Qin Yue didn't care, but Chu Xiao absolutely would not. The Star Heaven sect's Man Chen's scripture and the Moon Void sect's Thousand Transformations Clear Void method, I have just introduced them to you. As for what trump cards Qin Qingyu herself possesses, I'm afraid no one knows except the higher-ups of the Star Heaven sect. Zhang Yin said, "I've said all I needed to say. Prepare well but seek only to have a clear conscience." After Chen Yan and the others bowed in the direction of Zhang Yin, they left the Hall of Prudent Discipline. Regarding the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, Chen Yan's mindset was actually quite relaxed, because he had no real demands or expectations for himself. He was just being forced into it by his master and martial uncle, having no choice but to go. They seemed to place considerable importance on the status and position he could achieve within the sect. He was now the chief seat of Kongyuan Mountain. In a few years, if the opportunity was suitable, they would definitely try to push him towards an elder's position. According to Yue Kai, his and Lin Kaifeng's goal was to prevent the Kongshan sect from becoming the second orthodox pivot sect. But when Chen Yan wanted to obtain more information from Yue Kai's mouth, Yue Kai simply refused to speak. "It's still too early now, you'd better not know." That's what Yue Kai said, and there was a second half to his sentence. "Follow the path we and your master have laid out for you. We won't harm you because we're all grasshoppers tied to the same rope." That was indeed true. Until today, Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng had never tricked him or caused him any trouble. If Chen Yan were to guess, judging by Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng's attitudes, this must be related to the cause of calamity. Given his ability to conceal his own cultivation level and the strength he had consistently displayed, it wouldn't be excessive at all for someone to label him with the cause of calamity hat. But Yue Kai and Lin Kaifeng, who knew part of his secret, had not done so, and Elder Fu Kaiyan of Kingshan Peak seemed to have a very ambiguous attitude towards the cause of calamity theory. So, Chief Seat Chen. Suddenly, Chu Xiao's calm voice interrupted Chen Yan's train of thought. "Sister Chu, what is it?" Chen Yan reacted quickly and then said, "Do you have time later today?" Chu Xiao asked. "Yes. Elder Fu wants to meet with you once. I wonder if it's convenient." Fu Kaiyan, Chen Yan was stunned for a moment then nodded. "It is." Kangwu residence. The last time he came here was a year ago when he returned Fu Kaiyan's Kingshan martial decree and provided the list regarding Song Mingde. A year had passed and nothing here had changed. No, forget a year, even if 5 or 10 years passed, Kangwu residence might not see any changes either. Fu Kaiyan had already been here for several hundred years. Chen Yan stepped into Kangwu residence and came to a stop before the cold pond in the residence's courtyard. Disciple Chen Yan pays his respects to Elder Fu. Chen Yan said loudly, "Chief Seat Chen, you're too courteous." Inside the residence, that old man with temples tinged with white sat cross-legged beside a chess table, looking at Chen Yan standing before the pond with a faint, ambiguous smile. Thinking back to just over a year ago, Chief Seat Chen was still just a marginal disciple of the outer court, carried to my Kangwu residence by Xiao like a little chick. Fu Kaiyan said this. "Now, barely over a year later, you've already become the direct lineage chief seat of our Kongshan sect, and there's also that purple mansion Kongshan art. Truly, after being apart for 3 days, one must look at a person with new eyes. Elder Fu praises me too highly." Although from Fu Kaiyan's tone, one couldn't hear even the slightest hint of genuine praise. But Chen Yan still played dumb like this. "Might I ask why Elder Fu specifically summoned me to Kangwu residence this time?" Chen Yan asked. "Just that as one gets older, one often wishes to reminisce with old acquaintances." Fu Kaiyan replied, "Might I ask if Chief Seat Chen knows how to play chess?" Then Fu Kaiyan pointed to the chessboard placed before him. "No." Chen Yan replied, "That truly is a pity. I rather wanted to have a game with Chief Seat Chen." Fu Kaiyan shook his head with a smile, wearing a regretful expression. "I'm afraid I cannot oblige." Chen Yan also smiled. He disliked this feeling of probing and testing each other with a cryptic old fox like Fu Kaiyan. Could it be that Chief Seat Chen wishes to remain only a chess piece forever? Fu Kaiyan said, "I can give you, Chief Seat Chen, an opportunity to become a chess player." It had been a full year since Chen Yan last met with Elder Fu Kaiyan. Elder Fu Kaiyan's words had unquestionably aroused Chen Yan's vigilance. "Give myself a chance to become the player in this chess game?" Chen Yan had no interest in Fu Kaiyan's proposal. He had never wanted to control anything. He only wanted one more attempt to see if he could prevent the calamity that would strike the outer court a year and a half from now. Now, Cheng Ziying had already become a core disciple of Mingxiao Peak. By all normal reasoning, she was very unlikely to be affected by the disaster caused by the Black Flood Dragon Remnant's soul. But Chen Yan could not be certain. Because across many cycles of reincarnation, Chen Yan had long been contemplating and reflecting on the word fate. Fate in this world seemed to split into 2 kinds. One kind could be influenced or affected by external forces. For example, the deaths of Qi Yadong or Zhang Zishan were ripples caused by Chen Yan's cycles. The other kind was predetermined fate, or rather, destiny. Destiny could not be affected by external forces, it was bound to happen, written in the stars. Perhaps Cheng Ziying's death at 19 was fate. Thinking this, Chen Yan felt no ripples in his heart because he had long since calmly accepted whatever ending might come a year and a half hence. As mentioned before, for the useless Chen Yan in the outer court, Cheng Ziying had been his life-saving straw. Aside from Cheng Ziying, he had nothing. But the Chen Yan of today was no longer that worthless man. He was the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. He was the founder of the Purple Mansion Kongshan Art. He was Kongshan Sect's Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry participant. For a time, he was unrivaled in splendor. He possessed everything the old man who once died alone under a tree in the fallen Sword Mountain range couldn't even dream of. In front of this new Chen Yan, what could a junior sister he met when he first entered the sect possibly mean? Chen Yan had never felt so unfeeling before, but now he realized the true reason he had once been so sentimental was not because he loved Cheng Ziying so deeply. It was because he had nothing. At Kangwu residence in front of the cold pool, facing the lofty martial elder seated inside Kangwu residence, Chen Yan no longer behaved with his former timid deference. He now had enough confidence to refuse any of Fu Kaiyan's proposals. "No, thank you, Elder Fu, for your kindness," Chen Yan said. "I really am not interested in the chessboard." "What if I told you the way to make you the player is to replace me?" Fu Kaiyan's eyelids drooped slightly, making it impossible to read his thoughts. He said calmly, "Replace Fu Kaiyan, what did that mean?" "Please, Elder Fu, don't joke with your disciple. Even 10 or 100 Chen Yans could not replace you, Elder Fu," Chen Yan replied. "Very well," Fu Kaiyan raised his eyes. When a person's cultivation reaches above the Qi-Si realm, their appearance usually shows little change. They can even look younger by taking elixirs. Yet for some reason Chen Yan felt that Elder Fu Kaiyan had grown many years older compared to a year ago. "If you change your mind, come find me at Kangwu residence," Fu Kaiyan said. Those words were essentially a dismissal. "I understand," Chen Yan replied, bowed toward Fu Kaiyan, then turned and walked out of Kangwu residence. When did Fu Kaiyan begin to take on this look? Chen Yan knew exactly. It was after he had handed Song Ming's roster to Fu Kaiyan. Chen Yan had read the names on that roster to Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai as well, but his master and his martial uncle had not shown much of a reaction. Fu Kaiyan was different. Now over 600 years old, his experience and insight far exceeded the still under 60 Lin Kaifeng. Fu Kaiyan could read things from Song Ming's list that Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai could not. Huo Mu. Supreme Imperial Law Elder of Kongshan Sect. Just those 8 characters as a title caused an inexplicable oppressive feeling to rise in Chen Yan's chest. Chen Yan did not know exactly what Fu Kaiyan had deciphered from that roster. But he was certain that most of the pressure Fu Kaiyan carried after reading the list likely came from Huo Mu, the Supreme Imperial Law Elder. "Ask me to replace him and become the player." Chen Yan understood Fu Kaiyan's hunger for power over what he held. Otherwise, he would not have fought so fiercely with Bai Kaiming. But if Fu Kaiyan was not merely teasing or testing him and truly meant what he said, then it likely indicated something else. Fu Kaiyan had already fallen into despair. He believed he had no chance to win this game. He would concede the move, then try to find someone to take his place as the next player in the game. It bordered on obsession. Viewed this way, Elder Fu Kaiyan was even somewhat pitiable. A short distance from Kangwu residence, Chen Yan walked along the streets of Qingchen Peak when a delicate, timid voice came from the side. "Senior brother Chen." Chen Yan looked toward the voice. Qin Yue, wearing a cyan-long dress, stood there. Her gaze at him was a little shy and a little hopeful. "You just saw Elder Fu?" she asked. Chen Yan smiled and nodded toward Qin Yue. Only a year had passed, yet the former young lady of the manor had grown noticeably. "How has this past year on the mountain been?" Chen Yan asked. "Everything is fine, it's just," Qin Yue's gaze drifted slightly, "a little tiring." Chen Yan didn't need to ask to guess the cause. Bai Kaiming must be quite strict with his personal disciple. As said before, the conflict between the Qingchen True Dharma lineage and the Qingchen Martial Discipline lineage was the largest open internal struggle at Kongshan Sect. The martial discipline lineage had the daughter of the Qingchen Sword Master Elder, the unparalleled genius Chu Xiao, a contemporary prodigy who kept the sect's position in contention. The true Dharma lineage had always lacked a peerless talent to match Chu Xiao. That burden had fallen onto Qin Yue. Is that so? You should relax sometimes, don't push yourself too hard, Chen Yan said. Qin Yue looked as if she wanted to say more but hesitated, then finally spoke. Senior brother Chen, there's actually something I wanted to ask you. Ask openly, Chen Yan smiled. I still have some confusion about certain sections of the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. I hope senior brother can help explain them, Qin Yue said. Chen Yan was a little surprised to hear this. You're practicing Purple Mansion Kongshan art? Yes. Qin Yue's expression suddenly turned somewhat flustered. Could it be that people other than Kongyuan Mountain disciples are not allowed to cultivate the Purple Mansion Kongshan art? That. Right, I'm sorry, senior brother Chen, I didn't know. No, it's not that. Chen Yan shook his head and said, it's just a bit surprising. He hadn't expected Qin Yue to actually be cultivating the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, because up until now, the Purple Mansion Kongshan art was still only in a trial phase within Kongyuan Mountain. Although the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, which Chen Yan had pioneered based on the foundation of the Kongshan art, had achieved significant improvements compared to the original Kongshan art, both in cultivation efficiency and the smoothness of true qi flow. But in reality, the Purple Mansion Kongshan art had not received unanimous approval within the sect. There were many dissenting voices. Some people believed that, although the Purple Mansion Kongshan art indeed had some merits, it was still only pioneered by a qi circulation realm cultivator, and even one who had been completely unknown before that. Therefore, their attitude towards the Purple Mansion Kongshan art was quite conservative. They believed it should not be promoted within the sect until it had been verified by the sect's peak elders and grand elders. Some even felt that sect disciples cultivating the Purple Mansion Kongshan art might potentially have a negative impact on their future cultivation of the Kongshan formless chapter. As for this point, Chen Yan also couldn't guarantee anything at all, because the Purple Mansion Kongshan art was simply the result of Chen Yan haphazardly stacking the Purple Mansion record and the Kongshan art together. Chen Yan was like a third-rate programmer, randomly referencing code and piling it together, considering it a success as long as it ran. If disciples who cultivated the Purple Mansion Kongshan art truly had difficulty cultivating the Kongshan formless chapter later, then Chen Yan wouldn't mind pioneering a Purple Mansion Kongshan formless chapter. It would just be another case of cobbling together a pile of messy code. How did you come to cultivate the Purple Mansion Kongshan art? Chen Yan asked. Right now, only Kongyuan Mountain disciples should be cultivating this method. It was a handwritten copy given to me by my master. Qin Yue said, by Kaiming, that old fox really does trust my work. Tell me, where are you encountering problems in your cultivation? Chen Yan asked. Subsequently, Chen Yan addressed each of her problems with the Purple Mansion Kongshan art one by one. And Qin Yue's expression changed from initial confusion to sudden understanding and finally to admiration for Chen Yan. Senior brother Chen truly lives up to being the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. He's indeed extraordinarily brilliant. Senior brother, this Purple Mansion Kongshan art is much more obscure than the Kongshan art. How did you accomplish all this? Research. Chen Yan fell silent for a moment before replying thus. In fact, the content of the Purple Mansion record was actually quite concise. The reason the Purple Mansion Kongshan art became so obscure and difficult to understand was entirely because Chen Yan's skill level was insufficient, resulting in a messy pile of code. I see. Qin Yue said thoughtfully, then suddenly seemed to remember something, widening her eyes. Oh right, senior brother Chen, some time ago I received a letter from home. There was a message in it for me to pass on to you. Does His Highness the Cloud Prince have something to say to me? Chen Yan frowned, not father. Qin Yue shook her little head. It's the station manager of Taiyuan City. He wanted me to bring you a message. The stationed manager of Taiyuan City? The figure of that old man from the manager's residence appeared in Chen Yan's mind. What message does he want you to bring me? Chen Yan asked. I don't really understand the specifics. He just told me to tell you 4 words, saying you would naturally understand once you heard them. Qin Yue said, Immortal Gambling Den. Kingdom Taiyuan City. Chen Yan, wearing the disciple robes of Kongyuan Mountain, stood before a chaotic, dust-covered ruin. the token of Kongyuan Mountain's chief disciple hanging at his waist. We respectfully welcome Chief Disciple Chen's esteemed presence. An old man wearing the outer court robes of Kongshan sect stepped behind Chen Yan, bowing respectfully to him. Long time no see, elder. Chen Yan placed his hands behind his back, smiling as he turned to look at the old man he had met twice before. He was not at all like the last time he came to the manager's residence to pay respects to the outer court steward, bowing and scraping. In fact, after this past year, their status and positions had completely reversed. After a year, Chief Disciple Chen's cultivation has truly advanced even further. The outer court steward said this to Chen Yan. Elder, you two seem well. Chen Yan turned back again, looking at the gambling den ruins behind him. To this day, Taiyuan City's immortal gambling den remained a pile of ruins, still not rebuilt. It must be known that the immortal gambling den occupied a prime location in Taiyuan City. The fact that it hadn't been rebuilt or renovated could only mean one thing: it was a warning and a deterrent. The place remains, but the people are gone. Chen Yan sighed with emotion. Yes. The outer court steward straightened his back, his gaze following Chen Yan's towards the direction of the gambling den ruins. But all of this is thanks to Chief Disciple Chen, isn't it? Oh. Chen Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. The hidden immortal art activated within him, his vast true qi surging outward, sweeping through every inch of air within 10 zhang around him. The outer court steward's face paled slightly, but his expression remained unperturbed. What does elder mean by that? Chen Yan asked. That night, after Chief Disciple Chen graced the immortal gambling den late at night, several Qi Sea Realm cultivators arrived that very evening. The outer court steward said. Subsequently, those several Qi Sea Realm cultivators slaughtered all the gamblers and staff within the gambling den. Who does Chief Disciple Chen think was behind it? Who? In fact, Chen Yan already had, or had always had, the answer in his heart. People from Qingchen Peak, Martial Elder Fu Kaiyan. The outer court steward said, as expected, within expectations. A year ago, when Chen Yan heard the news of the immortal gambling den's destruction in Taiyuan City from Fu Kaiyan's mouth within Kangwu residence, he had already guessed this answer. Fu Kaiyan wanted to silence everyone. However, those two Yuanhua mountain cultivators who ambushed him probably truly had nothing to do with Fu Kaiyan. Even a year ago, he didn't have sufficient reason to kill him. As Lin Kaifeng's disciple, he still had some value that could be utilized. And now, he had become the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. Just based on this identity alone, unless Chen Yan brought death upon himself, probably no one on the Chenping continent would dare to actively provoke him. If it was Elder Fu who killed them, what does that have to do with me? Chen Yan asked nonchalantly. Chief Disciple Chen, you jest. The outer court steward said, sweat flowing down his forehead, caused by the intimidation of Chen Yan's true qi pressure. However, in his eyes, not a trace of fear could be seen. Wasn't the reason Elder Fu obtained Steward Song's list precisely because of Chief Disciple Chen? Chen Yan's pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Even if you talked until the heavens fell, this stationed manager was just an outer sect qi circulation realm disciple who had toiled for many years in a mundane place like Taiyuan City, merely older than most. But secrets like Song Ming's list were certainly known by quite a few people within the sect. Soon, a figure surfaced in Chen Yan's mind. The image of that man dressed in brownish coarse cloth once again overlapped in his thoughts with the image of the manager who had interacted with him many times within the inner area of the gambling den. Manager Ding. Chen Yan frowned slightly, the words slipping softly from his lips. Hearing this, the stationed manager lifted his head. Oppressed by the pressure of true qi, his facial expression gradually contorting, he forced a strained smile in Chen Yan's direction. Ding Qiu, Manager Ding at the Kongshan sect stationed envoy residence in Taiyuan City, requests an audience with Chief Chen. Taiyuan City stationed envoy residence. The young page standing at the entrance of the residence had grown slightly taller compared to when Chen Yan visited last year. Seeing the stationed envoy and Chen Yan approaching the residence together, the page merely bowed with hands clasped, not uttering a single word. Chen Yan followed behind the stationed envoy. He now also knew the name of this Taiyuan City stationed envoy, Nian Yun. 60 years ago, Nian Yun stepped into the qi circulation realm. After another 20-some years of arduous cultivation, he finally gained a clear understanding of himself, that he had absolutely no hope in this lifetime of breaking through to the martial spring realm. It could be said that Chen Yan was a replica of Chen Yan from his first life. But back then, Chen Yan had a good relationship with an administrator in the Outer Sect's External Affairs Hall. Coincidentally, the Taiyuan City-stationed envoy was also about to be transferred from his post due to some changes. Therefore, Chen Yan pulled strings and greased palms everywhere, finally securing a position as a stationed envoy disciple. The position of Taiyuan City-stationed envoy disciple was absolutely a top-notch assignment for ordinary outer sect disciples with little room for advancement. Chen Yan had held this position for 40 years. And now, he was actually colluding with Ding Qiu, a former gambling den manager. Admittedly, Ding Qiu was a Qi Sea realm cultivator. Chen Yan, with his Qi circulation realm cultivation, was like an ant before him, with no power to resist. But after all, Chen Yan had the backing of the colossal entity that was the Kongshan sect. Therefore, it was impossible for Ding Qiu to threaten Chen Yan into working for him, unless Chen Yan was willing, which meant, "You betrayed the sect." Following behind this aged-stationed envoy, Chen Yan asked, "Chief Chen." Chen Yan replied in a flat tone, as if discussing trivial household matters. "This old one's lifespan is not long." "Oh." Chen Yan raised an eyebrow. When a person knows they won't live much longer yet remains unwilling to accept it, it's time to take a gamble. Chen Yan said, "Aren't you afraid of losing your entire stake?" There wasn't much of a stake to begin with. This aged, stationed manager sighed. A young prodigy like Chief Chen naturally wouldn't understand what outer sect disciples like us with our lifespans nearing their end think about in our final moments. "No." Chen Yan shook his head. "I understand." Hearing this, Chen Yan showed a trace of surprise. "That's for the best then." He said. The conversation ended there. Chen Yan led Chen Yan to the rear courtyard of the envoy residence. The figure Chen Yan would never forget was sitting in front of a tree in the rear courtyard, and right beside him lay a massive greatsword. "Long time no see, fellow Taoist son." Upon seeing Chen Yan, the man dressed in coarse cloth with a stubbled face and a grass stalk between his teeth, spoke with a frivolous smile. "No, perhaps I should respectfully address you as Chief Chen now." Standing before the tree, Chen Yan slightly lifted his chin, his expression calm and unruffled. "Long time no see, Manager Ding." The current Ding Qiu had completely transformed into the appearance he had when ambushing Chen Yan and Cheng Ziying a year and a half later. "I merely asked old Nyan to do me a small favor, to try my luck, that's all." Ding Qiu spoke as if amused. "I never expected that you, Chief Chen, would actually come to see me." Chen Yan shook his head. "Why wouldn't I come? Why did you come?" Ding Qiu countered. Chen Yan stared directly into Ding Qiu's eyes, enunciating each word clearly, all based on a single word. "Loyalty." As these words fell, a sharp glint suddenly flashed in Ding Qiu's eyes. He abruptly sprang up, a vortex of true qi swirling behind him, and snatched up the greatsword beside him. A brief, sharp sound of metal slicing through the air flashed by, and the greatsword came to rest against Chen Yan's neck. Chen Yan remained motionless. Ding Qiu and Chen Yan locked eyes. Ding Qiu's gaze was filled with pain and worldly weariness. Then, in the next instant, he burst into loud laughter, the grass stalk in his mouth tilting. "Good, what a fine, all based on loyalty." He withdrew the greatsword from Chen Yan's neck and casually tossed it onto the ground, then turned around. "Chief Chen, for that one sentence just now, I respect you." Ding Qiu lifted his head, gazing up at the swaying tree shadows within the envoy residence, then slowly began to speak. "This Chen also believes that just based on Manager Ding safeguarding Steward Song's belongings, Manager Ding can be called a true hero." Chen Yan slowly raised his hand, brushed the collar near his neck, and then continued. "Might I ask, Manager Ding, how did you come to know that the massacre at the Immortal Gambling Den was orchestrated by Elder Fu Kaiyan?" Ding Qiu didn't speak, merely turned to look at Chen Yan beside him. Among the several Qi Sea realm cultivators sent by Elder Fu, one was an old acquaintance of mine. Chen Yan said, That Qi Sea Realm cultivator, back when he was still a Qi Circulation Realm cultivator, once received a favor from me in Taiyuan City. Therefore, my relationship with that Qi Sea Realm cultivator is quite close. From time to time, he would come to the envoy residence to visit me. Not long ago, when he came to see me, he happened to mention the matter of the immortal gambling den. He hinted to me that he was actually involved behind the scenes in this affair, so. From the stationed manager's words, Chen Yan understood exactly what had happened behind it all. Do you understand now, Chief Chen? Ding Qiu asked. Yes, I know how Manager Ding found out. Chen Yan nodded. In short, it's because Elder Fu Kaiyan lacked discernment in choosing subordinates, picking one who couldn't keep his mouth shut. Ding Qiu was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Yan to say this at all. That is also a valid point. And that Qi Sea Realm cultivator chose his friends poorly, leaking the information to Envoy Nyan. Chen Yan paused slightly, then continued. As for Manager Ding, would you make the mistake of misjudging people? Hearing this, Ding Qiu's eyes first showed a moment of dullness, then flashed with a ruthless glint. He raised his hand and swung it out. Boom. Nyan Yun exploded into a mist of blood on the spot. Of course not. Ding Qiu said, after all, it's all based on a single word, loyalty. Chen Yan would absolutely not let this stationed envoy live to walk out of the management office. Nyan Yun had originally believed that a sect prodigy like Chen Yan wouldn't understand the mentality of a disciple like himself, one who was already on death's doorstep. Yet the reality was exactly the opposite. Chen Yan understood all too well what Nyan Yun was capable of doing. Since he would betray his old acquaintance for the benefits Ding Qiu could offer him, then it meant he would definitely betray both Chen Yan and Ding Qiu for some other benefit. Chen Yan absolutely could not tolerate such a thing happening. After Nyan Yun was slapped to death by Ding Qiu with a single palm strike, only Chen Yan and Ding Qiu remained in the backyard of the management office. Manager Ding. He addressed the man wearing coarse brown clothing who had just slapped Nyan Yun to death. What exactly are your plans? Revenge. Ding Qiu answered, revenge against that old dog Fu Kaiyan. Elder Fu is the martial elder of Qingchen Peak, Kongshan sect. As he spoke, Chen Yan paused slightly. He is also a myriad transformations realm cultivator. I know. Ding Qiu replied, then fell into a brief silence before continuing, but I have no choice but to do it. Since Manager Ding has said as much, then you do as you please. I won't speak of today's events to anyone. Chen Yan said, at the same time I also won't help you. I never expected Chief Disciple Chen to help me. Ding Qiu shook his head. I just wanted to know what exactly the late Steward Song's belongings were. Faced with Ding Qiu's question, Chen Yan hesitated for a moment. It was a list. A list? What kind of list? I'm not clear on the specifics either. I just handed that list to Elder Fu Kaiyan, that's all. Ding Qiu's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. So it is heaven's will. Finally, this man in coarse brown clothing sighed, then said, Nyan Yun is already dead. This stationed envoy residence is not a place to linger. Not just the stationed envoy residence, flee Taiyuan City as soon as possible. It would be best to leave Kink Kingdom. Chen Yan said. The enforcement hall of the outer court will investigate this thoroughly. I will not leave Kink Kingdom. Ding Qiu shook his head. I told you I will take revenge on Fu Kaiyan. Good advice is hard to give to those destined to die. That's what Chen Yan thought in his heart. But as for you, Chief Disciple Chen, you met with Nyan Yun today in front of many witnesses. How will you clear yourself of suspicion? Ding Qiu suddenly remembered this point, then showed a moment of hesitation before gritting his teeth. If this will cause trouble for Chief Disciple Chen, you can report me to the sect after you return. Giving up on revenge. Chen Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. I'm telling you to report me, not to capture me and bring me to justice. Ding Qiu said. I'll run. Don't worry, I won't report you, Manager Ding. I have my own methods. Chen Yan said. Seeing Chen Yan's calm and composed appearance, Ding Qiu suddenly understood. Yes, in the eyes of a rogue cultivator like himself, killing a stationed envoy disciple of Kongshan sect was an incredibly serious matter, as if the sky itself were falling. But to the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, what was a mere outer court Qi circulation realm cultivator worth? Thinking this, Ding Qiu couldn't help but let out two bitter laughs. The gap in status between himself and Chen Yan was probably even greater than he had previously imagined. Chen Yan, however, wasn't thinking about any of this at all. He was only thinking that he needed to go back and tell his martial uncle Yue Kai to have him help clean up this troublesome matter. With that, the business between Chen Yan and Ding Qiu came to an end. The two walked out of the management office together and immediately saw the young page standing at the entrance. The page boy looked up, gazing at Chen Yan and Ding Qiu as they emerged from the residence. What does Manager Ding plan to do? Chen Yan didn't intend to get involved in anything, so he simply threw all the questions to Ding Qiu. Ding Qiu lowered his head, meeting the gaze of the little page. "Come with me," he said to the page boy. The page boy said nothing, only nodding. This was a very clever and quick-witted child. Chen Yan had already learned this a year ago when he visited the outer court management office. Therefore, this child must have already realized what had happened inside the management office. Only by following Ding Qiu would he have a chance to survive. "Well then, Chief Disciple Chen." Ding Qiu cupped his hands toward Chen Yan. "The green mountains remain unchanged, the blue rivers flow on. Until we meet again, Manager Ding." Chen Yan returned the courtesy. "Now that things have come to this, there's no need to call me Manager Ding anymore." Ding Qiu said, "Just call me by my given name, Ding Qiu. I hope that when we meet again, we won't be facing each other with swords drawn." Chen Yan said this. Faced with Chen Yan's words, Ding Qiu showed a somewhat surprised expression, then said, "Ding also hopes the same." After everything was over on the road back to Kongshan sect, Chen Yan kept thinking about everything that had happened today. He was currently no match for Ding Qiu, a Qi Si realm cultivator. And as for Ding Qiu wanting revenge against Fu Kaiyan, Chen Yan had no opinion on that. Let him do as he wished. But how could a Qi Si realm rogue cultivator possibly threaten a peak elder of Kongshan sect? Forget threatening him, Chen Yan believed Ding Qiu couldn't even manage to annoy Fu Kaiyan. However, Chen Yan suddenly remembered some things from past cycles today. In his first life, when he had finally advanced to the Qi circulation realm, accepted a sect mission from the Merit Hall, and traveled to Taiyuan City, he had heard that the previous stationed envoy disciple of Taiyuan City, decades earlier, had died a miserable death inside the management office. And the young page that stationed envoy disciple had taken in within the city had also disappeared along with his death. Even when the Enforcement Hall Steward and the External Affairs Hall Steward, two Martial Spring Realm cultivators, joined forces to investigate, they had failed to capture the murderer. In the end, they could only let the matter drop. At that time, Chen Yan had simply treated it as an anecdote he'd heard about something that happened decades ago, but now he had personally experienced it all. The outcome of what happened today was completely consistent with the anecdote he had heard back then. Wait a moment. Chen Yan suddenly realized something. In previous cycles, he had never been involved in the events that happened today. The outcome back then was Nian Yun dead, Ding Qiu escaped, and the little page missing. But now, ever since the day Chen Yan came to Taiyuan City a year ago, he should have been like a catfish, completely muddying and disrupting the original course of events. Yet everything still happened as usual, and not just that. The reason Ding Qiu had transformed from that well-dressed manager of the gambling den into this unshaven man in coarse clothing was precisely because the gambling den had been exterminated. Fu Kaiyan, both in the past and now, it was Fu Kaiyan who had sent people to exterminate the gambling den. Otherwise, Nian Yun wouldn't have gotten involved with Ding Qiu either. Is all of this fate? Chen Yan murmured to himself. And what exactly had he changed so far? Time passed in the blink of an eye. There were only 3 days left until the Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly commenced. Today was the day the Kongshan sect delegation would depart for Heavenly Summit Mountain to participate in the Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly. The Kongshan sect delegation consisted of 74 people in total. It was led by Kongyuan Mountain's dignity elder, Zhang Yin. Each of the mountain peaks would then send 1 elder, adding another 7 elders. Each peak would also send 3 older disciples, all with cultivation at the Qi Si realm. Furthermore, each peak would dispatch the 6 most outstanding disciples of this generation to participate. Those selected to participate in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry did not count against these quotas. Mingxiao Peak, the dock, For Kongshan sect, if the main mountain gate was the sect's public face to the mortal world, then Mingxiao Peak was the sect's public face to the cultivation world. Among Kongshan sect's 3 mountains and 4 peaks, a total of 7 major peaks where rare treasures and wondrous scenery abounded, only the scenery of Mingxiao Peak was the brightest and most pleasant. The sect's aerial dock was also established here. Moored before the aerial dock was a massive ferry, over 700 zhang long and nearly 200 zhang high. It was constructed from precious materials and lavishly decorated. On the bow of the ship, the gilded cloud crane patterns representing Kongyuan Mountain were painted. Chen Yan had heard from Lin Kaifeng that this ship was Kongshan sect's public face. To build this vessel, the cost of materials alone had reached over 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Depart. Following Elder Zhang Yin's command, the massive ship began to move slowly from the dock. Traveling from Kongshan sect to Heavenly Summit Mountain by aerial ferry would take 2 days. This speed was actually quite fast. A spirit connection realm cultivator flying at full speed using their chi would likely only barely match the ferry's pace. From thousands of zhang high in the sky, Chen Yan gazed at the land below. This was the first time since his transmigration into this world in his previous life that he was viewing the world from such a high-altitude perspective. Kongshan sect's 3 mountains and 4 peaks were right beneath his feet at this very moment, separated by a distance of several thousand zhang. Chen Yan looked towards the outer court's direction. He could roughly identify the location of the outer sect disciples' quarters. He had spent over 100 years there. Viewing the outer court from this perspective gave Chen Yan a feeling similar to when he, in his previous life, took an airplane and looked down from the sky at the city where his home was located. Shifting his gaze slightly forward, a massive city stood upon a plain. That was Taiyuan City. Looking further into the distance, the steep, densely packed mountains and the lush, thick forests were the Fallen Sword Mountain Range. Might I ask if you are the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain? Just as Chen Yan was standing by the ship's side, admiring the scenery, a voice that sounded quite steady suddenly came from behind him. Chen Yan turned around and found 2 Kongshan sect disciples standing behind him. The collars of their robes bore light blue, wavy patterns. They were Yuanhua Mountain disciples. One had a slimmer build and an air of upright righteousness. The other was taller but had a gentler appearance. The one who had just spoken was the one standing in front, the more righteous-looking one. That is correct. Chen Yan replied. His gaze swept slightly downward and saw the Yuanhua Mountain disciple wearing a token at his waist. Yuanhua chief disciple, Li Haowen. In just an instant, Chen Yan quickly understood the other's identity. I am Yuanhua Mountain's chief disciple, Li Haowen. The man bowed respectfully to Chen Yan. The one beside me is the personal disciple of Yuanhua Mountain's dignity elder, He Furen, Lin Xinyang. The disciple beside Li Haowen, whose demeanor was gentler, also bowed towards Chen Yan. I have long admired both of your reputations. Chen Yan returned the courtesy. Compared to Li Haowen, Chen Yan's attention was more focused on the Lin Xinyang beside him. He was wary. Because Lin Xinyang was the personal disciple of Yuanhua Mountain's dignity elder, He Furen. And a year ago, when he was carrying Song Ming's list, rushing back to the sect from Taiyuan City, it was precisely He Furen who had dispatched 2 martial spring realm cultivators to ambush him. Therefore, it would be more strange if Chen Yan didn't guard against and be cautious of Lin Xinyang. However, Chen Yan did not show his wariness on his face. In recent times, it is chief disciple Chen who has been in his prime, shining brightly among the younger generation of disciples in the sect, unstoppable in his momentum. Li Haowen said with a smile, I have merely made some minor contributions to the sect. Chen Yan said modestly, also, if senior brother Li and senior brother Lin don't mind, you can just call me junior brother. That was indeed how it should be. Li Haowen was Yuanhua Mountain's chief disciple. His status within the sect was no lower than Chen Yan's. Moreover, he was also the personal disciple of Yuanhua Mountain's sword master elder. As for Lin Xinyang, although he wasn't a peak's chief disciple, he was, after all, the personal disciple of Yuanhua Mountain's dignity elder. Furthermore, his cultivation talent was not even inferior to Li Haowen's, and his reputation within Yuanhua Mountain and even the entire sect was extremely high. So you two senior brothers. Chen Yan looked at Li Haowen, then glanced at Lin Xingyang. The meaning he wanted to convey was, "What brings you to me? It has been a regret of mine that we haven't met since junior brother Chen became the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain." Li Haowen said, "Coinciding with the commencement of the Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly, and taking advantage of us both being on the sect's ferry, I came to say hello. Then it should be me, the junior brother, who goes to pay respects to you, senior brother." Chen Yan said with a laugh, "How could I trouble you two senior brothers to seek me out? We are all fellow disciples, there's no need for so many twists and turns." Li Haowen also said with a smile, "The Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly was a grand opportunity for all the talented young prodigies of the Taoist sects across the entire Chenping continent to gather in one place and interact with each other. Therefore, no matter which sect, the disciples sent to participate were absolutely the top tier among the current generation. For example, in Kongshan sect, out of a total of 7 chief disciples, 5 had come. The others were mostly personal disciples of elders, with only a few core disciples from the inner court. Junior brother Chen, do you have confidence regarding the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry?" Li Haowen asked. "What confidence could I have?" Chen Yan shook his head. "My cultivation is still only at the early stage of the martial spring realm. I only seek to do my best and not bring shame upon the sect." "Ah, junior brother Chen is being too modest," Li Haowen said, then showed a slightly regretful expression. "It's a pity that I, Li, will have no chance in this lifetime to participate in the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry." Chen Yan said nothing. In the current situation, there was nothing he could say. "I do have something here that might be of some small help to junior brother Chen." Lin Xingyang, standing beside Li Haowen, said this while lightly reaching into the air. A small porcelain bottle appeared in his hand. "This is the Yuanhua Meridian Clearing Pill. It's a pill recently developed over the last couple of years by Yuanhua Mountain's Alchemy Hall. It has the effect of clearing meridians and gathering qi. Although the effect isn't permanent, it can lend junior brother Chen a hand during the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. A storage magical instrument, such items are not rare in this world. Rogue cultivators with a bit of status and standing can manage to acquire one or two if they think of a way. However, Chen Yan still hasn't obtained one until now, because he doesn't have many treasures that need storing. One is the soul ice needles given to him by Lin Kaifeng earlier. Up until now, apart from displaying them once during the asset verification at the gambling den, they have hardly been used. The other is the shadow binding rope, a reincarnation reward. The system-bestowed magical instrument can be stored within Chen Yan's divine consciousness, simultaneously protected by the hidden immortal art, preventing anyone from discovering it. As for spirit stones and pills, Chen Yan mostly stores them in his residence. But Chen Yan believes he still needs to acquire a storage magical instrument. Now that he is already the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, he will undoubtedly obtain more rare and precious treasures in the future. He'll have to ask his cheap master for one later. As for the present, this bottle of Yuanhua Meridian Clearing Pills that Lin Xingyang is handing him, then, I thank senior brother Lin for his kindness." Chen Yan smiled, taking the small bottle of pills Lin Xingyang handed over. "There shouldn't be any problem. Although he Furin once wanted his life, no, he probably still does now, but he wouldn't resort to such a low-level method to harm him. Especially when the origin of this bottle of pills could be easily traced with an investigation. If he was truly uneasy, he could also take the pills to Marshal Uncle Yue Kai for appraisal." As the Alchemy Hall Elder of Kongyuan Mountain, Yue Kai's alchemy skill far surpasses his immortal cultivation realm. There was even one time when Yue Kai boasted to him and senior brother Zhao Bin that even a grand elder in the surveillance court, who specialized in the alchemical path, felt his own alchemy level was inferior to Yue Kai's. But the credibility of that is uncertain. Chen Yan exchanged a few more pleasantries with Li Haowen and Lin Xingyang, and then the two parties bid farewell. There really wasn't much to say, as it was their first meeting and they also belonged to different peaks. To be honest, although they are all disciples of the Kongshan sect, belonging to different peaks means that without personal connections, there is basically no interaction in daily life. Unless it's for occasions like the sect competition or the current Chenping Continent Dao Inquiry Assembly. Chen Yan entered the ship's cabin. The cabins of this enormous ferry looked as grand as a five-star hotel from Chen Yan's previous life. Just with an ancient-style theme. Walking down the corridor, Chen Yan passed by cabin after cabin, finally arriving in front of room 11, second class. He gently knocked twice on the door. "Master, come in." Lin Kaifeng's voice came from inside the room. Then, Chen Yan pushed the door open and entered. Kongyuan Mountain brought a total of 12 people this time. Zhang Yin, Yue Kai, 3 senior disciples, 6 outstanding disciples of this generation, and Chen Yan. Lin Kaifeng was participating under the identity of a senior disciple. Originally, neither Yun Yichen nor the various peak elders of Kongyuan Mountain had considered letting him join in on this event. But he was just too persistent. Every day he would either loiter around sect leader Yun or pester elder Zhang Yin. It was a headache. In the end, Yun Yichen was truly annoyed beyond endurance and gave him a spot, then told him to get lost. When Elder Zhang Yin learned of sect leader Yun's decision, he just sighed. It's precisely because Master has always indulged fifth junior brother that things have come to this state. Chen Yan felt Elder Zhang Yin's words made sense. When others are asked about their master outside, their faces beam with pride when mentioning their teacher. Only he is filled with embarrassment. However, apart from being a bit disgraceful, this master of his is quite competent in other aspects. Especially in solving troubles for Chen Yan. No matter what mess it is, he can clean it up for Chen Yan. Of course, one could also say it's sect leader Yun and martial uncle Yue Kai cleaning up Lin Kaifeng's mess. "What do you want?" Lin Kaifeng asked. "Can't I just come to see my master for no reason?" Chen Yan retorted, "Cut the bullshit." Lin Kaifeng sneered, "Speak, what's the matter?" "Not long ago, I met Li Haowen and Lin Xinyang." Chen Yan replied. And then?" "Lin Xinyang gave me a bottle of this, said it's Yuanhua meridian-clearing pills. He said taking them in the short term can expand true energy." "I've heard of this. Something concocted by Yuanhua Mountain's Alchemy Hall. Senior brother brought back a few pills to study a while ago. His evaluation was that they're not very useful." Lin Kaifeng answered, looking completely unconcerned. "But they indeed have no side effects and the true energy expansion effect is acceptable. You can just take them." However, Lin Xinyang is He Furin's disciple. Chen Yan trailed off. Both Lin Kaifeng and Yue Kai knew about Chen Yan's experience of being attacked by 2 martial Spring Realm disciples from Yuanhua Mountain a year ago. And the person who suppressed that matter was precisely Yuanhua Mountain's He Furin. In other words, Yuanhua Mountain's dignity elder He Furin absolutely could not be considered a friend. "Don't worry," Lin Kaifeng said. Lin Xinyang, although his character is overly timid and won't achieve great things, he is definitely not the kind of person who would play dirty tricks behind someone's back. He is upright and honorable. This was also the impression Li Haowen and Lin Xinyang gave him. "Do you know what kind of people I admire most?" Lin Kaifeng asked. "This disciple does not know." Chen Yan replied. "Those who are adept at scheming and ruthless." Lin Kaifeng said. "But the premise is they don't scheme against me because I hate people who try to outsmart me the most." This disciple feels the same. Chen Yan answered. "Who would enjoy the feeling of being schemed against? Do you think you are that kind of person?" Lin Kaifeng asked again, "Which kind?" "Adept at scheming and ruthless." This disciple believes he is not. Chen Yan stated. "Heh." Lin Kaifeng sneered, "You kid, you really are quite modest." Then Lin Kaifeng fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Do you know why I chose you to be my disciple?" This disciple probably knows. "Speak." "Because Master needed a disciple, and I happened to be there." Chen Yan replied. Hearing this, Lin Kaifeng showed a somewhat amused smile. "You think that day, no matter who it was, I would have taken them as my disciple, right?" "Yes." Chen Yan affirmed, "You're right." Lin Kaifeng nodded. "No matter who it was that day, I would have taken them as my disciple. But most likely, I wouldn't value them as much as I value you today." Chen Yan remained silent. The reason I took you as my disciple that day wasn't just because I needed a disciple to go to Kongyuan Mountain for me. Lin Kaifeng said, do you know what the other reason was? This disciple would like to hear the details. Chen Yan replied, because at that time you looked. Lin Kaifeng looked meaningfully at Chen Yan, pausing briefly in his tone. You looked as if you had already died many times. Chen Yan's heart skipped half a beat instantly. What Lin Kaifeng had just said was, to Chen Yan, even 10,000 times more terrifying than death. He exhausted every effort to calm his emotions, making sure his outward behavior revealed no further clues. Have you died many times? Chen Yan put on a puzzled expression, pretending he didn't understand what Lin Kaifeng was talking about at all. Yes. Lin Kaifeng said. The first time I saw you, whether it was your expression or your movements, you didn't look like a living person. So you mean, Master, you have seen the expression and movements of the dead? I have. Lin Kaifeng said. At that time, I should have been about your age. Oh. Chen Yan continued to feign keen interest. Silently, the hidden immortal art spun rapidly, suppressing the chaotic true qi in his meridians caused by the emotional surge. Do you know who in our sect is the most devoted proponent of the cause of calamity theory? Fu Kaiyan. If this had been asked a year ago, Chen Yan would have answered that without hesitation. That did not mean it remained his answer today. I know. Chen Yan replied, who? Senior Yuekai and you, Master. Hearing that, Lin Kaifeng gave a faint, surprised sound, then quickly laughed. You are smarter than I imagined. Was he really that smart? Chen Yan seriously considered the question. The answer was clearly no. He had a very clear self-awareness. He was never a genius, neither in cultivation nor in intellect. He might even be slightly below average. But even a thick-headed person, constantly rubbing shoulders with big figures like Bai Kaiming, Fu Kaiyan, Yue Kai, and He Furen would inevitably improve somewhat. When I was 21, I was still a lowly body-forging realm lackey, though by then I was already a disciple personally taught by the sect leader. Lin Kaifeng said. Lin Kaifeng's current real age was 58. That meant what he was talking about happened 37 years ago. He once said he reached qi circulation at 36. As a personal disciple of the sect leader, he had taken 15 years without managing to cross from body forging to qi circulation. But from qi circulation to qi si, it only took him 22 years. For geniuses, that cultivation speed might not be extraordinary. But for Lin Kaifeng himself, the difference between progressing from body forging to qi circulation and then from qi circulation to qi si was like night and day. Why was that? Chen Yan could not understand. It was that year I saw the dead. Lin Kaifeng continued. Do you know who your ancestral master's master was? The student does not know. Chen Yan answered. It was a grand elder from the pivot court. Lin Kaifeng said, may I ask which grand elder? Chen Yan inquired. Lin Kaifeng was silent for a moment, then shook his head. It cannot be said. Cannot be said, what did that mean? Do you know why I felt you looked like you had died many times? Lin Kaifeng looked at Chen Yan and said slowly. Chen Yan shook his head. You resemble my ancestral master very much, although the cultivation gap is immense. Lin Kaifeng said. But I can still see his shadow in you. Pardon my dullness. Chen Yan performed a formal bow. This time he was not pretending to be dumb, he was genuinely baffled. He had been fed an overwhelming influx of information. Did Lin Kaifeng mean that the pivot court grand elder was a dead person? You know my ancestral master's name. Lin Kaifeng said, you must know. Could you give the student a hint? Chen Yan asked. All right. Lin Kaifeng nodded, then tilted his head slightly. He once used a Dao name that you could say the entire Chenping continent's cultivation world, even to this day, knows without exception. Such credentials. Grand Elders typically have cultivation around unity or divine ability. Not that unity or divine ability are insignificant, both are among the upper three realms, and even without the 5 great sects aura, they are enough to command respect far and wide. But to make the whole Chenping continent know your name, even a top-tier Dao Union cultivator might not achieve that, unless his Dao name was Kung Miao. An unimaginable dread and horror washed over every inch of Chen Yan's skin and every hair on his body. There was only one person in Chenping continent's history who dared use Kung Miao as a Dao name, Yan Yun. Chen Yan's voice began to tremble. Over 100,000 years ago, the first immortal ascension realm powerhouse of Kongshan sect. He created the Kongshan annotation on true cultivation, laying the path for later Kongshan cultivators to step into the upper three realms. But he should have perished around 100,000 years ago. Your ancestral master was the ninth reincarnation of true person Kengmiao. Lin Kaifeng said, I only learned the truth before your ancestral master resolved his body. Reincarnation and cycling through lifetimes. Hearing this, Chen Yan inexplicably felt a slight relief, because his deepest secret had not been discovered. For Chen Yan, it did not matter if others knew his real cultivation or other facts. Only his ability to reincarnate infinitely was something he could not tolerate anyone discovering. That was his only trump card. It's strange to say I was by far the most useless and the slowest of my ancestral master's 6 disciples, yet he liked me the most. Lin Kaifeng said as if recalling something. So much so that at the moment he chose to resolve his body, the person he wanted to see was not my master but me. Chen Yan listened quietly. Your ancestral master told me many things then that struck me so hard they continue to affect me even now, and will affect me in the future. Lin Kaifeng said. Among them was the revelation that he was the reincarnation of Yan Yun. Please forgive the student's presumption. Chen Yan bowed. How did the ancestral master make you believe he was Yan Yun's reincarnation? Hearing this, Lin Kaifeng laughed and held up 2 fingers. 2 breaths. 2 breaths. Exactly only 2 breaths. Lin Kaifeng said. Before your ancestral master chose to resolve his body, his realm had only been unity and then, in just 2 breaths' time. 1 breath from unity to divine ability. 2nd breath from divine ability to Tao union. Even if at the time I was a mere body-forging ant, utterly insignificant before the ancestral master. As he spoke, Lin Kaifeng looked toward Chen Yan. In the face of such might and shock, how could I not believe? 1 breath from unity to divine ability, 2 breaths from divine ability to Tao union, breaking through 2 major realms of the upper 3 realms in just 2 breaths. Even just hearing about it secondhand, Chen Yan felt utterly shocked. Let alone Lin Kaifeng, who witnessed it with his own eyes. Indeed, after witnessing such a scene, forget the other party merely claiming to be the reincarnation of true person Kengmiao. Even if he declared himself a true immortal descending from beyond the heavens, any normal person would wholeheartedly believe it. Master, you just said that our patriarch chose to undergo military disintegration himself. Why was that? Chen Yan asked. What kind of person was our patriarch? He created the Kongshan annotation of true understanding single-handedly, forcefully carving out a path to the upper 3 realms for the descendants of Kongshan sect. Yet our patriarch, who should have been a true person of the immortal ascension realm, Lin Kaifeng said, stagnated at the Tao union realm in his 9th life. Chen Yan had already guessed what Lin Kaifeng was going to say next. This world possesses a certain restriction. The fact that no one in Chenping continent has ascended to immortality is not a problem of declining talent but a fundamental, root-level issue. Lin Kaifeng continued. What I say next is merely my own speculation. Our patriarch likely always wanted to take that step beyond ascending to immortality, but from beginning to end, only one person in Chenping continent has ever achieved it. Immortal Venerable Fusheng. Perhaps Su Hongzhen could also be considered close, but ultimately he did not succeed. In the current cultivation world, it is common to refer to the 10 known major realms as the 9 realms below immortality and the true person immortal ascension realm. But there is also a classification method that groups the immortal ascension realm with the other 9 realms, calling them the 10 realms below immortality. Since there are realms below immortality, there naturally must also be realms above immortality. Everyone knows that the immortal ascension realm is not the end point of cultivation, yet the immortal ascension realm also seems precisely like the end point of cultivation. When a whale falls, all things are born. This saying found an almost perfect embodiment in Immortal Venerable Fusheng. Children born in Fusheng City are martial spring realm cultivators from the very moment they land on the ground. Fusheng City also became Chenping Continent's only immortal city. Knowing he could not take that step and that even ascending to immortality had become a distant hope, our patriarch chose to end himself. Lin Kaifeng said. From that day on, one question has been constantly troubling me. What exactly is the restriction of this world? As he spoke, Lin Kaifeng looked toward Chen Yan again. What do you think? This disciple believes there are many possibilities, but didn't you, master, ultimately arrive at your own answer? Chen Yan replied, correct, I believe what restricts this world is the cause of calamity. Lin Kaifeng nodded. But as for what the cause of calamity actually is, there has never been a unified standard. Precisely because of this, when the Orthodox Pivot sect launched the Eliminating the Cause of Calamity action 1,000 years ago, so many people took advantage of the chaos to eliminate their rivals under the banner of eliminating the cause of calamity, throwing the entire Chenping continent into turmoil. Then what does Master believe the cause of calamity is? Chen Yan asked. It is my patriarch. Lin Kaifeng answered, and many other immortal ascension realm great powers like my patriarch who should have died in this world but were unwilling to leave. Why does Master believe that? Chen Yan asked again. The patriarch said that the Tao of each world has a fixed number. Every time a cultivator ascends to immortality, it means another Tao has been occupied by someone. Lin Kaifeng said. After an immortal ascension realm cultivator falls, the Tao they occupied is released anew. Master, are you saying there are many reincarnators in this world with situations similar to our patriarchs? Chen Yan said. Just my speculation and the most reasonable explanation I can think of. Lin Kaifeng replied, indeed Lin Kaifeng's conjecture does have a certain degree of possibility, so, Chen Yan. Lin Kaifeng called his name. Which immortal ascension realm great power are you the reincarnation of? You jest, Master. Chen Yan said with a light laugh. He naturally wouldn't take the hat Lin Kaifeng tried to place on him seriously. Fine then. Lin Kaifeng shook his head with an indifferent expression as if he had long known what answer Chen Yan would give. No need to tell me your secret, I'm not interested anyway. But I will still do my utmost to give you more help. I only ask that you can lend me a hand at critical moments as well. This disciple has received deep grace from Master. I would go through fire and water without hesitation, duty-bound and without excuse. Chen Yan said, making a bowing salute. HMPH. Lin Kaifeng just gave a cold snort, then waved his hand, indicating Chen Yan could leave. He certainly wouldn't do anything to Chen Yan. Firstly, Chen Yan was still useful to him, and until today, the relationship between master and disciple had been quite harmonious. Secondly, what if Chen Yan really was the reincarnation of some immortal ascension realm great power? If he provoked such a person to anger and they casually swatted him into dust with one slap, what could he do? Even with the restrictions of the world's laws, perhaps only the supreme pivot elder in the entire Kongshan sect could barely exchange a couple of moves with a cultivator who was an immortal ascension realm being currently at the peak of the Tao Union realm. Lin Kaifeng was an absolute adherent of the cause of calamity theory, but he had never thought about eliminating the cause of calamity. The reason was simple. Even without the law restrictions, Lin Kaifeng would never have any possibility of ascending to immortality in this lifetime. Even if there was a possibility, he could never defeat those reincarnated immortal ascension realm great powers. But all of this was still just Lin Kaifeng's speculation. Whether there were other reincarnated great powers in this world besides true person Kung Miao remained unknown. And whether the laws of Chenping continent were restricted for the reasons Lin Kaifeng speculated, no one knew the truth. At the very least, no one knew now. Chen Yan returned to his own room. He had been genuinely startled by Lin Kaifeng today because what Lin Kaifeng said was truly terrifying. At the same time, Chen Yan had also obtained much important information provided Lin Kaifeng hadn't lied to him. Reincarnators existed in this world. It's just that their reincarnation seemed different from his own cycle of reincarnation. Yan Yun lived 9 lives, in other words, he also truly and genuinely died 9 times. But in the eyes of outsiders, Chen Yan himself had never truly died in a meaningful sense. Chen Yan felt that what Lin Kaifeng spoke of seemed to be beginning to touch upon the very essence of this cultivation world, but it was still far too early for him to be exposed to these matters. For him currently, the most immediate matter was the Chenping Continent Tao Inquiry Assembly. This was Chen Yan's first appearance before other sects in his capacity as the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. To be honest, Chen Yan had never seen such a grand occasion before. In previous cycles, when he went down the mountain for training as a Kongshan sect disciple, he would occasionally encounter disciples from other small sects around the sect's vicinity. Those disciples only needed to catch a single glimpse of the Kongshan sect outer court Taoist robe Chen Yan wore, and they would rush over to flatter and suck up, calling him senior brother over and over. It was so relaxed and comfortable. Now Chen Yan's status was incomparably higher than when he was in the outer court, but the pressure he would face had also increased by hundreds of times. The Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. Chen Yan murmured, gazing at the ceiling of the ferry boat. Heavenly Summit Mountain. Located slightly north of the exact center of Chenping continent, it was a sacred cultivation site from the ancient era. The Kongshan sect's ferry was now slowly approaching this towering peak, more than 8,000 zhang high, standing majestically at the center of Chenping continent. 2,000 zhang above the summit, a colossal palace hung suspended. Its scale was hundreds of times that of Kongyuan Hall. This magnificent palace was made entirely of white jade, tilting slightly in the air. Up close, one could see cracks and damage everywhere on the palace. It looked like a grand corpse. I really want to go in and take a look. A disciple on the ferry muttered this to himself. Don't even think about it, you won't get the chance. Another Kongshan sect disciple beside him said, Why not? Every 10 years, only one person can enter the Heavenly Summit Palace ruins to comprehend the Tao and seek opportunities. Who? The Heavenly Summit champion, of course. Who else? You say Heavenly Summit Mountain collapsed so many years ago, why keep the palace so restricted? If someone wants to go in and look, just let them in. It's not that simple. Do you know how many immortals Heavenly Summit Mountain produced? How many? 12 who ascended to immortality. Wow, that sounds like the total immortals produced by the 5 great sects added together is only like 17. Which is why, before its destruction, Heavenly Summit Mountain was the only cultivation sacred ground in the world. All of these Kongshan sect disciples' conversations drifted into Chen Yan's ears. Since history began to be recorded in this world, Chenping continent had produced 31 cultivators who reached the immortal ascension realm. Heavenly Summit Mountain had produced 12 of them, and the 5 great sects had produced 17, totaling 29. Besides those, 2 immortal ascension cultivators did not come from any sacred cultivation site, nor from any sect. Those 2 were rogue cultivators. One of them was the only one among the 31 immortal ascension cultivators of Chenping continent who truly stepped further, Immortal Venerable Fasheng. The other was Chenping continent's first sword immortal and its last sword immortal, Falling Star Realman, Su Hongzhen. Ironically, it was amusing that these 2 who had once touched the threshold of the realms above immortality were both rogue cultivators. Chen Yan looked up. The ferry glided by slowly, only 100 zhang away from the Heavenly Summit Palace. As a direct-line disciple of Kongshan sect, chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, Chen Yan had naturally heard many sect rumors and secrets. The reason the 5 great sects hold such status in Chenping continent today was that they divided up the inheritance left after Heavenly Summit Mountain's destruction. But the 5 great sects could not fully divide everything. The largest piece of the pie still belonged to no one. That was the Heavenly Summit Palace. During the long 10,000-year rule of Heavenly Summit Mountain over Chenping continent, it was the only sect in which immortal ascension cultivators never had a broken lineage. In other words, the Heavenly Summit Palace had once housed 12 immortal ascension cultivators. The last immortal ascension cultivator of Heavenly Summit Mountain, the final steward, was known to the world as Kinghang Relman. No one knew how Heavenly Summit Mountain fell apart in a single night, nor what started the internal chaos. By the time the 5 great sects reacted, Heavenly Summit Mountain had already been completely destroyed. The mountain was a scene of death and desolation. Only the Heavenly Summit Palace remained suspended in the sky. The 5 great sects spent 3 years dividing the cultivation resources, treasures, and scriptures on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Kinghang Relman left a restriction on the Heavenly Summit Palace at the very end. This restriction allowed only cultivators of martial spring realm and below to enter the palace. Immortal ascension cultivators could force their way through the restriction, but the consequence would certainly be the destruction of the heavenly summit palace. During those 3 years, the 5 great sects debated how to divide the palace. After all the legacies of the 12 generations of heavenly summit mountain caretakers were stored within the heavenly summit palace. You could take a loss here or gain something there that was tolerable, but not with the heavenly summit palace. Those were inheritances of immortal ascension masters. No matter how it was divided, someone would be dissatisfied. Tensions among the 5 great sects gradually escalated. According to sect records, Kongshan sect mobilized all cultivators of martial spring realm and above, preparing for all-out war. The other 4 sects were in similar states. In the end, the 5 great sects chose restraint. Under Ling Xiao Temple's leadership, they established the 10-year Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent and the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry. At each Dao Inquiry Assembly, only the Heavenly Summit champion had the qualification to enter the Heavenly Summit Palace, and the time inside the palace was limited to 3 days. This rule continued to the present. No one wanted to break it, not because everyone cared about fairness but because it wasn't worth the risk. By now, more than 60,000 years had passed. The Heavenly Summit Dao Inquiry had been held more than 6,000 times. No Heavenly Summit champion had ever come out of the palace having gained anything notable. Therefore, the qualification to enter the Heavenly Summit Palace today was merely a prize attached to the Heavenly Summit Dao Inquiry. Still, not a single one of the 5 great sects was willing to loosen the access rules. What if someone obtained the great legacy of Heavenly Summit Mountain? The ferry began to descend. At this moment, Heavenly Summit Mountain was bustling with voices. "Look, it's people from Kongshan sect," someone shouted. Immediately, many cultivators on Heavenly Summit Mountain looked up, casting admiring and reverent glances at the Kongshan sect ferry. To ordinary sect cultivators, the 5 great sects were untouchable. Elder Zhang Yin slowly stepped out from the cabin, followed by Martial Uncle Yue Kai and Liu Yanteng. Like Lin Kaifeng, Liu Yanteng attended the Dao Inquiry Assembly as a senior disciple. However, unlike Lin Kaifeng, Yun Yichen had reserved this position for Liu Yanteng from the start, but not for Lin Kaifeng. "Chu Xiao," Elder Zhang Yin said slowly, "Present." Chu Xiao responded from the side. Dressed in white, her ink-black hair especially striking, she stood out on the ferry. Elder Zhang Yin did not speak further, only lifted his chin slightly. Chu Xiao understood at once, bowed to Zhang Yin, then walked to the ship's prow. "Look, someone from the Kongshan sect's ferry is coming out." "Wow, so beautiful." "That's Chu Xiao, chief disciple of Qingchen Peak of Kongshan sect. If I could marry Chu Xiao, I'd join Kongshan sect willingly." "What are you dreaming about?" Elder Zhang Yin was asking Chu Xiao to step into the limelight. As the top seed for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, she was naturally also the face of the Kongshan sect for this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping Continent. Suddenly, Chen Yan noticed Martial Uncle Yue Kai standing beside Elder Zhang Yin, smiling as he looked at him. Also smiling brightly was Liu Yanteng, Martial Aunt Liu, on the other side of Elder Zhang Yin. "You go too," Martial Uncle Yue Kai said. "Huh." Chen Yan showed a startled expression, then he looked towards the direction of his grand martial uncle, Zhang Yin. Zhang Yin didn't speak, just nodded. "Hey." Chen Yan didn't like doing this kind of showy, public-facing work, but stepping into the limelight was also a responsibility he should bear as the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. So he could only brace himself and walk towards the bow of the ferry. "Don't lose face." As Chen Yan passed by Liu Yanteng, she lightly patted his shoulder as if joking. "What's so face-losing about this?" Chen Yan muttered under his breath. When he took his position at the bow right beside Chu Xiao, a brief silence of a few breaths fell over Heavenly Summit Mountain. "Who is that handsome youth beside Fairy Chu?" "Are you stupid? Don't you see the gilded cloud crane patterns on his sleeve? That's the mark of a direct-line disciple of Kongshan sect from Kongyuan Mountain. And he can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Qingchen chief disciple. Isn't his identity obvious enough?" "Who?" "Must be the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, you fool." "Of course I know he's the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, but who is the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain?" "It's..." The young cultivator who had just been answering questions for others faltered slightly. He really didn't know who the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain was, Chen Yan. Beside that young cultivator, a youth wearing a deep cyan Taoist robe with red lips and white teeth, sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes said this. 18 years old this year. Just a year ago he was still an outer sect disciple of Kongshan sect. Then he suddenly became the personal disciple of Lin Kaifeng, who was the outer court elder of Kongshan sect at the time. Later, due to some incident, Lin Kaifeng was dismissed from his post, and Chen Yan followed his master back to Kongyuan Mountain. Building upon the Kongshan sect's foundational mental cultivation method, the Kongshan art, he created the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. Relying on this achievement, he became the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain in one fell swoop. Hey brother, you seem to know Chen Yan quite well. Just heard a bit about his deeds, that's all. Speaking of which, brother, what was the incident you just mentioned? Hearing this, the youth in the deep cyan Taoist robe slowly turned his head, smiling as he looked at the young cultivator. You want to know? Just a bit curious. If you were to learn about the scandal of a direct-line chief disciple of Kongshan sect, what do you think the cultivators of Kongshan sect would do to you? The youth in the deep cyan Taoist robe said with a smile. The young cultivator was slightly stunned, then his face rapidly turned pale. When he came to his senses and looked again towards the youth in the deep cyan Taoist robe, he found the youth had long since disappeared without a trace. Wait, deep cyan Taoist robe and the dark color on the collar. The young cultivator muttered to himself, then his pupils constricted sharply. Mirage Palace. The Kongshan sect's ferry slowly descended onto the dock of Heavenly Summit Mountain. After the fall of Heavenly Summit Mountain, the dock of Heavenly Summit Mountain has been maintained in rotation by the 5 great sects, changing every 50 years. This year is the 40th year that Wind Ravine Valley has been responsible for maintaining the dock. Wind Ravine Valley disciple Zhao Hongtu pays respects to all seniors and fellow Taoists of Kongshan sect. A cultivator wearing a sky-blue Taoist robe looking about 30 years old quickly stepped forward, a full-faced, fawning smile on his face as he bowed to the Kongshan sect cultivators disembarking from the ferry. The Kongshan sect delegation of 74 people slowly walked down the gangplank. The leader, Elder Zhang Yin, merely gave a slight nod as he passed by. He didn't even give a proper glance to the Wind Ravine Valley disciple named Zhao Hongtu, thus completely ignoring Zhao Hongtu's courtesy and leading the group behind him straight out of the dock area. As they passed by Zhao Hongtu, one Kongshan sect disciple merely swept his eyes over him briefly. Zhao Hongtu immediately offered up an ingratiating smile. This was perfectly normal. Because Zhao Hongtu's status was merely that of a dock steward dispatched to Heavenly Summit Mountain by Wind Ravine Valley, and not even an inner sect steward, just an outer sect steward of Wind Ravine Valley. Zhang Yin, as the esteemed delegation envoy of the Kongshan sect and also the current sect leader's eldest disciple, the dignity elder of the direct line Kongyuan Mountain, the gap in status and position was simply too vast. In such a setting, if Zhang Yin dared to give Zhao Hongtu a proper look, it would be losing face for Kongshan sect. Even the disciples following behind Zhang Yin were all inner sect prodigies of Kongshan sect, completely not on the same level as Zhao Hongtu. Zhao Hongtu obviously understood this as well. Therefore, when he was ignored by the Kongshan sect delegation, he didn't feel the slightest bit awkward, much less angry. He just kept bowing respectfully until the Kongshan sect cultivators had walked far away. Then, Zhao Hongtu looked towards the direction of the dock. Another ferry arrived, though its size wasn't even 1/20th of the Kongshan sect's ferry. A dozen or so cultivators disembarked from that ferry. Zhao Hongtu gave the dozen or so cultivators a cursory glance, immediately straightened his back and walked over lazily. Hey, you lot. Which sect are you from? Among the dozen or so cultivators, the leader was a Qi Si realm elder. Seeing the Wind Ravine Valley Taoist robe on Zhao Hongtu, he immediately showed a fearful expression. This senior, how should we address you? My surname is Zhao, I'm currently the steward of this dock. So it's Steward Zhao. This junior is Zhang Zhuang, the discipline elder of the Beiyuan sect from the northwest of Chenping continent. This is our invitation. Zhang Zhuang respectfully handed the invitation in his arms towards Zhao Hongtu. Zhao Hongtu snatched the invitation from Zhang Zhuang's hand, glanced at it a few times, then stuffed it back into Zhang Zhuang's hand. Go on. Thank you, Steward Zhao. Steward Zhao has worked hard. If there is an opportunity, this junior would like to invite Steward Zhao for a drink. Go, 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 hurry up and leave. Zhao Hongtu's expression quickly switched to one of impatience. A flicker of embarrassment crossed Zhang Zhuang's face, which then quickly turned into an ingratiating smile. All right, we'll leave right away. Immediately, Zhang Zhuang led the Beiyuan sect disciples behind him to quickly leave the dock. Elder Zhang, that guy surnamed Zhao was just too insulting. Why did you? A disciple behind Zhang Zhuang said indignantly. SHH, what are you trying to do? Zhang Zhuang immediately scolded. Steward Zhao is a disciple of Wind Ravine Valley. Have you trained your brain to mush after all these years of cultivation in the sect? But all of this was heard perfectly clearly by Zhao Hongtu. Zhao Hongtu didn't take any of it to heart, neither the words of that Beiyuan sect discipline elder nor the words of the disciple he brought. He just gave a rather disdainful laugh, then spat on the ground. A pack of ignorant wild dogs. Heavenly Summit Mountain. Chen Yan followed the Kongshan sect delegation, walking amidst the crowd. At the very front was the leader of this Kongshan sect delegation, the delegation envoy, Martial Uncle Zhang Yin. Behind him followed 7 elders from the 3 mountains and 4 peaks. Among these 7 elders, Chen Yan only recognized one, the Alchemy Hall elder of Kongyuan Mountain, Martial Uncle Yue Kai. In fact, there had been some controversy on Kongyuan Mountain regarding the final selection of personnel for this delegation. The envoy was Zhang Yin, the sect leader's eldest disciple, and among the elders was Yue Kai, his second disciple. The senior disciples sent were the sect leader's 5th disciple, Lin Kaifeng, and his 6th disciple, Liu Yantang. The participant for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry was also his grand disciple. In other words, half of the people attending this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry were direct disciples of Yun Yichen. In the procession, walking behind the elders, was Chen Yan. To his right was the chief disciple of Qingchen Peak, Chu Xiao, and behind them were Li Haowen and the other 3 chief disciples from various peaks. Qin Yue followed behind the chief disciples. If ranked strictly by seniority and status, as Kongyuan Mountain was the direct lineage of Kongshan sect, Chen Yan should have been walking at the very front. However, Chu Xiao, as the chief disciple of Qingchen Peak, should not have been placed ahead of Li Haowen and the others. But her identity on this journey was not merely that of the Qingchen Peak chief disciple. Chu Xiao was also the participant for this Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry and the Kongshan sect's top seed. Qin Yue's situation was similar. Because she was a participant for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, her position in the procession was also quite far forward. Heavenly Summit Mountain was vast. The sect ruins on Heavenly Summit Mountain were not a cluster of buildings constructed on flat, open ground. Instead, they were scattered in an orderly yet picturesque manner across the entire mountain peak. Indeed, Li Haowen sighed softly behind Chen Yan. Heavenly Summit Mountain lives up to its reputation, treasures are everywhere. He was referring to the various spiritual grasses and immortal trees on the mountain. Not a single plant or tree growing on Heavenly Summit Mountain was ordinary, because ordinary vegetation, aside from moss, could hardly survive at an altitude of over 8,000 zhang above the ground. It was precisely because of these spiritual plants that the peaks of Heavenly Summit Mountain held a touch more vitality, rather than appearing as a lonely, snowy mountain. How many heavenly treasures and rare materials did the 5 great sects plunder from this Heavenly Summit Mountain back then? Chen Yan couldn't help but wonder this in his heart. The 5 great sects took turns every 50 years to be responsible for managing and maintaining the port of Heavenly Summit Mountain. Therefore, the mountain had also been divided by the 5 great sects into 5 territories, each serving as the domain of one of the great sects. The Kongshan sect's territory was originally the location of one of Heavenly Summit Mountain's 6 major peaks and veins, the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. After being cleaned by the Kongshan sect outer sect disciples stationed long-term on Heavenly Summit Mountain, the current environment of the Slaying Heaven Pavilion was spotless. Especially during the period around the Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chemping Continent, the outer sect disciples of Kongshan sect dared not slack off. When Elder Zhang Yin led the group before their territory, the Kongshan sect outer sect disciples stationed on Heavenly Summit Mountain had long been waiting respectfully outside the courtyard gate. "You've all had a tiring journey, go and rest first," Elder Zhang Yin said. Afterwards, under the guidance of the outer sect disciples stationed on Heavenly Summit Mountain, everyone was assigned their temporary rooms on the mountain. "Chief Disciple Chen, please come this way." An outer sect disciple who looked to be in his early 20s respectfully pushed open the door to Chen Yan's temporary residence. "If you need anything, you can call for me anytime. My name is He Ching, just call me Little He," the outer sect disciple said with enthusiasm and respect. "You can go attend to other matters first," Chen Yan said indifferently. "All right," the outer sect disciple replied, then turned and quickly left Chen Yan's courtyard. Watching the back of that outer sect disciple, Chen Yan felt a surge of complex emotions. Once upon a time when he was also an outer sect disciple, becoming one who could be stationed long-term on Heavenly Summit Mountain was Chen Yan's dream, because the treatment was simply too good. Outer sect disciples stationed long-term on Heavenly Summit Mountain due to being far from the sect received higher subsidies. The cultivation resources they obtained were 1.5 times that of ordinary outer sect disciples. Even when their term ended and they returned to the sect from Heavenly Summit Mountain, they would receive a large lump sum compensation. The benefits didn't stop there. Heavenly Summit Mountain was the sacred cultivation land of Chenping Continent. All the plants on its peaks were spiritual grasses and immortal trees. Just by plucking a few leaves or picking a couple of fruits and taking them down the mountain, one could definitely sell them for a good price, thereby exchanging for even more cultivation resources. In Kongshan sect, nearly one-third of positions at the level of outer sect administrators and ceremonial officials were held by people with a background of having been stationed on Heavenly Summit Mountain. He remembered when the External Affairs Hall once recruited people to be stationed on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Chen Yan had also enthusiastically signed up. But afterwards there was no news, as if a stone had sunk into the sea. Later, Chen Yan learned that the candidates for stationing on Heavenly Summit Mountain were all predetermined long ago. The selections were basically directly appointed by the outer sect stewards. One must know that in the outer court, aside from the outer court elder and the outer court supervisor, the most powerful were these Martial Spring Realm outer sect stewards. Everyone knew that guarding Heavenly Summit Mountain was a cushy job. Why should such a good thing fall onto one's own head? Chen Yan shook his head and let out two bitter laughs. What was he still regretting about these old, moldy matters from the past? His current identity was the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. Even outer sect stewards, even the outer court supervisor, upon seeing him, had to bow respectfully and address him as Chief Disciple Chen. "Senior Brother Chen." Suddenly, a young girl's voice came from outside. For a brief moment, Chen Yan felt slightly dazed. The similarity in timbre made him think of an old acquaintance. But very quickly, Chen Yan realized who the visitor was. "What is it?" Chen Yan placed his hands behind his back and looked toward the outside of the courtyard. He saw Qin Yue somewhat timidly surveying the small courtyard where Chen Yan was temporarily staying on Heavenly Summit Mountain. "May I come in?" Qin Yue asked, "Of course." Chen Yan replied. Then, Qin Yue stepped into the small courtyard. "Senior Brother Chen, same as last time, I've come to seek guidance on the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. I don't have any other meaning. In fact, I feel quite gratified that others are practicing the Purple Mansion Kongshan art that I created." Chen Yan said. "But, junior sister Qin, why are you so fixated on the Purple Mansion Kongshan art? Compared to it, wouldn't the pure dust glazed art be more compatible with your constitution?" "I've always been practicing the pure dust glazed art. When Master gave me the Purple Mansion Kongshan art, it was originally just meant for me to use as a reference." Qin Yue shook her head. "But I don't know why, I always feel that the Purple Mansion Kongshan art has a certain inexplicable, profound feeling. I don't know how to put it. Don't know how to put it." Chen Yan said, "Yes, although the Purple Mansion Kongshan art was created based on the foundation of the Kongshan art, it just feels not like the Kongshan art." "Oh." Chen Yan was somewhat surprised by Qin Yue's statement. You said it yourself, the Purple Mansion Kongshan art is a mental cultivation method founded upon the basis of the Kongshan art, so naturally there would be differences. Senior brother Chen, that's not what I mean. Chen Yue seemed a bit anxious. Her personality was somewhat too soft, so when flustered, tears would involuntarily well up in her eyes. What I mean is, the Purple Mansion Kongshan art is different from the Kongshan art, and it's also different from the pure dust glazed art. Also, it's different from the other fragmented mental cultivation methods my master found for me. I still don't quite understand. I don't know how to explain it either, it's just a very special feeling. Perhaps when my cultivation is higher, I can explain it clearly. Chen Yan was also left in a fog by what he heard, but he cared deeply about what Qin Yue said. Ahem. Ahem. Suddenly, two more coughs came from the entrance of Chen Yan's courtyard. Chen Yan looked towards the courtyard gate and saw Lin Kaifeng standing there, hands clasped behind his back, watching the two in the courtyard with keen interest. Having an argument. No. Chen Yan shook his head, discussing the Tao. Oh, discussing the Tao until you've almost made the young lady cry. Lin Kaifeng stepped into the courtyard, speaking in a tone that seemed both teasing and mocking. You, kid, you really have some skill when it comes to debating the Tao. Next time there's a sect debate, you should go have a proper argument with that old man Fu Kaiyan. Seeing Lin Kaifeng enter the courtyard, Qin Yue showed a somewhat bewildered expression. Then she looked at Chen Yan in confusion. Only then did Chen Yan remember to introduce him to Qin Yue. This is my master, the personal disciple of sect leader Yun Yichen, Lin Kaifeng. Qin Yue of Qingchen Peak greets Lin. She had only spoken halfway when Qin Yue's face rapidly began to turn pale. Greets Lin, Martial Uncle Lin. Both Chen Yan and Lin Kaifeng were very surprised by Qin Yue's sudden panic. Then, I won't disturb you any further. Qin Yue hurriedly performed a bow and quickly left Chen Yan's courtyard. What's up with that little girl? Lin Kaifeng asked, puzzled. I don't know, she just reacted strangely immediately after hearing your name. Chen Yan said, oh. Lin Kaifeng clicked his tongue. Could it be that old fox Bai Kaiming said something bad about me to that little girl? Elder Bai probably isn't that bored. Chen Yan shook his head, huh. Lin Kaifeng gave a cold laugh. Are you thinking, what kind of nobody am I that I would even warrant the second most important figure of Qingchen Peak, the true Dharma elder of Qingchen, speaking ill of me? This disciple absolutely does not mean that. Chen Yan bowed with clasped hands. Relax, I don't blame you. Lin Kaifeng placed his hands behind his back, striking a pose of a lofty master. Because if I were you, I'd think the same thing. Chen Yan was speechless. So, what were you arguing about with Qin Yue just now? Lin Kaifeng asked. This disciple was discussing the Purple Mansion Kongshan art with junior sister Qin. Chen Yan paused. After considering for 2 breaths, he decided to be honest with Lin Kaifeng. Junior sister Qin believes that the Purple Mansion Kongshan art I founded differs too greatly from the Kongshan art, and is completely different from the pure dust glazed art and the other mental cultivation methods she has read. Hearing this, Lin Kaifeng's expression became somewhat surprised. That little girl with the glazed pure body is indeed extraordinary. That old fox Bai Kaiming really found a treasure. What does master mean by that? Chen Yan asked, not understanding. That little girl is right. Your Purple Mansion Kongshan art differs greatly from the vast majority of mental cultivation methods in this world, even the Kongshan art. Lin Kaifeng looked at Chen Yan with a suspicious expression. Do you really not understand, or are you pretending? This disciple truly does not understand. Chen Yan said, I don't believe you. Lin Kaifeng waved his hand. But I'm willing to play along with your act. To this day, Lin Kaifeng was still wary of Chen Yan. He always felt Chen Yan might be the reincarnation of some great power from the immortal ascension realm. Although over 80% of your Purple Mansion Kongshan art is the unchanged Kongshan art, those less than 20% modifications have had an enormous impact on the Kongshan art. Lin Kaifeng said. What impact? It made the Purple Mansion Kongshan art no longer resemble a cultivation method from the Chenping continent. Lin Kaifeng said. Chen Yan's heart tightened. That was indeed true. Whether it was the Purple Mansion record or the hidden immortal art, they were definitely not mental cultivation methods belonging to the Chenping continent. The mental cultivation methods of the 5 great sects were already the top methods of the Chenping continent, and the long-lost mental cultivation method of Heavenly Summit Mountain wasn't much stronger than those of the five great sects either. But the Purple Mansion record and the hidden immortal art were far, far ahead of the mental cultivation methods of the five great sects in this world. It was almost a gap of an entire tier. The Great Tao may have different paths, but they all lead to the same destination. At least that's the case on the Chenping continent. Lin Kaifeng said, although there are at least over 100,000 types of immortal cultivation mental methods in this world. Let's just say there are 100,000 types total. Among them, 99,990 types have completely identical directions of true qi circulation. What about the other 10 types? Chen Yan asked. Who knows? Lin Kaifeng retorted. Chen Yan suddenly began to worry. He started to fear whether promoting the Purple Mansion Kongshan art within the Kongshan sect was a mistake. It wasn't that he wasn't cautious, but under the influence of information disparity, no matter how cautious one is, mistakes can still be made. Are you regretting promoting the Purple Mansion Kongshan art? Lin Kaifeng said with a smile. Chen Yan remained silent, neither affirming nor denying. Don't worry too much. I think within the entire Kongshan sect there are probably only 3 people total who can detect that subtle difference in true qi circulation. Who are they? One is me, another is that little girl Qin Yue. And the other? The Supreme Pivot Elder of Kongshan. Lin Kaifeng said. The Supreme Pivot Elder of Kongshan. He was the person truly standing at the pinnacle of power within the Kongshan sect. His cultivation at the late-stage Tao Union realm was enough to look down upon the entire world in this current era. As for the Supreme Pivot Elder, you don't need to consider him for now. Under normal sect operations, he won't interfere in anything. Lin Kaifeng said, as for my situation, you understand it. As for Qin Yue, that girl's current cultivation is too shallow and she still needs to practice the pure dust glazed art. You just need to make her lose interest in the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. That was indeed true. Chen Yan currently didn't need to do much at all, so master. Chen Yan said, why did you come looking for me? To show your face. Lin Kaifeng said, still need to show my face. Chen Yan asked, confused. When the ferry landed, Chen Yan had already shown his face at the bow of the ship, letting the world know exactly who the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain of the Kongshan sect was. Of course. You've only shown your face in front of those country bumpkins so far. Lin Kaifeng said, then revealed a smile of unclear meaning. The Tao inquirers of the 5 great sects are all waiting for you now. Rather than saying all 5 great sects were waiting for Chen Yan, it would be more accurate to say it was 4 great sects. These were Kongshan Sect, Mirage Palace, Wind Ravine Valley, and Lingxiao Temple, because the ferry from Star Heaven Sect still had not arrived at Heavenly Summit Mountain even now. The meeting place was the profound scripture hall at the very center of Heavenly Summit Mountain. This ancient, simple building originally served a function on Heavenly Summit Mountain similar to the scripture halls established in the various sects today. However, the scripture halls in today's sects serve the purpose of teaching disciples from the body-forging realm to the martial spring realm within their respective sects. But the profound scripture hall was different. The profound scripture hall of Heavenly Summit Mountain was a place where all disciples from Heavenly Summit Mountain's 6 major peaks could attend and listen to teachings. Those who lectured and taught the Tao in the profound scripture hall daily were generally divine ability realm cultivators, and every few days there would occasionally be great experts from the Tao Union realm. Even every 3 months, the presiding master of Heavenly Summit Mountain would personally descend from the Heavenly Summit Hall to the profound scripture hall once to teach the Tao and resolve doubts for the disciples. In other words, the cultivation span of disciples who would listen to the Tao within the profound scripture hall often ranged from the body-forging realm to the unity realm. The unity realm was also the cultivation level of the current leaders of the 5 great sects. Thinking of body-forging realm cultivators and unity realm cultivators sitting together in the same room listening to the Tao, Chen Yan felt a strange sense of absurdity in his heart. But on Heavenly Summit Mountain at that time, this was an extremely common scene. No wonder they said Heavenly Summit Mountain back then was the only sacred land for cultivating immortality in this world. At this very moment, over a dozen cultivators were standing in the profound scripture hall, all from the 5 great sects. They were the delegation envoys from each sect and the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry participants from each sect. Elder Zhang Yin and Chu Ziao were also present. Chief Disciple Chen, where is Qin Yue? After Lin Kaifeng brought Chen Yan to stand beside Chu Ziao lowered her voice and asked Chen Yan. Didn't she go looking for you? Why didn't she come with you? Both Chu Ziao and Qin Yue were disciples of Qingchen Peak. Even though the Qingchen True Dharma and Qingchen Martial Discipline factions were at odds, their temporary residences on Heavenly Summit Mountain were next to each other. She ran off right after my master arrived. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. She seemed very afraid of my master. Chen Yan said. Chu Ziao was also confused. Qin Yue saw Lin Kaifeng and then ran away. From what she remembered, apart from Chen Yan, Qin Yue shouldn't have had any interaction with people from Kongyuan Mountain, right, Elder Zhang? Chu Ziao lowered her voice and spoke to Zhang Yin, who was not far ahead. This disciple will go look for junior sister Chen. Zhang Yin raised his sleeve and waved his hand. It's fine, no need to worry about her for now. Qin Yue may not be present, but the two of you cannot be absent. Yes. Chu Ziao bowed in acknowledgement. Then Zhang Yin glanced sideways in Lin Kaifeng's direction. What are you still doing here? Eldest senior brother. Lin Kaifeng grinned in Zhang Yin's direction, just came to join in the excitement. Right at that moment, outside the profound scripture hall, the cultivators gathered on Heavenly Summit Mountain suddenly erupted with a large number of exclamations. Everyone knew what had happened. Star Heaven sect had arrived. After about another half-stick of incense time, an old man wearing a bluish-gray Taoist robe with a crescent moon emblem embroidered on the upper half of the left sleeve, along with 3 young cultivators, walked into the profound scripture hall. Apologies for keeping you all waiting. The old man stepped into the great hall and declared in a clear, loud voice, Star Heaven Sect Moon Void Sect Leader Hu Tianyuan. Behind him followed 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 male cultivators wore the Taoist robes of the Sun Radiance Gate and Sword Chime Gate within Star Heaven Sect. The female cultivator wore a light green gauze dress with a thin, light green veil covering her face. Just from the eyes, nose bridge, and outline of her face visible, one could tell she was definitely a beauty. Qin Qingyu, there was no need to guess too much, her identity was obvious. Star Heaven Sect Moon Void Sect Chief Disciple Qin Qingyu, long time no see Sect Leader Hu. To the side, an old man wearing a misty water-colored Taoist robe with dark patterns resembling shattered mirror surfaces embroidered on the hem of his clothes spoke up. He was the envoy of Mirage Palace, Mirror Ruins Tower True Dharma Elder Yang Fan, Elder Yang. Hu Tianyuan laughed heartily and said, the last time we met was 3 years ago, during the encirclement and killing of that 6th Order Great Demon that emerged in Cold Marsh Country, right? How have you been lately, Elder Yang? A 6th Order Great Demon, in terms of combat power equivalent to human cultivators, is roughly comparable to a Myriad Transformations Realm cultivator. No, slightly stronger by half a level. Demonic beasts above the 5th Order can develop spiritual intelligence. 7th Order demonic beasts can take human form. If a 6th Order Great Demon fights with its life on the line, an ordinary Myriad Transformations Realm cultivator wanting to retreat unscathed is impossible, but no one wants to get injured during a demon hunt. For this reason, cultivators adopt a method when facing demonic beasts of equivalent or slightly lower cultivation than themselves. That is, encirclement and killing, to minimize losses as much as possible. 3 years ago, a 6th Order Great Demon appeared in Cold Marsh Country, located in the southeast of Chenping Continent. At that time, led by Mirage Palace and Star Heaven Sect, dozens of surrounding sects joined together to launch an encirclement and kill operation against it. And this was only a 6th Order Great Demon. Yet that Black Flood Dragon personally suppressed back then by Qingchen Peak's Patriarch Kajun had peak strength of a 9th Order, Dao Union Realm Great Demon. Even after its remnant soul was suppressed for so many years, its divine intelligence worn away, it still possessed strength above a 7th Order demonic beast. However, precisely because it lacked divine intelligence, it only caused tens of thousands of casualties among the outer sect disciples within the span of 7 breaths. If that Black Flood dragon remnant soul still had divine intelligence and wanted revenge against Kongshan sect, I'm afraid in just 3 breaths, the entire outer sect of Kongshan sect would cease to exist. Chen Yan remembered the final fate of that Black Flood dragon remnant soul. It was annihilated by a clear light that came from the direction of Kingshan Peak. None of Kingshan Peak's 4 peak elders could have managed that feat. It must have been the work of a grand elder from Kingshan Peak. What else could it be? Mirage Palace, Mirror Ruins Towers elder Yang Fan said, everything as usual. What I never expected was that for this Dao Inquiry Assembly, the Moon Void sect leader of Star Heaven sect would personally lead the team to participate. Who told the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry participant dispatched by the sect this time to be my disciple? Hu Tianyuan said with a laugh. The disciple he referred to was precisely Qin Qingyu in the light green gauze dress standing in the position behind him. She was almost universally acknowledged as the strongest among this generation of disciples on Chenping continent. 18 years old this year, the same age as Chen Yan, yet her cultivation was at the peak of the martial spring realm. Rumors said Qin Qingyu's cultivation was not limited to this. Since last year she could have broken through to the Qi Si realm, but she had been suppressing her realm all along, not allowing herself to break through. This was because both her own personal wish and the opinion of Star Heaven sect's higher-ups hoped she could obtain the title of Heavenly Summit Champion. To truly solidify her position as the number 1 among the younger generation of disciples of this era on Chenping continent. The envoys from the 4 great sects who had arrived at the profound scripture hall earlier had probably already exchanged greetings with each other long before Chen Yan got here. Only the envoy from the Star Heaven sect who arrived last, Hu Tianyuan, the sect leader of the Moon Void sect, was making small talk, going from one sect to another. This time he came before Elder Zhang Yin of the Kongshan sect. Elder Zhang Yin, your skill in externally refining your true energy has truly grown even more solid. Hu Tianyuan looked at the imposing, muscular physique hidden beneath Zhang Yin's Taoist robe and smiled as he said this. Sect leader Hu. Zhang Yin offered no further comment, simply responding like this. Then Hu Tianyuan looked beside Zhang Yin at Chu Xiao dressed in pure white, her black hair like ink. I presume this is the daughter of your sect's Kingshan Peak Sword Master Elder Chu Chen, the chief disciple of Kingshan, Chu Xiao. Hu Tianyuan said, disciple Chu Xiao pays her respects to sect leader Hu. Chu Xiao bowed in the direction of Hu Tianyuan. You are... Hu Tianyuan slightly turned and called to the young woman behind him, dressed in a light green gauze skirt and wearing a veil. Disciple is here. Qin Qingyu responded. Her voice was gentle and soft, carrying a warmth. It was hard to imagine that such a gentle, water-like young woman was the undisputed number 1 in the immortal Dao among the cultivators of this generation on Chenping continent. No, to become the undisputed number 1 in the immortal Dao to silence everyone's mouths, she must first obtain the title of Heavenly Summit Champion. For Qin Qingyu, this shouldn't be a difficult task. Because in Chen Yan's memories across all the past cycles of reincarnation, the final victor of the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry each time was always Qin Qingyu. As I just mentioned, this is the chief disciple of Kongshan sect's Kingshan Peak, Chu Xiao. She should be slightly older than you. Hu Tianyuan said, Chu Xiao is 19 years old this year. Disciple Qin Qingyu pays her respects to senior sister Chu. Qin Qingyu said softly, Chief disciple Qin need not be so formal. Chu Xiao said, Qin Qingyu is the chief disciple of both the Star Heaven sect and the Moon Void sect. Of course, besides her, no one else would have the qualifications to hold that position of chief disciple. Senior sister Chu can just call me Qingyu or Yuer, there's no need to be so distant. Qin Qingyu requested this. Junior sister Qin. Chu Xiao had no choice but to relent. She has always had this aloof personality, unwilling to get too close to people. Qin Qingyu smiled faintly, then looked towards Chen Yan, who was standing to the side. Then this must be the newly appointed chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain, Chen Yan. Hu Tianyuan said, disciple Chen Yan pays his respects to sect leader Hu. Chen Yan bowed with clasped hands. I heard you improved the Kongshan sect's Kongshan art. Hu Tianyuan asked, just some insignificant modifications. Chen Yan replied, Accomplished at a young age, truly accomplished at a young age. Hu Tianyuan nodded as if quite satisfied. It was all just these superficial pleasantries. And these pleasantries were also the sole purpose of gathering the envoys of the 5 great sects and the Tao Inquiry participants of Heavenly Summit Mountain here. To let the Tao Inquiry participants from each sect see each other, led by the sect elders, to get to know and understand each other a bit. To avoid hurting feelings between each other after the Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry concludes. After all, everyone here is a heaven-chosen talent from the 5 great sects, and in the future they will inevitably cross paths, so it's best to greet each other first. Elder Zhang, is your Kongshan sect missing one Tao Inquiry participant? The envoy from Lingxiao Temple, wearing a frost and snow white Taoist robe with dark cyan trim on the cuffs and collar, said, "Yes." Qin Yue, the personal disciple of Elder Bai Kaiming from the Qingchen True Dharma lineage, has some pressing personal matters and couldn't arrive in time. Zhang Yin explained. Even Chen Yan was puzzled. According to what Chu Xiao said, Qin Yue should have known she needed to come to the profound scripture hall to meet the other Tao Inquiry participants from the 5 great sects. Such an important matter, where did she go? This gathering lasted for about half an hour. Most of these Tao Inquiry participants from the 5 great sects were cultivation geniuses who had long been famous across Chenping continent. Even if they hadn't met face-to-face, they had all heard of each other's names. Only Chen Yan was a sudden newcomer. After it all ended, Chen Yan returned to his temporary quarters at the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. The Tao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping continent isn't just about the Heavenly Summit Mountain Tao Inquiry. This grand assembly will last for half a month on Heavenly Summit Mountain, during which it includes various activities such as discourse on the Tao, scripture lectures, and auctions. The several hundred sects from Chenping continent sent over 20,000 cultivators in total. The delegations from the 5 great sects combined numbered less than 400 people. But 5 of the 6 territorial veins on Heavenly Summit Mountain were occupied by the 5 great sects. The last unclaimed territory on Heavenly Summit Mountain, the Profound Origin Pavilion, was divided and occupied by first-rate sects from Chenping continent. Second-rate sects and below could only find their own ways to settle in open spaces or wilderness areas on the mountain. In other words, the less than 400 people from the 5 great sects occupied 5/6 of the territory on Heavenly Summit Mountain. The remaining 20,000-plus cultivators were all crammed into the remaining Profound Origin Pavilion or camped out in the wilderness and open spaces. It was exactly like the distribution of cultivation resources in the cultivation world of Chenping continent. Chen Yan sat on the bed, crossed his legs, and circulated the Purple Mansion record and the Hidden Immortal art for 1 complete cycle each. Then he circulated the Kongshan art for 1 complete cycle. He carefully felt the differences produced in the flow of true energy within his body as these mental cultivation methods operated. The result was that he couldn't feel anything at all. Lin Kaifeng had told him that currently within the sect, only Lin Kaifeng himself, the supreme pivot elder, and Qin Yue could detect the difference in the Purple Mansion Kongshan art. And this difference produced during the flow of true energy was itself extremely subtle. At the very least, Chen Yan himself had no clue about it. Right at this moment, the door to Chen Yan's quarters was suddenly knocked on from the outside. "Are you in?" The voice coming from outside was Yue Kai's. "Please come in, Martial Uncle." Chen Yan quickly got off the bed, walked to the door and opened it for Yue Kai. This white-haired elder wearing a Bagua Taoist robe stood at the door, and beside him stood another elder who looked somewhat unfamiliar to Chen Yan. "This senior is?" Chen Yan asked, puzzled. "Martial nephew, this is Elder Jin An Cheng, the External Affairs Hall Elder of Qingchen Peak." Yue Kai said, "Elder Jin has some matters he wishes to ask you." Disciple Chen Yan pays his respects to Elder Jin. Chen Yan bowed towards Jin An Cheng's direction. "What would Elder Jin like to ask?" "Chief Disciple Chen, Qin Yue came to see you this afternoon, correct?" Jin An Cheng asked. "Yes, she came to ask me for guidance on some issues regarding mental cultivation methods." "Do you know where she went after she left?" Disciple does not know. "After junior sister Qin left, I went with my master to the Profound Scripture Hall on Heavenly Summit Mountain and haven't seen her since." Chen Yan said. Then he asked, "What, has something happened?" Jin Ancheng's expression was serious. Qin Yue, she's missing. Heavenly Summit Mountain, outer construction forest. Over a dozen cultivators sat in a circle around a crackling campfire. Among them, only one elderly man was at the Qi Si realm. There was also one middle-aged man and one youth at the Martial Spring realm. The cultivation levels of the rest were at the Qi circulation realm or below. The five great sects, the five great sects. Are the disciples of Wind Ravine Valley really so impressive? Even if you are a disciple of one of the five great sects, being assigned to Heavenly Summit Mountain just means you're nothing more than an outer court errand boy, doesn't it? One Qi circulation realm disciple complained in this manner. I really don't know where he got the nerve to give Elder Zhang attitude and talk back to him. These people were precisely the Beiyuan sect cultivators who had been given a cold shoulder by Zhao Hongtu, the dock steward of Wind Ravine Valley. The Beiyuan sect was a fairly renowned cultivation sect located within the Great Wei Kingdom in the northwestern part of the Chenping continent. The current sect master was a cultivator at the Passable God realm. The sect also had 4 Qi Si realm cultivators overseeing affairs and more than 10 Martial Spring realm cultivators. Within the borders of the Great Wei Kingdom, the Beiyuan sect's influence could rank within the top 3. These Beiyuan sect disciples possessed considerable pride. Wherever they went within the Great Wei Kingdom, people would show them deference and make way. But at this Dao Inquiry Assembly of the Chenping continent, the 3 words Beiyuan sect clearly didn't carry much weight. This created a significant psychological gap for these Beiyuan sect disciples who had come to broaden their horizons. Their resentment and anger reached a peak, especially when they saw a mere dock steward from Wind Ravine Valley who was just a caretaker could boss around their own Qi Si realm elder. That middle-aged man immediately understood Zhang Zhuang's intent. All of you, shut up! Elder Zhang brought you to this heavenly summit mountain to broaden your horizons, not to stir up trouble, he said loudly. But the disciple who had just been complaining still wanted to argue. Say one more word and I'll make you roll back to Great Wei right now. The middle-aged man roared angrily. Only then did the scene quiet down. After another few moments, Elder Zhang slowly turned to face the disciple who had been complaining earlier, Kong Zhai. Disciple is here. The disciple who had been complaining earlier responded. Do you remember what happened the first time you returned to your hometown after joining the Beiyuan sect? This disciple remembers. The disciple named Kong Zhai replied, his expression showing some confusion as to why Elder Zhang would suddenly bring this up. You are from Yongping County in Great Wei. There is a cultivation family surnamed He in Yongping County. I know that before joining the Beiyuan sect you had grievances with the He family. Zhang Zhuang said slowly. How did you treat the He family when you returned to Yongping County? Elder. The disciple named Kong Zhai looked embarrassed. Speak. I went to the He family's herb shop to pick a fight. And then, I made the He family head come out and apologize to me with a forced smile in front of everyone. Do you understand now? This is different, Elder Zhang. Kong Zhai retorted urgently. The He family kicked me when I was down, bullied me, insulted me, that's why I did that. But Wind Ravine Valley. When has our Beiyuan sect ever provoked Wind Ravine Valley? You can forgive the He family or not forgive them. You could also have chosen not to pick a fight with the He family but to pick a fight with the Li family or the Wang family instead. It's all the same. Zhang Zhuang said, it was only because you are a core disciple of the Beiyuan sect that you could do whatever you wanted within the borders of Great Wei. Ugh. Kong Zhai fell silent. This time do you understand? Zhang Zhuang asked. This disciple understands. Kong Zhai answered. What difference was there between the Beiyuan sect in the eyes of Wind Ravine Valley and the Yongping County He family in the eyes of the Beiyuan sect? By the campfire, a fair-skinned, handsome youth sat there, his gaze fixed intently on the burning flames before him. His name was Yi Ziu. He was the most dazzlingly talented disciple of the current Beiyuan sect generation and also the Beiyuan sect's chosen participant for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry at this assembly. 17 years old this year with cultivation at the peak of the Martial Spring realm, I will restore face for the sect. Yi Ziu said coldly. Yi Ziu. The middle-aged cultivator beside him looked at Yi Ziu next to him in surprise. Zhang Zhuang's gaze also drifted in Yi Ziu's direction. At the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, I will actively challenge disciples from Wind Ravine Valley. Ugh. Zhang Zhuang remained silent again. After another moment he finally spoke, just follow your own heart. Elder Zhang understood very well just how special this disciple Yi Ziu was. Even when Yi Ziu was still at the late stage of the qi circulation realm, he could spar with cultivators at the early stage of the martial spring realm. He could truly be called a heaven-sent prodigy. However, as for Yi Ziu's true trump card, only he himself knew. Yi Ziu unconsciously stroked the ring hanging on his chest. This ring was no ordinary object. It was a soul artifact. It concealed a remnant soul whose combat power was roughly equivalent to a myriad transformations realm cultivator, and whose spiritual sense strength was equal to a divine ability realm cultivator. Elder Mo, that remnant soul, introduced himself to Yi Ziu this way. During Elder Mo's peak period, his cultivation level had even reached the mid-stage of the divine ability realm. This divine ability realm mighty figure claimed that back then he had been tricked by a divine ability realm grand elder from Wind Ravine Valley. Left with no choice, he had to face a late-stage 8th rank demonic beast alone. In the end, he was no match. He barely managed to escape with a wisp of his remnant soul, barely surviving within this ring. It wasn't until Yi Ziu picked it up that he reappeared in the world. Elder Mo was Yi Ziu's greatest reliance. Elder Zhang, a female disciple by the campfire, suddenly called out, her tone very excited. Look at this, is this Luoshu grass? Zhang Zhuang looked in the direction the female disciple was pointing. It is. Then Zhang Zhuang confirmed. Excellent, the pill formula my master is refining right now is only missing this one stalk of Luoshu grass. He searched all over Great Way but couldn't buy it. The female disciple said excitedly. No. Zhang Zhuang's tone was serious. All of you must remember, do not touch a single spiritual herb or immortal wood on this heavenly summit mountain, or the consequences will be severe. Seeing Elder Zhang's attitude was so firm, the female disciple also gave up on her idea, her expression showing a hint of disappointment. Tomorrow morning there will be many cultivators selling and exchanging treasures in the square south of Heavenly Summit Mountain. You can go there to see if you can buy it. Zhang Zhuang said, if the price is too high you can come to me to borrow spirit stones, have your master pay me back later. Thank you, Elder Zhang. Hope reignited in the female disciple's eyes. Just at that moment the sound of footsteps suddenly arose heading towards the direction of the outer construction forest. All the Beiyuan sect disciples tensed up. Then 3 cultivators appeared there. The one leading them was a Qi Sea Realm cultivator. These cultivators wore light white Taoist robes and each had an exquisite wooden token hanging at their waist. By the light of the campfire, the characters carved on the token could be seen. Kongshan Qingchen. Disturbing everyone. The Qi Sea Realm cultivator from Kongshan sect bowed toward the members of Beiyuan sect. Senior is too polite. Zhang Zhuang quickly stood up and returned the bow to the Kongshan sect cultivator. Although Zhang Zhuang was clearly older than the Qi Sea Realm cultivator from Kongshan Qingchen, he still respectfully addressed the other as senior. I am Zhang Zhuang, an elder of the Great Ways Beiyuan sect. May I ask what business you have, senior? Elder Zhang. The Qi Sea Realm cultivator clasped his fists again. Might you have seen a female cultivator around 16 or 17 years old wearing a cyan-colored long skirt? No, I have not. Zhang Zhuang shook his head. Has something happened? Nothing major. The Kongshan sect Qi Sea Realm cultivator replied. If Elder Zhang or any fellow Taoists from Beiyuan sect discover traces of a female cultivator around 16 or 17 years old wearing a cyan-colored long skirt, please be sure to come to Slaying Heaven Pavilion and report it to the Kongshan sect duty disciples. Kongshan sect will certainly offer a generous reward. Certainly, Zhang Zhuang said, troubling everyone. The Kongshan sect Qi Sea Realm disciple bowed once more toward the Beiyuan sect disciples, then turned and left. The people from Kongshan sect were looking for a female cultivator around 16 or 17 years old wearing a cyan-colored long skirt. Yi Ziu frowned, sensing this matter was not simple. Interesting. In Yi Ziu's mind, Elder Mo's voice sounded. The people from Kongshan sect are looking for a little girl around 16 or 17 wearing a cyan-colored long skirt. Elder Mo laughed within Yi Ziu's mind. Interesting, interesting. Yi Ziu was utterly confused, not understanding what Elder Mo found so interesting right now. Yi Ziu. Immediately after, Elder Mo's voice called his name within his mind. This junior is here. Yi Ziu responded in his heart. You go to Slaying Heaven Pavilion and claim the reward from the Kongshan sect people. I know where the girl they're looking for is. Yes. Yi Ziu responded, then turned toward Elder Zhang Zhuang. Elder Zhang, this disciple will take a look around this area. Zhang Zhuang merely nodded. Immediately, Yi Ziu left the camp and headed toward Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Elder Mo, where is that female cultivator now? He asked. Ha 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 ha, truly interesting. This Dao Inquiry Assembly is going to have quite a show to watch. Elder Mo didn't directly answer Yi Ziu's question, then added, his voice barely suppressing laughter. You want to know where that little girl is now? Yes. Yi Ziu replied, then look up. Following Elder Mo's words, Yi Ziu raised his head and looked toward the sky. There was nothing there except the solitary Heavenly Summit Palace. Chen Yan stood on the plaza of Heavenly Summit Mountain, looking up at the Heavenly Summit Palace suspended over 2,000 zhang high in the sky above. Standing here with him were the envoys of the 5 great sects, all the elders, and the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry participants. Everyone raised their heads, gazing up at the Heavenly Summit Palace in the sky. Perhaps due to factors of light and distance, people often easily overlooked the situation on the Heavenly Summit Palace. But when cultivators channeled their true qi to their eyes, the situation became quite clear. On the Heavenly Summit Palace, there was a female cultivator around 16 or 17 years old, her face pale, her eyes lifeless, her limbs hanging limply. Her cyan-colored long skirt and the token at her waist engraved with the 4 characters Kongshan Kingshan both fluttered in the wind. A sword had pierced through her chest, nailing her to the white jade wall of the Heavenly Summit Palace. Qin Yue was dead, nailed to the outer wall of the Heavenly Summit Palace in an extremely tragic manner. Elder Qin Yue's remains were discovered by a Beiyuan sect disciple named Yi Ziu. A Kongshan sect disciple approached Zhang Yin's side and reported in a low voice. Beiyuan sect. It's a third-rate sect from the northwest of Chenping continent. Investigate them a bit. If there are no issues, give them the reward we promised. Elder Zhang Yin's voice was low and heavy. Chen Yan, standing not far from Zhang Yin, could clearly feel the immense fury radiating from him right now. A personal disciple of a Kongshan sect elder, a Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry participant, had died inexplicably at this Dao Inquiry Assembly of Chenping continent. And her corpse was even nailed to the outer wall of the Heavenly Summit Palace. This wasn't just the simple fall of a cultivation genius, it was a slap in the face to Kongshan sect. Yue Kai. Zhang Yin said quietly. Junior brother is here. Yue Kai took 2 steps closer to Zhang Yin. Return to Kongshan sect immediately at the fastest speed possible. Inform our master of this news. Then go to Kingshan Peak and also tell Bai Kaiming that Qin Yue is dead. Yes. Yue Kai saluted, then his figure flashed, transforming into a streak of flowing light that vanished at the horizon. Elder Zhang. Dai Yuz, the envoy from Wind Ravine Valley nearby, walked over and said quietly, I have already ordered the ferry dock to be sealed, prohibiting anyone from traveling to or from Heavenly Summit Mountain, and stationed 2 passable God Realm cultivators to guard it. Zhang Yin nodded. Zhang Yin, on behalf of Kongshan sect, thanks Elder Dai here. It's what should be done. Dai Yu sighed, no one wants to see something like this happen. If Elder Zhang needs any help with anything, please speak freely. Dai will not refuse. Thank you for your kindness, Elder Dai. Zhang Yin said, then I won't disturb you further. This elder from Wind Ravine Valley said, then retreated to the side. Immediately send people to seal all the small paths down the mountain on Heavenly Summit Mountain. Verify the list of all participants in this Dao Inquiry Assembly. If anyone has left, bring them back without exception. Zhang Yin continued issuing orders. Kongshan sect would definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Qin Yue's status within the sect, especially on Kingshan Peak, was second only to Chu Xiao. Junior sister Liu. Zhang Yin called, here. Liu Yantang stepped forward 2 steps. Her normally cheerful expression was now quite somber at this moment. Go retrieve Qin Yue's corpse from the Heavenly Summit Palace. Don't let that child suffer up there any longer. Zhang Yin said. Chen Yan stared for a long time at Qin Yue's corpse nailed to the Heavenly Summit Palace, stunned. This was a change of fate. In fact, this wasn't the first time Qin Yue's fate had changed. In previous cycles of reincarnation in Taiyuan City, Qin Yue had been poisoned to death several times before. Those previous incidents were the actions of Elder Lan Wei under Fu Kaiyan's instructions. So this time, who would the murderer be? Chen Yan had no clue because this incident was far more complex than any previous one. The 5 great sects and over 800 other sects totaling more than 20,000 cultivators were gathered on this heavenly summit mountain. Chen Yan exhaled a turbid breath. He couldn't guarantee this matter had absolutely nothing to do with him because since Qin Yue was already dead, no one could be 100% certain that Chen Yan hadn't been targeted as well. Chen Yan and Qin Yue had many similarities. Both were rising stars and both were Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry participants for Kongshan sect. It seemed this Dao Inquiry assembly of Chenping continent might be more troublesome than imagined. The entire Heavenly Summit Mountain had completely entered a state of high alert. Although the cultivators from various sects currently remaining on the mountain faced no restrictions while on the mountain itself, the moment they approached the ferry docks of Heavenly Summit Mountain or the roads leading down the mountain, they would immediately find themselves locked onto by numerous gazes. The 5 great sects were no strangers to covert scheming and rivalry. But when something like Qin Yue being pinned to the Heavenly Summit Palace with a sword occurred, at least on the surface, the other 4 great sects had to offer Kongshan sect some convenience and provide whatever assistance they could. This was called maintaining decorum. Of course, on Heavenly Summit Mountain, relying solely on the personnel of the 5 great sects was insufficient to fully implement high alert across the entire mountain. They mobilized personnel from sects with closer ties to the 5 great sects for the 5 great sects to command. Liu Yantang retrieved Qin Yue's corpse from the Heavenly Summit Palace and temporarily placed it in the quarters originally assigned to Qin Yue within the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. After that, Zhang Yin, Lin Kaifeng, Liu Yantang, and Chen Yan gathered together. Everyone present belonged to the direct lineage of Kongshan sect leader Yun Yichen, except for Yue Kai, who had been sent back to Kongshan's sect to deliver the news. Kaifeng Chen Yan. Elder Zhang Yin slowly began to speak. You two were the last to see Qin Yue. Was there anything unusual at the time? In reply to Martial Uncle Zhang, there wasn't anything particularly unusual. It's just that when Qin Yue left, she seemed somewhat panicked and agitated. Chen Yan said, then briefly glanced sideways in Lin Kaifeng's direction. He could only say this much. As for anything extra, it depended on whether Lin Kaifeng himself wanted to speak. Senior brother, I suspect Qin Yue fled in such a panic at that time because of me. Lin Kaifeng said, because of you. Zhang Yin was puzzled. Yes. For some reason, Qin Yue seemed to be very afraid of me. Lin Kaifeng continued, but I also don't know what exactly she was afraid of about me. That is indeed strange. Liu Yantang frowned slightly. Senior brother Zhang, who do you think is responsible for this matter? The current situation on Heavenly Summit Mountain is complex. Almost every sect on Chenping continent with even a slight reputation has sent people. Zhang Yin said slowly. However, the one who could accomplish such a deed must be a cultivator with a cultivation level at the passable God realm or above. That was indeed true. Although Qin Yue's cultivation realm was only at the mid-stage of the martial spring realm, she had after all cultivated the pure dust-glazed art. Even when facing a peak martial spring realm cultivator, she would not be at a disadvantage. If a Qi Sea realm cultivator made a move, Qin Yue would undoubtedly die, but a Qi Sea realm cultivator could not achieve a one-sword kill while also pinning the person to the Heavenly Summit Palace over 2,000 zhang high in the sky. In other words, only a cultivator at the passable God realm or above could accomplish this. In that case, the suspect pool can likely be reduced from over 20,000 people to less than 500. Lin Kaifeng said. On Heavenly Summit Mountain, including the 5 great sects, there were currently about 400 or so passable God realm cultivators. To find the culprit, we must start from the beginning and consider who would have a motive to want to kill Qin Yue. Zhang Yin posed the question. Just at that moment, the door was suddenly opened from the outside. A white-haired old man wearing a Bagua Taoist robe stepped into the room, looking travel-worn. The newcomer was Yue Kai. Eldest senior brother, I have already conveyed the information to Master and Qingchen Peak. Yue Kai said, Qingchen True Dharma Elder Bai Kaiming and Kongyuan True Dharma Elder Wen Hongli are currently waiting for you in the main hall of the Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Understood. Zhang Yin let out a long heavy sigh. He was not feeling light-hearted because Zhang Yin clearly knew that he would definitely be held accountable today. While he was leading the delegation, a personal disciple of a peak lineage, and moreover, a disciple selected by the sect for the Heavenly Summit Mountain Dao Inquiry, had died under such baffling circumstances in such an unclear manner. By both sentiment and reason, he, as the delegation envoy, would bear the primary responsibility. Zhang Yin walked towards the door. Standing at the doorway, Yue Kai waved his hand towards Chen Yan's direction. You come along too. Yes. Chen Yan replied, then followed. Slaying Heaven Pavilion, main hall. This great hall had stood here for over 100,000 years. Throughout these long millennia, it had been repaired thousands upon thousands of times. The Slaying Heaven Pavilion had been allocated to Kongshan sect for 60,000 years. Therefore, the interior of its main hall had also been renovated to more closely resemble the style of Kongshan sect, rather than the original appearance of the Heavenly Summit Mountains Slaying Heaven Pavilion. Chen Yan followed Martial Uncle Zhang Yin and Martial Uncle Yue Kai into the main hall. At this moment, quite a few people had already gathered inside the hall. Within the delegation, the elders from the peak lineages were all present. The chief disciples were also all there, except for the chief disciples of Yibai Peak and Linwu Mountain who had not come to Heavenly Summit Mountain. And Linwu Mountain and Union Peak had also respectively sent senior disciples to observe and bear witness. In the center of the main hall sat two peak lineage elders. Qingchen True Dharma Elder Bai Kaiming and Kongyuan True Dharma Elder Wen Hongli. Both of their expressions were extremely solemn and serious. Bai Kaiming's eyes and brows even revealed a trace of anger. Qin Yue was Bai Kaiming's personal disciple, so he himself was certainly going to come. As for Kongyuan True Dharma Elder Wen Hongli, he had been instructed by Yun Yichen to represent Kongshan sect in coming to investigate this matter and uphold justice. Apart from these two, slightly below and to the left of the two True Dharma elders in the very center, sat another cultivator wearing a dark, almost black Taoist robe, appearing to be around 50-something years old. Chen Yan did not know who he was, but upon seeing Lin Xinyang standing beside this dark-robed cultivator, Chen Yan could roughly guess his identity. Yuanhua Mountain Dignity Elder He Furen. If the appearances of Bai Kaiming and Wen Hongli on Heavenly Summit Mountain were understandable and justified, then what was he, an elder from Yuanhua Mountain, doing here? Regardless, Chen Yan paid close attention to this dark-robed cultivator, because He Furen had once wanted his life. On that night when Chen Yan fled back to Kongshan sect after obtaining Song Ming's list from the Taiyuan City Immortal Gambling Den, it was almost certainly He Furen who had sent people to intercept and kill him. He Furen's name was also on that list, but Chen Yan couldn't understand what that list represented. Not only him, even Lin Kaifeng couldn't understand it. The only one who seemed able to understand it was Elder Fu Kaiyan alone. But after obtaining that list, Elder Fu Kaiyan became dispirited and demoralized. The previously escalating conflict between the Qingchen True Dharma lineage and the Qingchen Martial Discipline lineage also began to quiet down. Just at that moment, perhaps sensing Chen Yan's gaze, He Furen suddenly turned his head to look at him, then smiled at Chen Yan. Chen Yan's facial expression remained completely unchanged. He merely gave a slight nod in He Furen's direction, showing the respect a junior owes to a superior. He Furen also made no other indication. He simply, quite ordinarily, shifted his gaze away from Chen Yan. Elder Zhang, please take a seat. Wen Hongli said slowly. He was the true Dharma elder of Kongyuan Mountain, the number 2 figure of the peak lineage. Zhang Yin, who held the position of dignity elder, was the number 4 figure. Although the peak elders did not have a strict hierarchy of status and rank in terms of actual authority and say, Wen Hongli was greater than Zhang Yin. As for the situation on Qingchen Peak, it was an exception. Although Fu Kaiyan was the martial elder, the number 3 figure on Qingchen Peak, his actual authority and influence on Qingchen Peak far exceeded that of Bai Kaiming, who was the number 2 figure. Under normal circumstances, his power on Qingchen Peak should have been inferior to Bai Kaiming, who held the position of true Dharma elder. But Fu Kaiyan had been deeply rooted on Qingchen Peak for several hundred years. Even the current number 1 figure on Qingchen Peak, Sword Master Elder Chu Chen, was Fu Kaiyan's martial nephew, and their relationship was extremely close. Moreover, Chu Chen was not skilled in political maneuvering. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Chu Chen was an extension of Fu Kaiyan's power. It was precisely on this foundation that Bai Kaiming of the Qingchen True Dharma lineage had been locked in a long-term power struggle with Fu Kaiyan of the Qingchen martial discipline lineage, engaging in both overt and covert conflict. Zhang Yin walked to the right side, slightly below Wen Hongli and Bai Kaiming, and also sat down. Has the murderer been caught? Bai Kaiming asked directly. Not yet. Any leads? The person who killed Qin Yue definitely has cultivation above the passable god realm. Do you need to tell me that? Bai Kaiming flew into a rage, his innate true energy erupting. Wow! Yue Kai beside Chen Yan whispered with a sigh. It really is the first time I've seen that old fox Bai Kaiming, who's always smiling, get so angry. After all, his only personal disciple was just killed. Chen Yan said, "That's not necessarily true. If your senior brother Zhao Bin died, I wouldn't get this furious." Yue Kai shook his head. Is senior brother Zhao also a once in 10,000 years glazed pure body? Chen Yan asked again. Yue Kai was slightly taken aback, then nodded. Well, that's true. Bai Kaiming flew into a rage, his innate true energy erupting. Elder Bai. Wen Hongli beside him lightly lifted his eyelids and spoke up to stop him. The deed is done. Let's not lose our composure. Although it sounded like a cold remark, it was indeed the truth. As the true Dharma elder of Qingchen Peak, Bai Kaiming's reaction was indeed somewhat inappropriate. Of course, no one knew whether there was an element of acting in Bai Kaiming's loss of composure. But no matter what, Qin Yue was absolutely a crucial piece in Bai Kaiming's plans to contend with the Qingchen martial discipline lineage. Qin Yue's existence was meant to rival the current Qingchen chief disciple, Chu Xiao, the daughter of Qingchen Peak's sword master elder Chu Chen, but now she was dead. Elder Zhang, what is the current situation at Heavenly Summit Mountain? Wen Hongli asked. Elder Dai Yuz of Wind Ravine Valley has already promised to seal off the fairy ports of Heavenly Summit Mountain. Zhang Yin said. And he is already united with the other 4 great sects as well as some other trustworthy sects to block all routes that could leave Heavenly Summit Mountain. They are currently compiling a list of all cultivators at the passable god realm and above who are participating in this Dao Inquiry Assembly. Seal the ports, block the roads. Bai Kaiming said disdainfully. Can that really contain a passable god realm cultivator? Elder Bai, the most important thing right now is to accurately compile the list of all passable god realm cultivators participating in the Dao Inquiry Assembly. As long as we can clarify the list, even if the murderer escapes Heavenly Summit Mountain, capture is only a matter of time. Zhang Yin retorted, Elder Wen, what do you think? Bai Kaiming no longer paid attention to Zhang Yin and instead asked Wen Hongli beside him. He was applying pressure on Wen Hongli. In this current situation, it was Bai Kaiming who had lost a disciple. To some extent, they had to accommodate Bai Kaiming's wishes to show appeasement. Discuss it with the other 4 great sects, then activate the barrier. Wen Hongli said, Elder Wen. Yue Kai stepped forward, cupping his hands in salute. If we activate the barrier, it would be no different from announcing Qin Yue's death to the world, causing panic and unnecessary discussion among the cultivators from all over Chenping continent gathered at Heavenly Summit Mountain. The damage to our Kongshan sect's prestige would be significant. What damage to prestige? At that moment, the cultivator dressed in a dark black Taoist robe who had been sitting beside Bai Kaiming, and Wen Hongli the whole time spoke up. Elder He, what is your esteemed opinion? Wen Hongli asked. Sure enough, Chen Yan thought to himself. This cultivator dressed in a dark black Taoist robe looking around 50 years old was indeed Yuanhua Mountain's dignity elder He Furin. Apprehend the true culprit execute them immediately in the central square of Heavenly Summit Mountain as a warning to others. He Furin said. Then send people to raise the sect the true culprit belongs to, letting everyone under heaven see the consequences of provoking a cultivator of our Kongshan sect. That would likely be undignified. Wen Hongli shook his head. They've already ridden roughshod over our Kongshan sect, and Elder Wen is still talking about dignity. Bai Kaiming said loudly. Today it's Qin Yue who died, tomorrow it could be Li Haowen, it could be Chen Yan, it could be Chu Xiao. At that time, will Elder Wen still talk about dignity? When Chu Xiao's name came out of Bai Kaiming's mouth, Chen Yan always felt a strange sensation. Thinking of this, Chen Yan turned his head to look at Chu Xiao, who was standing beside the Qingchen Peak elders. He saw that this aloof young woman in her white robes merely lowered her head slightly, showing no emotional fluctuation in response to Bai Kaiming's words. Elder Bai, do not be too extreme. Wen Hongli finally raised his voice as well. For a moment, the atmosphere between Bai Kaiming and Wen Hongli instantly turned cold. What are you two elders doing? It's just a difference of opinion. Don't make the atmosphere too tense. He Furin beside them said with a smile. How about we just follow my method? Elder He, this is Heavenly Summit Mountain. Wen Hongli shook his head. Ling Xiao Temple, Mirage Palace, Star Heaven Sect, Wind Ravine Valley. These four great sects and the many other sects of Chenping continent are all watching our Kongshan sect's every move. We cannot act recklessly. Why not? He Furin continued smiling. Whether it was because He Furin had once wanted to kill him, Chen Yan felt extremely uncomfortable with He Furin's smile. What needs to be investigated isn't just those passable God Realm cultivators of ordinary origins. The passable God Realm cultivators from the other four great sects are also suspects. Not a single one can be omitted. He Furin said, Elder He. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin couldn't help but stand up, eyes wide. Don't talk nonsense. Investigating the passable God Realm cultivators of the other four great sects means investigating the elders of the other four great sects. We have no right to do that. How do we not? He Furin smiled and shook his head, then gently swept his palm through the air. A simple, ancient, and imposing token appeared in his palm. In the Kongshan sect, under normal circumstances, tokens only had 4 characters. The tokens of outer sect disciples read Kongshan Outer Court. For inner sect disciples, such as those of Mingxiao Peak, it read Kongshan Mingxiao. Chen Yan's token read Kongyuan Chief Seat. Fu Kaiyan's token read Qingchen Martial Discipline, but this simple, ancient, and imposing wooden token in He Furin's hand was different. This token was divided into 2 columns, engraved with 8 large characters. Kongshan upholds law, Supreme holds authority. The entire main hall instantly fell silent. Everyone, including Wen Hongli and Bai Kaiming, was stunned for a moment. The Kongshan Supreme Imperial Law Decree, this was the token of the Supreme Imperial Law Elder, Huo Mu. It must be known that unless under special circumstances, Grand Elders do not interfere with sect affairs. The death of Qin Yue, the nature of this matter was absolutely quite serious. But everyone believed it was still far from serious enough to alarm the Supreme Imperial Law Court. Yet He Furin was precisely holding Huo Mu's token in his hand. Everyone remained silent. The command of the Supreme Imperial Law Elder was not to be disobeyed. Since Huo Mu ordered the Kongshan sect to investigate all cultivators above the passable God Realm, including those from the other 4 great sects, then Wen Hongli and the others could only comply. As for all possible consequences that might arise, they would be borne by Huo Mu himself and the Kongshan Imperial Law Court he presided over. Now that the Kongshan Supreme Imperial Law Decree had been issued, it already represented the formal intervention of a divine ability realm powerhouse, a Grand Elder. Then no matter what, the Grand Elders of the other 4 great sects would absolutely not sit idly by. The matter had truly escalated now. The slightest misstep could lead to a deterioration of relations between the 5 great sects. As the situation expanded, it might even ultimately lead to a large-scale war within the Immortal Path. But as mentioned before, the commands issued by He Furin, who held the Kongshan Supreme Imperial Law Decree at this moment, represented the personal orders of Supreme Imperial Law Elder Huo Mu. When Hongli, Bai Kaiming, Zhang Yin, and the others as peak elders of the Kongshan sect could only choose to execute them unconditionally. Do any of the esteemed elders still have any objections? He Furin said with a smile. No one spoke, then let us begin. He Furin said, before that I wish to first see my disciple. Bai Kaiming stood up and said calmly. The old man's eyes did not reveal any trace of sorrow, only disappointment. Chen Yan. Zhang Yin called Chen Yan's name. Disciple is here. Chen Yan took a step forward. You take Elder Bai to see Qin Yue. Chu Xiao, the chief disciple of Qingchen Peak, belonged to Fu Kaiyan's lineage, which was quite at odds with Bai Kaiming's Qingchen True Dharma lineage. This was common knowledge among the inner sect members of the Kongshan sect. Therefore, among the Kongshan sect disciples currently present, none were more suitable than Chen Yan to take Bai Kaiming to see Qin Yue's corpse. Chen Yan pushed open the door to the room where Qin Yue's body was placed. The young girl dressed in a cyan long skirt lay quietly on a long chair in the hall as if she were asleep. Bai Kaiming walked a few more steps into the hall and stood before Qin Yue's corpse. What a pity, this child. Bai Kaiming sighed softly. My condolences, Elder Bai. Chen Yan said, why should I need condolences? The partings and deaths I have experienced are already too numerous to count. Bai Kaiming shook his head and said, do you remember when we last met? Over a year ago. At that time, this disciple was not yet the chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. Chen Yan replied, correct. Over a year ago, the reason Qin Yue was able to safely reach the Kongshan sect was also thanks to you. For that I am very grateful. Bai Kaiming said slowly, from that moment I had already discovered that you, Chen Yan, were definitely someone remarkable. As I expected, in just over a year you climbed from an outer sect disciple to the position of chief disciple of Kongyuan Mountain. Faced with Bai Kaiming's praise, Chen Yan did not speak. I think there's nothing I need to hide from you. After all, given your current status, you should be fully aware of the matters on our Qingchen Peak. Bai Kaiming continued. From the moment Elder Fu Kaiyan sent people to act against Lu Li and Qin Yue, I was already prepared to completely break with him. But for some reason, after that, Elder Fu Kaiyan suddenly began to retract all his arrangements, as if he were afraid of something, only seeking self-preservation. It was because of the list Song Ming gave him. The list contained a total of 13 names. The most significant name among them was Hu Mu, the famously renowned Kongshan Supreme Imperial Law Elder. Chen Yan, do you have any clues? Forgive this disciple for being dull-witted. Chen Yan shook his head. Ha, dull-witted. Bai Kaiming sneered and shook his head. You are not dull-witted at all. However, Chen Yan knew deep down he was not a shrewd person. He believed the main reason others thought he was intelligent was due to the information gap he obtained through the cycle of reincarnation. Who do you think killed Qin Yue? Fu Kaiyan. This disciple does not know. People from the other 4 great sects, for example, the Star Heaven sect. They once wanted to take Qin Yue as a disciple too, didn't they? That is hard to say. Or perhaps some unknown passable god realm cultivator who suddenly appeared from somewhere, wanting to create a big stir. Chen Yan remained silent. He could not give Bai Kaiming any answer. But never mind, since the Supreme Imperial Law Elder sent He Furin here, then we will follow his arrangements in everything. Bai Kaiming shook his head and then said, even if the sky falls, the Imperial Law Court will hold it up. Hu Mu He Furin, because of Song Ming's list, when Chen Yan saw these 2 names connected, his first reaction was conspiracy. Zhang Zishan wanted his life. He Furin wanted his life. Then what about Hu Mu, this 8th realm, divine ability realm powerhouse, the Kongshan Supreme Imperial Law Elder? Did he also want his life? Chen Yan did not know, but he could be sure of one thing. If someone dared to want his life, he dared to give it. After entering the cycle of reincarnation again, Chen Yan would return with more intelligence and higher cultivation, making a comeback. In fact, Chen Yan always felt that since this incident occurred, there was always a certain sense of incongruity. But if he had to say exactly what felt incongruous, Chen Yan still couldn't put his finger on it. Let's leave it at that for now. There are still important matters to attend to. Bai Kaiming let out a soft sigh, then turned and walked out of Qin Yue's mortuary room. Just like that. Chen Yan stared at Bai Kaiming's retreating back, slightly taken aback. Come to think of it, Qin Yue had only been his personal disciple for a total of 1 year. For Bai Kaiming, Qin Yue was less like his disciple and more like a chess piece, a tool he used to counter Chu Ziao. And now, Bai Kaiming had clearly realized something as well. Thinking of this, Chen Yan lowered his head and looked at Qin Yue's face lying on the long chair. Chen Yan was different from Bai Kaiming. He did not think Qin Yue's death was a pity. Chen Yan only felt Qin Yue was pitiful. Some were angry because her death caused the Kongshan sect to lose face, others were wary because her death might expose some formidable conspiracy. But not a single person felt sorrow because of her death. No, perhaps His Highness the Cloud Prince far away in Taiyuan City would shed tears, Chen Yan thought to himself, atop the heavenly summit palace. When Hongli stood at the palace's peak, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down from thousands of Zhang high in the sky at heavenly summit mountain and the vast, boundless land of the Chenping continent. The fierce, cold wind at high altitude swept past the hem of Wen Hongli's Taoist robe, yet it didn't stir the fabric even a hair's breadth. Immediately after, Wen Hongli suddenly raised his right hand, then slammed it heavily onto the palace roof beneath him. Opened! Wen Hongli roared, and thousands of strands of innate true energy overflowed from his palm. Subsequently, these thousands of strands of innate true energy began to attract each other, weaving together to form a massive semicircular barrier that completely enveloped the entire heavenly summit mountain. This was the barrier created by Wen Hongli. Under these circumstances, not even a single fly or a fallen leaf could possibly escape Wen Hongli's barrier. Zhang Yin stood before the Slaying Heaven Pavilion looking up at everything Wen Hongli was doing. Elder Zhang, what is the meaning of this? The envoy elder of Lingxiao Temple and the envoy elder of Mirage Palace arrived with aggressive momentum, directly seeking out Zhang Yin to demand an explanation. The Kongshan sect's act of sealing off Heavenly Summit Mountain with a barrier had not been discussed with the envoy elders of the other four great sects present on the mountain. This was a sign of disrespect. Zhang Yin turned around to face the several envoy elders who had come to demand answers, but before he could even open his mouth, someone took a step forward ahead of him. Fellow Taoists, I am He Furen, the dignity elder of Kongshan sect's Yuanhua Mountain. He Furen said with a smile. By order of Kongshan sect's Supreme Imperial Law Elder Huo Mu, I have come to Heavenly Summit Mountain to take full charge of investigating the case of the death of our Kongshan sect Qingchen Peak disciple, Qin Yue. If you have any objections. He Furen took that ancient, simple wooden token from his waist and waved it before the envoy elders of Lingxiao Temple and Mirage Palace. You can file a complaint against me with the Kongshan sect's Supreme Imperial Law Court. When Huo Mu's token was displayed before the envoy elders of Lingxiao Temple and Mirage Palace, the words of complaint they originally intended to voice instantly stuck in their throats. Huo Mu, having risen to their positions within the five great sects, it was impossible for them not to know who Huo Mu was. A divine ability realm great power, of which there were not many across the entire Chenping continent. While both were among the five great sects, the strength of Lingxiao Temple and Mirage Palace was not inferior to the Kongshan sect. In fact, they were both considered slightly superior to Kongshan sect. But a matter that had alarmed a Kongshan sect Grand Elder left the envoy elders of Lingxiao Temple and Mirage Temple momentarily unsure of how to proceed. I will send someone back to my sect to report this matter. The envoy elder of Lingxiao Temple said. I will do the same. The envoy elder of Mirage Palace promptly followed. Please do as you wish, however each sect may only send one person back to their respective sect. He Furen stated. What? The envoy elder of Lingxiao Temple said angrily, a disbelieving sneer appearing on his face. Elder, he means to say that you not only intend to seal off Heavenly Summit Mountain with a barrier, but also restrict the freedom of movement of us, the other four great sects. Has the Kongshan sect overstepped its authority, becoming far too arrogant and looking down on everyone else? The envoy elder of Mirage Palace also said sternly. He Furen's statement had thoroughly enraged the envoy elders of Lingxiao Temple and Mirage Palace. Moreover, judging by Elder He's words, does your Kongshan sect suspect us of murdering Qin Yue? The envoy elder of Lingxiao Temple continued. No, you misunderstand. He Furen smiled and shook his head. I do not suspect your Lingxiao temple, nor do I suspect Mirage Palace. What I am saying is that everyone currently on Heavenly Summit Mountain is a potential suspect in the murder of Qin Yue. Naturally, this includes people within my own Kongshan sect as well. Hearing this, the envoy elders of Lingxiao Temple and Mirage Palace were slightly taken aback. Fellow Taoists, I repeat, if you have any objections, you may lodge a complaint against me, with the Kongshan sect's Supreme Imperial Law Court. Is there anything else you wish to say? HMPH. The envoy elder of Lingxiao Temple snorted coldly, then turned and left with a flick of his sleeve. The envoy elder of Mirage Palace did the same. As for the Star Heaven sect and Wind Ravine Valley, they had yet to make any response to this suddenly appearing barrier. Gazing at the massive, transparent barrier that had appeared in the sky, the cultivators from all over the Chenping continent gathered on Heavenly Summit Mountain felt bewildered and confused. The news of Qin Yue's death had been completely sealed off by the Kongshan sect in collaboration with the other four great sects, although Qin Yue had been nailed to the wall of the Heavenly Summit Palace. But how many people would look up and notice a small, dark speck nailed to the white jade wall of the Heavenly Summit Palace over 2,000 Zhang high in the sky, except for one person? Yi Xiu stood on the streets of Heavenly Summit Mountain, holding the porcelain bottle of medicinal pills given to him as a reward by the Kongshan sect. Standing beside him were fellow Beiyuan sect disciples. At this moment, they were all looking up, staring dumbfounded at the enormous, transparent true energy barrier that had suddenly appeared out of thin air. It was like a giant bowl, covering an area of 1,000 around Heavenly Summit Mountain. Even our sect leader couldn't possibly achieve something of this scale. That middle-aged Martial Spring Realm cultivator's voice began to tremble slightly. Could this be the work of a myriad transformations realm cultivator? What else could it be? Yi Xiu tilted his head back, channeling true energy into his eyes, allowing him to see the Kongshan sect's myriad transformations realm cultivator standing atop the Heavenly Summit Palace with perfect clarity. One day he would become like that man. No, he would surpass him, even surpass Elder Mo. Ha 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 ha, interesting, truly interesting. Elder Mo's voice echoed within Yi Xiu's mind. Although the combat power Elder Mo's remnant soul could currently exert was only at the myriad transformations realm level, the strength of his divine soul remained at the divine ability realm. Every flow of true energy on Heavenly Summit Mountain was completely within Elder Mo's perception. Therefore, finding Qin Yue's corpse was an extremely easy task for Elder Mo. She was merely a Peak's direct line disciple. Even if she had some glazed pure body, it shouldn't warrant such a massive mobilization, sealing off the entire Heavenly Summit Mountain. With this move, the Kongshan sect has essentially provoked all four other great sects at once. If things go badly, the world could descend into chaos. Elder Mo's voice was filled with excitement. Little Yi, if the world descends into chaos, that would undoubtedly be a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for you. You must. Wait a moment, that person over there seems a bit off. A bit off? Which person? Yi Xiu asked. To your left, the one wearing the pale white Taoist robe with gilded cloud crane patterns embroidered on the cuffs. He's a Kongyuan mountain disciple of the Kongshan sect, early Martial Spring Realm Cultivation. However, his true energy is far more profound and dense than that of ordinary Kongshan sect disciples who practice the Kongshan art. Elder Mo replied. Yi Xiu looked in the direction to his left and indeed saw a tall, slender, and handsome young man standing there, smiling as he looked towards him. Hey, look over there at that Kongshan sect cultivator. He's so handsome. Near Yi Xiu, some female cultivators from the Beiyuan sect had also noticed the young man. Ah, he's coming over, he's walking towards us. Those few young Beiyuan sect female cultivators began to adjust their appearance and attire, trying to accentuate their feminine charm more. But the young man ignored them, walking straight up to Yi Xiu. He then cupped his hands in a salute and said, "Dare I ask if this fellow Taoist is Yi Xiu of the Beiyuan sect?" The young man's voice was exceptionally gentle and pleasant to hear. "That is correct, may I ask who you are?" Yi Xiu inquired. "I am Chen Yan, chief disciple of Kongshan sect's Kongyuan Mountain." Chen Yan said with a smile, "Might I ask fellow Taoist Yi to step aside for a private conversation?"
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.